Across every console generation, few have seen as many Dragon Ball Z games released on their platform as the Sony PlayStation 2 did. From 2002 all the way to the last month of 2008, the Dragon Ball Z series made a home for itself on Sony's iconic video game console. Fans of the franchise who owned a PS2 were able to look forward to a new game release every single year for the better part of a decade, and were treated to 9 games in total to add to their PS2 library across the console's lifespan. So I wanted to take some time and really examine each of these 9 games in depth and look at what made each of them so unique and why some of them are still so beloved even to this day. So for fans of the Dragon Ball series, fighting games, or even just casual PS2 fans interested in the details of this extensive collection of games that was pivotal to the console's success, I hope you'll join me as I talk about my experiences playing every Dragon Ball Z game for the PlayStation 2. Let's start things off right as we examine the game that launched a legacy, Dragon Ball Z Budokai. Though often forgotten about in modern dialogues about the different games based on the popular anime, Dragon Ball Z Budokai is 100% one of the most important Dragon Ball Z games ever released, specifically because it's the first game most of us here in North America ever got the chance to see or play. Until this game released on December 4th, 2002, the only Dragon Ball related games available to North American audiences were Dragon Ball Z The Legacy of Goku for the Game Boy Advance, which released earlier that same year, and Dragon Ball GT Final Bout for the Sony PlayStation. So this is, realistically speaking, the first real Dragon Ball Z video game most people even had the chance to play here. Thanks to American publisher Infro Games, Budokai was made available to Western audiences to enjoy and only helped aid in the franchise's momentous rise to global popularity. Probably the most recognizable aspect of this North American release at the time was that it's the first ever Dragon Ball Z game to utilize the same voice actors from the Funimation dub of the anime. By this point, the iconic voices of Chris Sabat and Sean Schmiel had become as synonymous with Western audiences' idea of the characters as something like David Hayter in Solid Snake or Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible.
After all those innocent lives you took, you want me to spare you? Why should I give you the mercy you've never shown anyone?
So when Infro Games got the Funimation actors on board to dub the Western release of the game, it really helped solidify this as a genuine adaptation of the exciting anime that we'd all become so attached to at the time. Although Budokai was developed and released initially for the Sony PlayStation 2, it was refined and ported to the Nintendo GameCube a year later. The only real difference between the two versions being the inclusion of cel-shaded technology on the GameCube release. Well, that in the case of the GameCube version displayed the Atari logo as the publisher due to Infro Games changing their name to Atari following a merger between the companies. For this video, I'm going with the PS2 release as that's the way I first experienced the game back in the day. As you are seeing on the screen, Budokai features a 100% true 3D gameplay experience with fully rendered models for every character and 3D backgrounds to fight on. While this isn't exactly groundbreaking in comparison to a lot of the other fighting games back then, it's only the second attempt from the franchise at adopting a fully 3D video game, the first being the much maligned Dragon Ball GT Final Bout. So getting to boot up and play a fully 3D DBZ fighting game that actually functions was pretty novel at the time of its release. The original Budokai was by all means the cornerstone for what would become one of the most prolific and successful Dragon Ball video game franchises, and really drew the blueprint that several later entries would continue to refine. So I'm excited to have you join me as we get into it and break down what makes Dragon Ball Z Budokai so special. Now, normally in my retrospectives, I dedicate this section to extensively examining the game's plot progression, narrative, and overall storyline. However, this game, like most Dragon Ball games, just retells the same story from the anime. So for this video I'm changing it up a bit. Rather than just retell the whole plot of the anime but essentially in the form of a game, we'll be looking at how the game handles the different battles it does adapt, what it changes, what it adds, what it leaves out, and overall what it does right. The thing I find the most interesting about the story mode in Budokai is that it's split into two different parts for some reason, and you don't really know that about it going in. In fact, I was so confused by this that when I played through the first part of the story mode, I was constantly thinking to myself how weird some of the decisions of what battles to cover were. More on that as we progress. One of the coolest things about owning a copy of Budokai back in the day was that you essentially owned a way to experience the whole anime from the Saiyan saga all the way to the end of the Cell game saga. I'd even go as far as to say you'll spend more time watching cutscenes in the story mode than you will actually just playing the game itself. Because before and after pretty much every battle, you're treated to a fully 3D rendered rendition of all of the biggest moments from the anime. The team behind Budokai clearly wanted to offer players a way to genuinely feel as if they were really playing through the show itself, which, let me tell you, a lot of you watching may not even know what this sensation I'm about to describe to you is. But there is a reason being able to play through the anime like this mattered back in 2002. There were no streaming services or Blu-ray collections. If you wanted to watch Dragon Ball Z, pretty much the only thing you could do was try to be in front of your television when Toonami happened to be airing an episode of DBZ for you to watch. You couldn't decide when you watched it, and you couldn't decide where in the anime you were watching, which meant that growing up, lots of us missed out on entire seasons of the show. The other way you could potentially watch Dragon Ball Z was by getting your hands on one of the VHS home video releases of it. These were pretty common, at least where I was from, but if you did manage to get one of them, they'd only have 3 episodes per tape. So I did manage to collect a good dozen or so of these tapes thanks to my very understanding parents, but again, that equates to like less than 50 episodes, if I'm assuming I had more than 12. Not to mention, only a few of them were actually in order, much less in the same saga. I had mostly tapes from the Buu sagas, with a few from the Android saga. No Cell, no Frieza, no Saiyan. I'd say a little less than half of them were from GT as well, because that's what was being pushed in the US at the time. All of that is to say that I, like I assume millions of other kids, got the majority of their understanding of the Dragon Ball Z show from playing these games. They filled in blanks that we hadn't actually seen ourselves.
Curse you and Godspeed!
So the fact that the team put this much time into making these cutscenes look so polished is very much appreciated from someone like me who grew up with things like this. Back to the game, I hope you'll notice just how well this game holds up graphically. I mean, it's probably due to the art style, but I feel like this game looks damn good. The character models are all designed in a way that lets them feel like they were kind of ripped out of the pages of the manga and made 3D. It's really cool, at least to me. As I mentioned earlier, this game tells its story across 2 parts, the first part being centered nearly exclusively around battles involving Goku. This is where I want to talk about those strange decisions I mentioned earlier. So, when you start the story mode, it just kind of throws you into the Saiyan saga, which is great, and you battle Raditz as Goku for your first fight. Helps you learn the controls, familiarize yourself with the flow of combat, etc. But then after you beat that fight, something weird happens. You have to play a minigame. What you're seeing on the screen is me holding Raditz still while Piccolo charges his special beam cannon. You have to use rotations of the analog stick to keep him still while Goku holds him. Okay, minigames are fun sometimes. What's weird about that, you ask? Well, I'll tell you, it never happens again. Throughout the entire rest of this first part of the story mode, not only do you never play this particular minigame again, there are no more minigames, period. What's even weirder is that there is one more instance of this minigame after you beat the first part of the story mode. When you go to part 2 of the story, it lets you play this whole scenario from Piccolo's perspective, and you have to charge your special beam cannon in a certain amount of time. It's another minigame in the same context as the last one, but with slightly different execution. And after this, once again, you never see another minigame. This is so weird to me. There's 2 minigames, only 2, and they both happen at the start of each story mode part and only involve the death of Raditz. The only reason for this that I can muster is that this game was expecting to be in development for longer and cut some things to make its release window. I mean, that's why I figure it only goes up to the Cell game saga in its story. The whole series had resolved by this point, so it's not like they didn't know about Buu, and there's art in the game that shows the fight between Goku and Majin Vegeta. So yeah, I'm figuring this little minigame is a relic from when the developers were hoping to add more throughout the game, but ended up cutting them. There's more strange decisions, however, like why did they bother cutting the story mode into 2 parts like this? So when you play the first part of the story, it just takes you automatically through only Goku's scenarios. Before I realized that there was going to be more story unlocked, I was playing through this part utterly perplexed.
Huh? What? Jump!
You fight Raditz, then Nappa, then Vegeta, all as Goku. I thought I was figuring it out by this point since we skipped the non-Goku fights, but then all of a sudden we get a mission playing as Gohan against Vegeta. Okay, so we are doing non-Goku encounters because I'm playing as Kid Gohan right here. But then we go right back to Goku again. And they have us play through multiple battles, training us on different techniques using Goku's training on the way to Namek as the explanation. But this totally skips all of the conflicts Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin faced while on Namek. We've seen they'll let us play as Gohan, so why not now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know we were starting. Here, allow me.
Well, we only play Goku's battles through the entire Namek saga, and into the Android saga where we get to play as Piccolo fighting Cell in Android 17. Okay, why? You haven't let us play as Piccolo one time so far, but now all of a sudden we can? Okay, I thought to myself, well, we're definitely going to play as Goku and Gohan training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Nope, we skip straight to the Cell games. We fight Cell as Goku once, then as Gohan 3 times as the cutscenes retell the story from the show. Which, I mean, yeah, that makes sense to let us play as Gohan for this part, but why did we play as him in the Saiyan saga one time, then not once between these two instances? Of course, after beating the game and watching the credits roll, you unlock the second part of the story, which fills in a bunch of those gaps. You can go back in and play as Piccolo against the Saiyans, then as Vegeta during the Namek saga, where we get to fight Zarbon, Recoome, and Frieza. Then the Android saga gives us the Vegeta fights against 19, 18, and Cell, where we even see Super Vegeta's transformation. It's not all of the relevant fights, but it feels a lot closer to what I was expecting going in. Of course, my big question is, why did they do this? Why did they cut it into 2 parts like this? If it was only Goku and Gohan's perspectives in the first part, I think I would have understood a little better. But then we also play as Piccolo in the first part. And it's not like the 2 parts are in any way equal in length. The first part took me roughly 2.5 hours to complete, while the second part ran me just over an hour and 15. Which means if they had moved the Piccolo fights from the Android saga from the first part into the second part like the Piccolo fights in the Saiyan saga, that would have balanced things out a lot more. If anyone down in the comments has any idea or insight as to why they broke the campaign up like this, please help me out here. The presentation of the story mode is pretty cool, honestly, as each saga is treated like its own season, and each fight like its own episode. They even name the episodes and give them neat little titles like you'd see in the anime. After you beat one of the seasons, you're given a little end video with what to expect from the next one. And they even have the same narrator doing the voiceovers like in the show. It's really a spectacular way to tell this story. The last thing I want to say about the story mode is that each season also ends on a what-if scenario regarding the villain of that arc. In the Saiyan saga, we end on a what-if Vegeta beat Goku, and we get to play as Vegeta basically annihilating Goku, Gohan, and Krillin. Then he gets mad about having to kill Nappa and turns Super Saiyan. Okay, yeah, that bit is pretty forced. The Namek saga what-if has Frieza actually beating Super Saiyan Goku, and then getting to the Namekian Dragon Balls in time to wish himself immortality. Then we see him blow up a galaxy and head towards Earth to blow it up as well. Then, lastly, we get a Cell what-if, where we play as Cell fighting the androids to become perfect, only for him to nearly absorb 18 when...
No, not you! What are you doing? No! That freak is gonna pay for what he did to Krillin!
Yeah, I gotta give them props on creativity. This is something I'd have never thought of. We play as Cell absorbing Krillin, which made him significantly weaker somehow. We then fight Yamcha and Tien, who give us some real trouble. This is all before Cell suddenly wakes up, revealing it all to be a dream as he waited to fight in his own Cell games. This doesn't really make sense though, because Cell absorbs literally hundreds of people throughout the show, and it all only boosts his power. I don't think this would even happen. Maybe they're implying it's different if he opens his tail? I'm not sure. I don't think it works like a fusion as this game is suggesting, but who cares? It's hilarious. We gotta talk about the cutscenes now. I've been bringing them up a lot. For what we're working with here, these cinematics are really impressively handled. Like I mentioned before, the choreography and cinematography is well done and reflects the show appropriately. There are a few issues here though, mainly the facial animations and close-ups. Sometimes the camera will do a close-up of just a character's mouth, but the mouth and models in general aren't really like the most impressive ever. I mean, they're polygonal models on a PS2 in 2002. It's probably not a great idea to get super close to these models. As for the facial animations, they're passable most of the time, but every now and then, they'll let out a scream or something, and, well, you get one of these comedy gold bits I've been playing every so often. Overall, I really feel like this was a critical turning point for Dragon Ball games, because during that time, there was nothing even close to what this game offers. A true way to experience the events of the anime through a series of well-animated cutscenes featuring the voice cast we all already knew and loved. More importantly, the chance to play through all of the most iconic battles of the series ourselves, and even experience a healthy dose of what-if scenarios to chew on. The story mode here still holds up pretty well, and I'm happy to attest to its aging even better. While I don't know if I'd recommend it over some of its successors, it's still definitely one of the best Dragon Ball Z campaigns available. The single biggest downside, I'd say, is the total absence of the Buu sagas. While I acknowledge that they're not everyone's favorite, they are mine, and some of the coolest and most memorable moments didn't even occur until then, leaving this game feeling totally incomplete and like it's missing an entire final act. That is what I would say is really holding this story mode back, in my opinion. All in all, still a great way to experience the Dragon Ball Z game. After completing the game's story mode, we've got a handful of other offerings to examine, the most important of those being the World Martial Arts Tournament mode. It's what it sounds like. The game randomly selects a handful of contestants and pits them against each other in a series of increasingly more difficult bouts. Honestly, the menu design for the whole thing is fantastic. I love how polished it all feels, and the execution is even pretty good. When you first boot up the game, you only have access to the first of 3 categories, that being Novice. The Novice category contains 3 battles, all of which you have to beat in order to win the tournament and secure your 10,000 zenny. The purpose of that 10,000 zenny will be covered later. Now, I expected to play through this mode, unlock the next mode, and proceed from there. Well, to my surprise, following my completion of the Novice tournament, the remaining 2 tournaments were still locked. Turns out you have to go to Budokai's in-game shop and buy the other 2 tournament categories, which is what the 10,000 zenny we just won is for. Oh man, I need to talk about this in-game shop. It's so awful, and almost everything in the game is locked behind this shop, and almost all of it is only obtainable randomly. Mr. Popo's shop provides a handful of different options, but the only one that really matters is the bottom option, the Recommended tab, and we'll get to the character customization in a minute. You have to go through this shop for everything, including the other 2 World Tournament categories we need. Here's the thing, they don't appear as purchasable options until after you've beaten the story mode, both parts of it. So when I beat part 1 and the credits rolled, I thought I was done and went to play this mode next, only to realize I couldn't advance past the Novice category. So I was pretty confused as to what was going on. After I realized there was essentially a whole second part of the story mode, I went back in and played through all of that. Then wouldn't you know it, the Adept Tournament category was suddenly purchasable. So I got that, went back in, and started the grind of that mode. It's pretty much the same as the Novice category, exception being that we now must progress through 4 fights rather than 3. Also, it pays more zenny, 25,000 to the winner instead of 10,000. A pretty substantial increase for a single additional fight. As you're seeing on screen, I played through these with a few different characters, but Vegeta is obviously my favorite character, so I tend to lean heavy on him when I play a Dragon Ball game. Once we complete the Adept category, we can head back to Popo's shop, and lucky us, the Advanced category is now available, along with the other game mode called The Legend of Hercule. We'll get to that later as well. The advanced category is the final and hardest of the tournaments and features 5 total battles with a reward of 50,000 zenny. So if you just love the character customization of this game, you can play through this mode a few times to get rich on zenny. If you're good at the game, that is. I did manage to beat the advanced tournament, but I'll be blunt, it was a very frustrating endeavor. Full disclosure, I'm not like the best fighting game player out there. I'm good enough to play through the games I enjoy and have a good time, but I'd be slaughtered by anyone who actually knows what they're doing in a fighting game. So that being said, I really have no idea if this game is actually good or not. Like, I know I have a lot of fun when the game is on easier levels, but when the difficulty increases to a certain degree, it feels like I can't actually even play it sometimes. I get locked into combos or forced into situations where it feels like I couldn't have gotten out of it. I even started to feel like the game is reading my inputs to react at times, like when you're on the floor waiting for your character to get up and you're mashing the move you want him to make when he finally does get up, then the AI reacts perfectly as if it knew exactly what you were going to do and counters it. It's incredibly frustrating, but again, I am open to the possibility that I'm just not as proficient in this game's mechanics as I'd need to be to handle these moments. Okay, so we've beaten all 3 available World Tournament modes. What's next? Well, we need to talk now about the character customization. Budokai features a mode where the player can collect all kinds of different items, skills, and attacks, then create their theoretically ideal iteration of their favorite character. This is pretty much the primary purpose for Popo's in-game shop. All of these skills and items are locked behind this shop, and pretty much all of them have to be obtained by what is essentially gambling. Not gambling with real money, mind you, but you basically have to just keep either buying items or buying random capsules, hoping that you get a good item. And there are so many items. I'm pretty sure you can have up to 9 of all of the same of most of these items, which means you have to just keep buying or sifting through the same low-tier skills over and over. There is something of an exploit available where you can just back out of the shop and go back into it over and over until you get the items you want. But let me just say, that is utterly exhausting. I want to emphasize that word too. Exhausting. Which brings me to the Dragon Balls. Yeah, this game features a mechanic where you can find and collect all 7 Dragon Balls, then summon Shenron to grant a wish. Which, I mean, that's a really cool idea. I love that. The true spirit of the show, you know? Guess how you find them? Yeah, we have to just hope they appear in Popo's shop. To add on to that, I'm pretty confident my game just straight up glitched out and won't give me the last damn Dragon Ball I need. I secured all 6 of the others within roughly a 30-minute period the first night I played this. And then spent, I am not kidding, hours on top of hours over the next 2 days after that, trying over and over to get it to give me that last Dragon Ball. I even started buying all of the cheap items, hoping I could just deplete the shop of literally anything else to sell me, which I read online you can do, but it was again just exhausting the hell out of me.
Welcome. I'll sell you. Thank you for buying. Come again. Welcome. I'll bye-bye. Welcome. I'll sell you all. Bye-bye. Welcome. I'll sell you. Thank you for buying. Come again. Welcome. Thank you for buying. Come again. Welcome. I'll bye-bye.
I still don't quite understand what was going on with the game, dude, but I got so frustrated that I just downloaded cheats into my emulator and basically forced the game to give me the damn Dragon Balls so I could summon Shenron and have footage of it for the video. You might be wondering what wishes you can get granted by the Great Green Dragon. What is our reward for slogging through that giant misstep of a mechanic? Well, you can pick one of 3 randomly chosen characters to have a breakthrough capsule, which essentially just means that character will have access to all of their moves at once, which is a cool feature since normally you couldn't have all of them at once as there aren't enough item slots for the characters. The downside is that this one capsule takes up all of your available slots, so no Senzu beans or armor or anything. So it is a neat idea. My only problem with this is that if by some horrifying chance my experience is at all indicative of what the average player experienced, then it's just not worth it. By the time you even got a breakthrough, much less grinded Shinron enough to get the breakthrough for the character you actually want, you'll have played the game so much, it wouldn't even be fun anymore. You'll be over it, sick of it even. Just a half-decent idea for several mechanics that all collide in the most infuriating way imaginable for this game, man. And it's really a shame because I see what they were going for. Okay, with all of that said, let's talk about the hidden unlockable mode, The Legend of Hercule. This one is, well, interesting? Here's the breakdown. You've got 3 difficulties to choose from, just like the World Martial Arts Tournament: Novice, Adept, and Advanced. This determines how hard the AI will try to essentially demolish you because, full disclosure, this is the hardest mode in the game. You'll have to play as Hercule and fight through a series of characters without losing in order to complete the mode. That's 11 consecutive battles, each one with a different handicap to overcome to win. These handicaps range from slower charging ki to starting with way less health overall and all kinds of different things. I'm not even going to try and pretend here. This mode is brutal. It is probably the way to make the most Zenny at once though, as after every battle you accumulate a bunch of points as seen here on screen, and if you actually finish the mode, those points are turned into Zenny to spend at Popo's shop. The catch of course is that you can't spend it if you fail to beat the mode, which means you might get all the way to the last match, lose, and all of the points just disappear. This is incredibly frustrating. But I do see what they were going for with the challenge paying off with a big reward. It's a really bizarre mode, and it even comes complete with fully animated cutscenes and voice acting too. Like, this was really a mode they started, developed, and fully integrated into the game. It's not a bad mode, but I have to wonder, why was this implemented over something perhaps more fun? Maybe another minigame in the campaign, or another character or two to play with, or something. I don't hate the mode or anything, but I really don't feel like this game is polished enough to justify the time and resources that must have gone into designing and integrating this entire hidden game mode. I just don't get it. And the game really could have used another cool character or two, especially some cool hidden characters we can buy from the shop or something. I say that because the character roster here isn't exactly the most robust of the DBZ games out there. We of course have all of the usual suspects: Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, you get it. And to the game's credit, we do have access to all of the relevant characters found within the sagas the story covers. All included, we have a solid 23 character cast of characters to play with, which is nothing to scoff at of course. That's a great lineup. That being said, this isn't like a Tekken situation where each character controls and handles specifically and uniquely. Rather, I think there's something like 3, maybe 4 real character fighting style templates just swapped out between character models. For instance, Goku and Piccolo share roughly the same moveset, so playing either of them is nearly an identical experience. Of course, they do have unique special moves, but those are really just differently animated variations of the same handful of attacks shared across every character. It's still great for what the game is. I'm not saying this as a criticism. I think it works great for the game as it is. My real criticism goes back to the Legend of Hercule game mode. I don't hate the mode or anything like that. I think it's a fun idea. But was this really a better use of resources than something else? I mean, we're only working with a 23 character roster, 21 if you account for the fact that 3 of those characters are just different iterations of Gohan. Which brings us to our big hidden unlockable character, the Great Saiyaman. I do think this is a really fun inclusion, but I mean, he's from the Buu era. This is the only character we get from the Buu era too, but that means the door was open to include Buu era characters. And the one we got was the Great Saiyaman. Do you see what I'm getting at? Instead of something like Vegito, we got the Legend of Hercule and the Great Saiyaman. Okay, yeah, maybe they wanted to save Vegito for the sequel. Fine. Maybe they wanted to save the whole Buu era. But why not give us some kind of really cool hidden character like, I don't know, maybe Super Saiyan 3 or 4 Goku? I say this because for a while, there were some very pervasive rumors that Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan 4 Goku were unlockable characters in this game. These rumors are totally untrue, of course, but they do reveal the issue that this game doesn't feature a really cool unlockable character. Our biggest unlockable hidden character is literally the Great Saiyaman, which is a joke. Before you come at me in the comments about Super Saiyan 4 Goku not having appeared in the US until after this game released, he was featured in Dragon Ball GT Final Bout, which was released for the PS1 in the United States like 5 years before this game was. Okay, maybe they really didn't want to dip into the Boo era, so then give me a movie character, like, how about Bardock?
There is nothing about this whole scenario that doesn't make me so disgusted I want to violently vomit out my own internal organs. I despised you both so intensely that I can't tell if my vision is blurry from my near-death experience or from my unforgiving rage. If allowed, once I am back to full health, I will gut you with an honest-to-God smile on my face, and then proceed to paint the home I built with your bodies with your fairy blood.
He was debuted in 1990, and the dub of his movie released in the US roughly 2 years before this game was released. I don't need a story mode for him or anything, but man, it would have been so cool to unlock Bardock here because well over half of the characters here are from the Saiyan and Namek sagas. So he would have fit in perfect here, aesthetically and tonally. A much more fitting character than the Great Saiyaman in my opinion, but what do I know? I'm just throwing out my thoughts on the matter with the massive benefit of hindsight, so take it all as you will.
Well fought.
Huh, you freak!
That just about covers everything there is to know about Dragon Ball Z Budokai. What we've got here is a mixed bag in all honesty. There are some really cool aspects to this game that make it a really fun time, but layered in with that are some really bizarre design decisions that can definitely weigh the whole experience down. Before we wrap up, however, there's a few more things I want to go over. I want to take a look at the different cover arts we saw for Budokai back on release, and just give my amateur design opinions on them. So, Budokai, like a lot of games from that time, featured 3 different box arts for its 3 primary release regions: the US, Europe, and of course, Japan. First up is the US box art. Now, this one is super familiar to me, of course, because it's the one I remember seeing in my childhood. That dark red layer over the characters as Goku flies up front towards the logo. This is an awesome box art. It feels edgy and intense. Goku being in full color makes him stand out, and the red layer over the characters in the background helps to make the logo pop out even more. I love this artwork. I think they nailed the vibe of the game, and this probably secured a lot of sales back in the day. Awesome cover art. Then we have the European release box art, and as if to swing all the way to the other side of the spectrum, I hate this one. The background with Shenron feels super meek. The white Budokai logo is almost fading into the boring blue background. Goku is standing front and center on the box art, but he's in his base form and holding his staff from Dragon Ball, which isn't even in the game and serves to make the game feel even less exciting. Then they just shoved every character they could at the bottom and faded them into a similar gray-blue character design. Lastly, they dropped a thick white shadow around Goku's character to help him stand out because without it, he'd be hard to separate. This sucks, and I have no idea why it would be designed like this. And look at these character choices for the bottom. Is that Spopovich? The minor character who nearly beat Videl to death in the World Tournament? Why the hell is he on the cover art? Was he intended for the game at some point? He is another Boo art character. I don't understand. Why is he on there? Oh, looks like the European back cover shows a ton of Boo era characters, so they just didn't know the game they were making art for. Even if this art was good, it's literally inaccurate to the game, which is totally negligent marketing at best and downright false advertising at worst. Alright, enough of that. Let's look at the last artwork for the Japanese release. Damn, well drawn, minimalistic, epic. I like it.
Nice.
Alright, let's talk about the music of Budokai. There's a fairly strong collection of tracks here, all composed by Kenji Yamamoto. I would describe the OST as electronic rock music with strong orchestral elements. It's really fitting for the game, and the fight music can get you pretty pumped too. I like it overall, though I think it often fails to reach sufficient hype levels for the events we're seeing on screen. A lot of these tracks feel like they're just falling short of what they could be potentially. I know there's an immense amount of disagreement and drama surrounding the divisive Funimation score by Bruce Faulkner and Scott Morgan, but that music really set a standard for me about what Dragon Ball Z should sound like. Yeah, it's probably just nostalgia, but that music was so iconic. So the vibe we're getting here definitely falls short of what I think it could be. Not bad, but not the best either. That being said, there were a few instances where I noticed some of these songs sounding eerily similar to some other songs I'd heard before. Like, really close, actually. The one I really noticed is that one of the fighting songs is literally like 3 note changes away from just being Iron Man by Black Sabbath. As it turns out, Kenji Yamamoto has been accused of plagiarism, and not just for that song, but like multiple times, like a lot. I continued looking into it, and the dude straight up just ripped off dozens of American songs all throughout the 90s and early 2000s. I'm not going to play it all out here, but I'd encourage looking it up for yourself. It's honestly kind of hilarious to see just how closely he mimicked some of these songs. What is it about Dragon Ball composers and lawsuits around plagiarism? Bruce Faulkner had the same issue and even stole music from his own employees. Say what you will about Mark Menza, but at least his music is unique, iconic, and entirely his.
Step into the grand tour, Dragon Ball GT!
Dragon Ball Z Budokai sold very well, totaling 2.6 million copies in Japan and the United States between 2002 and 2006. It wasn't received quite as well as the developers might have hoped, however, stacking up a lot of 6s and 7s for the total Metacritic of 67% on the PS2 and 65% on the GameCube. It was successful enough to warrant a sequel though, and the studio continued on after its release. Budokai did eventually see a port/remaster for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 via the Budokai HD collection too. This collection included only the first and third entries of the Budokai trilogy, choosing to omit the second. This version of both games featured a complete remaster into HD and adds in achievements and trophies for whichever system you purchased it for. The music is also completely overhauled, removing all of Kenji Yamamoto's work due to the aforementioned accusations of plagiarism and replacing it with music from later Dragon Ball Z games. Other than that, the remaster is very similar to its original PS2 and GameCube versions. Still a fine way to experience the game, but honestly, these aren't much more than glorified ports straight to 7th gen consoles. Dragon Ball Z Budokai is quite an interesting and unique experience. Between the really strange choices of how to tell its story, the odd game modes, and atrocious implementation of an in-game shop, there are some pretty drab aspects on offer here. That being said, there are a lot of really cool factors to consider as well, like the top-notch cutscenes, somewhat compelling combat, what-if scenarios, and really great voice acting. I wouldn't go so far as saying Budokai is some kind of lost or forgotten gem, but it is for sure among the stronger additions to the library of Dragon Ball Z games. And if that's enough for you to consider checking it out, then I'd say go for it. Dragon Ball Z Budokai 2 is what I call the forgotten Budokai game. It's not that people don't remember it, but more so that they just don't talk about it. Because of that, I went into the game expecting it to either be disappointing, droll, or just too similar to its predecessor to stand out. To my pleasant surprise, however, Budokai 2 kinda rocks. I'll get into the reasons why later in the video, but what I will say right now is that it is totally fair to call this game a better version of the first game. Part of the reason this is such a surprise to me is that while I did play the first Budokai in my youth, I never got to try this one. While it did nearly happen, circumstances didn't align and I just never got my hands on it. So this was my first time experiencing this one, and it had a lot more surprises in store for me than I think I was expecting. Budokai 2 was released in Europe and Australia in November and North America in December of 2003, roughly 1 year after the original Budokai had launched, and strangely enough, it launched in February of 2004 for Japanese audiences. I'm not sure why they delayed it like that either. I'd have expected it to launch there first, if anything. The same studio who developed the first game Demps are back this time around only a year after the release of the first game, so there will be a lot of similarities as this one is more of an expansion on the original with some attempts and new and interesting mechanics. Whereas the original Budokai only covered the Saiyan saga through the Cell Game saga, Budokai 2 takes the game through the rest of the series all the way to the end by including the previously absent Buu arcs into the game. This comes with the benefit of many of the most popular characters and transformations from the Buu sagas like Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Majin Vegeta, and of course Vegito. Unlike the original though, Budokai 2 does not feature any cutscenes to tell the story. Moreover, it doesn't even tell the same story at all, but I'll get to that in a minute. Just like the last title, Budokai 2 released first and foremost for the Sony PlayStation 2 and then followed up with a GameCube release a year later. Both versions are nearly identical this time, however, with the only differences being a few additional difficulty settings and costumes to unlock. For this video, I've opted to cover the PS2 version as it was the first release of Budokai 2 for the public to purchase, making this the version more people would have experienced. Also, I've never owned a GameCube before in my life, so this version just felt more familiar to me. I talked a lot about how important the original Budokai was to a lot of fans due to its ability to tell the story of the series in a way where people could experience a version of it all the way through, or at least through to the Cell games. So I was kind of expecting this game to follow up on that same premise, but just extend the courtesy to the whole series this time. I knew going in that the elaborate cutscenes weren't going to be around this time due to seeing that in my research for the first game, but I was still expecting this one to hit all of the same highlights we've come to expect, but with the added Buu storylines. So, how does Dragon Ball Z Budokai 2 tell its story? Let's get into it. When I was talking about Budokai 1, I had a lot of positive things to say about the high production value of the cutscenes. The development team really went above and beyond to animate and deliver a bullet point CG movie of the main events from the anime throughout the first game. The issue was that doing so with such an emphasis on those cutscenes took too much attention from the other aspects of the game, which left a lot of the other offerings to feel underwhelming and undercooked. So the way Budokai 2 decided to rectify this issue is by just removing it outright. As far as I could find, there's not a single cutscene in this whole game except the intro video. Even the story mode has been replaced in its entirety with a brand new take on how to play through the events of the anime storyline. And boy is it something. What we have is a whole new game mode called Dragon World, wherein a series of events parallel to but not replicative of the events of the main series occur. As you can see here, they've done away with the chapter listings and replaced it all with a fun little mini-game that resembles a board game. The map acts as a 3D base for the board, and each character is their own little object that gets moved around the board as the game progresses. Like a little player piece you'd see in Monopoly or something. Scattered throughout the map are these interesting little objects we can try to get to and grab before our opponents can. Sometimes we even have to dig to find them, and I mean literally dig, as in each time your character lands on a space, they can press square to dig on that space and see if anything has been hidden there. Which the game does not tell you, and I did not figure out until I was over halfway through my first run of Dragon World. These objects range in what they could be from item to use in upgrading or customizing our characters, power boosts for the minigame itself, zenny to spend on the in-game shop, or just a straight up Dragon Ball. The game is played in turns. The player gets a turn and then the enemy gets a turn. In your turn, each of your characters receives one move that they can use to progress across the board. Later on, Goku's character receives an additional move letting him move 2 times in one turn. Goku's character is the only character to receive this, with one exception later on. The same is true of character models. While all of the characters on the board are just little game pieces, Goku gets his own fully animated 3D figure that runs around the board, which again only has one exception later on. I'm not really sure why they did it this way, but they did. Right from the get-go, the player can choose at least 2 characters to use on the board at once, and they don't in any way have to make canon sense. For instance, you can throw adult Gohan on the board during the Saiyan saga and just play with him if that's what you want. Which isn't a bad idea because he can get upgraded pretty quickly. The characters you're allowed to choose are limited sometimes, like not being able to pick Vegeta if he has to be an enemy on the board. Of course, when you end up colliding with one of the enemy board pieces, conflict will ensue. Oftentimes there will be a little dialogue exchange between the characters, depending on if it makes sense canonically.
You're Kakarot, aren't you?
What have you guys come to this planet for?
What are we here for? We came for the things you call Dragon Balls. After we kill everyone on this planet, that is. Lend us a hand, would you, Kakarot?
What are you going to use the Dragon Balls for?
That does not matter. Come with us and join Master Frieza.
So this Frieza guy's your boss, huh? I would never join anyone like that. And what's more, my name is Goku.
And when two characters that would not have ever fought canonically end up facing off, a short piece of unvoiced dialogue appears and then the fight commences. I honestly think the whole mechanic is kind of neat, and it makes this DBZ game feel super unique in that it offers an experience you can't find in any of the other games. Because of the way Dragon World is structured, the developers opted to tell an Elseworld variation of the events from the main series. The story here is still very similar, but it does do a few things very different to offer a unique telling all its own. So let's talk about what makes the story of Budokai 2 so unique.
You guys get off of Earth right now! Otherwise, you'll answer to me!
It's sort of a joke in the Dragon Ball community that we fans have played through the exact events of the series like a million times across the different games, but in this instance, that isn't quite the case. The story opens on Earth with the arrival of Raditz like normal, except Nappa is with him. No Vegeta this time, like at all. So we're tasked with racing Nappa and Raditz to the Dragon Ball, or taking them out before they can reach it. Of course, they'll be spawning Cybermen the whole way as well. Goku doesn't die here though, and he's able to overcome both Raditz and Nappa. Following that, rather than ever going to Namek since there was no need, Frieza, Recoome, and Captain Ginyu come straight to Earth to find the Dragon Balls here. Weird, I know, right? But Goku fights them all off here in the Arctic one by one, then chases them to Namek from there, where Vegeta finally shows up as a villain, but way later than he did in the show. Namek is actually one of the most, if not the most normal arc in the game. The Namek level progresses pretty much like you would expect. Vegeta starts as a villain until we beat him and we unlock him as a hero against Frieza. Then we work our way through Recoome, Ginyu, and ultimately face off against Frieza. Make sure you beat Frieza with Goku and not someone else, because you'll be forced into using Goku more than any other character throughout the game, and if you don't unlock Super Saiyan right there by beating Frieza, you won't unlock it via progression at all. But you will unlock the other forms, and they will be unusable to you without the initial transformation. And as the enemies get harder, you'll be sorely missing that ability. Although you can probably just go buy it in the shop, I didn't think to try that. But since I beat Frieza with Vegeta, I got Super Saiyan for him a little bit early, which is cool.
Let Frieza or anyone else come at me. During that last battle, my Super Saiyan powers were awakened.
Are you sure about that, Vegeta? Or have you just become so terrified that it is affecting your sanity?
Go ahead and laugh while you can, because standing before you is that which you have feared most, Super Vegeta!
I've talked before on the channel how I like to main Vegeta in my DBZ games, and I tried to do that as much as possible here too. So eventually we beat down Frieza and move on to the Android arc. So far things look like they did in the show. We've got old Dr. Gero as the first bad guy, just like in the series, except for some reason he's got his own army of Cybermen. One very odd decision is the omission of Android 19. Try as I might, I can't think of a reason not to have included him here. They have other less important characters than 19, and 19 makes way more sense to be here given that he was the demonstration for Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformation. Not to mention his fight with Super Saiyan Goku is easily one of the highlights of the Android saga. Instead, we just get a litter of Cybermen. I can't help but feel like this was a bad move, and it's not like his character would have been all that hard to include. Once we beat Gero, the other androids appear as you would expect, 16, 17, and 18. I guess you call them cyborgs if you want, but I'm so used to calling them androids at this point, I'm just sticking to it.
Well, if it isn't Vegeta. I was hoping it was going to be Goku.
What? I'm going to turn you into spare parts, you toaster!
We run a few battles against these guys, and suddenly, something happens.
my name is Cell. I am an android created by Dr. Gero. Thanks to you, I was able to absorb 17 and 18 and attain my perfect form. I'm so grateful.
In this timeline, Cell gets the jump on 17 and 18 right away and achieves his perfect form. Meaning from here, it's all a matter of carving through his Cell Juniors to get to him. Again, this progresses as you would expect, but there's no Teen Gohan. Just adult Gohan, so weird. I just beat him with Goku instead, which is the way the game intended actually. And again, that's odd. I can't figure out why adult Gohan was selectable from the start, but Teen Gohan wasn't. Even weirder is that Teen Gohan is in the game. Like, he's a character and you can unlock him, but in order to do so, you have to beat Cell in Dragon World during the second Buu stage as adult Gohan. Shouldn't it be the other way around? I feel like Teen Gohan should have been selectable from the start and you could unlock adult Gohan by beating Super Buu or something. I don't get it. Either way, we beat Cell and finish this stage. We then fast forward to the Babidi arc now, where Goku has to fight against the Supreme Kai. Right, so they bothered to include his character but not Android 19? Either way, this is where things start getting really weird. We beat Supreme Kai and Babidi appears with Deborah, as you'd expect. Vegeta gets turned into Majin Vegeta and all seems normal. Then all of a sudden, this happens.
Oh, have I been brought back to life?
What is this?
Majin Cell and Majin Frieza is not something I ever thought I'd see. And actually thinking about it, what a really cool concept too. Although they don't do much with it besides use it as an excuse to have these characters as pieces on the board throughout these arcs. No matter, Goku races to Buu's pod to destroy it when all of a sudden Babidi teleports himself and his minions to what I think is another planet? I'm not sure actually. This is where we have to defeat Deborah, Majin Vegeta, Majin Cell, and Majin Frieza. Oh, and of course, before we can even get to that point, Buu hatches. This whole area feels more like filler to me than anything, but we can have some very cool battles here, including our multiple fights against Majin Vegeta.
Vegeta, cut it out! This is really not the time for us to be fighting!
Stop your blabbering, coward! I won't let you squirm your way out of this. I've waited too long!
Eventually, we have to go confront Buu for a few rounds until everything changes yet again. We're now placed on a board inside the hyperbolic time chamber, but Gotenks is a playable character now, which is honestly really cool. He can go straight to Super Saiyan 3, and he's a really powerful character too. Of all of the underutilized characters throughout the series, Gotenks is easily top 3. The usual suspects are back on the board again too, Frieza, Cell, and Super Buu. So you would think it's a matter of working our way through them all. Except...
I like your head! I think I'll take it! What?
I wish I'd have gotten to fight him while looking like that, but right after he absorbs Cell, he absorbs Frieza next, and looks like that instead. Fighting Frieza Buu, we see that they even bothered to do a voice file that made Super Buu sound like Frieza.
Saiyan? This guy smells like a Saiyan!
This game is actually wild. After a few battles, Buu absorbs Gotenks as per usual, and we transport back to Earth on a new board. We're in a city now, and Buu absorbs Gohan. We're pretty much back to parallel with the original timeline now, which means Supreme Kai gives Goku the Potara earrings, and we meet up with Vegeta to fuse. Finally, we get to see one of the most iconic yet short-lived Dragon Ball characters ever made fully realized. Vegito is so overpowered in this game too, and finally getting to play as him felt like such a payoff by this point in the mode. Not to mention, he is that exception character I was talking about before, where he can have 2 moves per turn and he gets his own 3D model like Goku had. We're nearing the end of the game here, but we do get a solid few battles as Vegito to knock Buu around, and like I said, it's really satisfying. It's not over just yet though. After beating the absorption right out of Buu, he reverts to his Kid Buu form and we teleport to Supreme Kai's planet. And look, the Z-Sword is even back there. That's cool. This begins the final battle. We're all in and the usual suspects are put back on the board. Frieza and Cell will be hopping around trying to get in our way the whole time we play this section. Normally I predict this section would be a lot easier, but given I still had not unlocked the Super Saiyan ability for Goku, and as such could not use Super Saiyan 3 against Kid Buu, meant it was all a pretty hard ordeal to handle. Cell Juniors are back being a nuisance again too. You may have seen a few things on the different boards you've got questions about, so let me talk about them a little bit before we wrap up the story. Mr. Popo is often scattered around various places across the individual boards, and by landing on his space, he will use the carpet to teleport you to different part of the board, which might sound useful until you realize that you can't pick where he puts you, and you don't know where he'll put you until you do it. So it's always a little bit of a risk hitting one of his spaces, although sometimes it is necessary.
Alright, you wanna go at it, you piece of trash?
The spaces with the little half-heart icons next to them symbolize that if you have a fight on that space, then both players will rapidly lose health throughout the battle automatically. And the flame with the down arrow means you'll rapidly lose energy instead. Then there's a space that starts you with no energy, and one that just halves your HP from the beginning of the match. So just be aware of the spaces you are going on the board before you land on one that hands you a fat L because you weren't paying attention. Back to Kid Buu, it took me running between both Vegeta and Goku to chip his health down, but hey, that's accurate to the show at least. By cornering him with each character, I just swapped them and ate a few losses until he gave out and I won. If you collected all of the Dragon Balls throughout the mode, then you can make a wish here, which I had used on wishing for the Babidi Spaceship mode. And given that the breakthroughs are a lot more useful in this game than they were in the first one, it may actually be worth it to play through the Dragon mode to collect the Dragon Balls. While I'm talking about this now, let me just say that this is such a massive improvement over the last game. Collecting the Dragon Balls in this game is actually fun and feels like a part of the experience instead of a grinding waste of your time. Being such an important aspect of the anime, I'm glad to say that this game actually figured out how to make collecting Dragon Balls somewhat fun and interesting. It may even be the first Dragon Ball game to do so. And that's the Dragon World mode for Budokai 2. It's got an enormous amount of replayability too, since you can always replay it with everything you've unlocked, making it all so much easier. Like beating Raditz down with the Super Saiyan 3 Goku, for instance, is pretty funny. Not to mention the allure of seeing how many things might play out a little differently. Like maybe in your second run you'll fight Cell Buu instead of Frieza Buu, or try beating Super Buu without fusing into Vegito. There's a ton of possibilities here for how playthroughs could vary, so they really nailed it with this one. I'm glad to say that the Dragon World mode is a successful attempt at trying something new with how a Dragon Ball Z game tells its story. Now, what would a Dragon Ball game be without a World Martial Arts Tournament mode? Just like in the first game, Budokai 2 lets you play through a series of randomized tournaments against various characters from across the game in order to win and walk away with a grand prize. There's very few real changes to the mode overall. It still functions exactly the same with the same rewards for winning. Returning again are the 3 different categories which act sort of as difficulties, those being Novice, Adept, and Advanced. Once again, the player is only given the novice mode by default and must finish each mode at least once to open the option of getting the next category, which is once again purchased through the in-game skill shop. The prize zenny is identical to the first game. Upon winning, the player will receive 10,000 for novice, 30,000 for adept, and 50,000 for advanced. All of which is pretty standard practice from what we've seen so far, and with each progressing match, the AI will get more difficult as well. So it's a good thing you can do edits and customizations to your character that give you an edge, but I'll get to that in a minute. Once you've gotten what you want out of the World Martial Arts Tournament, we've got a brand new hidden mode to play with too. Now Budokai 1 had a hidden unlockable mode, but I was pretty critical of it. I thought the last game was not nearly polished enough to warrant whatever time they expended to create and implement the hidden mode called The Legend of Hercule, and that the mode itself wasn't fun or interesting enough to justify its own existence. This time around, however, I did find Budokai 2 a little more polished overall, and everything seemed to function well enough that a little bonus mode didn't feel quite so unjustified. Not to mention, this new mode is better too. Babidi's spaceship is a very thematically appropriate game mode that fits right in with Budokai 2's heavy Buu era focus, and winds up being far more fun and interesting than the previous hidden mode. The mode shows us a depiction of Babidi's ship, resembling very closely the ship's design from the manga itself, with multiple levels to work through. Each stage features a different challenge for the player to overcome. Stage 1 is arguably the most simple. You're pitted against an opponent, and every time you beat him, he gets back up stronger than the last time. The more times you defeat that opponent, the larger your reward will be. I tended to average about 5 or 6 victories before I finally took an L. Stage 2 is totally different, as you're tasked with surviving against an onslaught of attacks from an invincible enemy. The longer you survive, the better your reward, but this tended to be the hardest mode for me, as I struggle as a defensive fighter typically. Stage 3 takes the previous mode and inverts it. Now you're on a timer to see how many hits you can land before it runs out. I was much better at this mode. The AI is great at defending, so you just gotta be efficient with block breaking and landing combos that maintain a flow. Finally, Stage 4 is easily the simplest of them all. You're put once again on a timer and have to see how many ki blasts you can bounce back towards your opponent. Deflecting them doesn't count, you've got to time your block and hit them back. I've got the hang of this one pretty quickly, but it got old really quickly too, and I was just sick of it after a few times. So what are the rewards I've been mentioning for completing these tasks? Well, the way the mode is designed is actually uniquely catered to how Babidi hatched Buu's pod in the series. The more fights he can feed from, the more Keely energy gets fed into Buu's pod, which means depending on your performance on any one of these stages, you will be rewarded with a certain number of Keely, which goes straight into the Keely meter on the left. At certain points as the meter fills, you will unlock new items, abilities, and even full characters. Pretty much everything related to Babidi, Buu, or the Majin characters comes from earning Keely energy points in this mode. All of this culminates into what I found to be a pretty fun game mode to play with. At first. The truth is that it just takes way too much time to earn these points. By the time I got a quarter of the way through, it was starting to feel like a grind already. And at some point, it starts to feel less like a game and more like a chore, which is never a feeling you want to elicit from a video game. Even so, it's still a significant upgrade from the previous game's hidden bonus mode. Speaking of improvements, let's talk about Budokai 2's in-game skill shop. Instead of going to Mr. Popo to buy things, we'll be heading over to Capsule Corp to buy them the right way, and it's just a more appealing and rewarding system this time. First and foremost, since you find the Dragon Balls in Dragon World, you don't have to waste away hours of your life trying to grind the shop to get a single Dragon Ball at random. Not to mention the availability of items is now much better, with more options. It helps a lot that you earn money through the Dragon World mode too now, because it means you don't have to just replay the World Martial Arts Tournament on repeat to get the zenny you need to buy items. These might sound like some small little changes, but I cannot elaborate just how much of a difference they make to the overall quality of the game. Plus, there's actually a little exploit you can abuse to max out all of the items in just a few minutes if you want. Then of course, if you've got a friend over and just want to go for some good old-fashioned 1v1, Budokai 2's duel mode lets you go up against a friend with whatever characters you want, with whatever settings you want, on whatever map you want. An absolute must-have for any fighting game. But something new that's pretty cool is the added feature of making the game fight itself. You can actually select the characters and let the computer battle it out against itself to declare a victor. It sounds like it'd be boring, but I kind of enjoyed running the different scenarios on this one. Then there's one last mode you can use to set the attitude of your opponent, and just train to get combos and attacks down better if you want to improve your game before tackling a difficult game mode. These are all of the different game modes of Budokai 2, and I feel confident in saying that it's a pretty excellent selection. So how about the gameplay itself? Has that improved at all? While not a lot, it has improved in some very meaningful ways. This is very much the same kind of game as Budokai 1 and feels very nearly identical to it in a lot of ways. That said, there are a much higher density of attacks, skills, and items to play with this time, resulting in what feels like a more dynamic and all-around larger gameplay experience. That said, I feel like the single greatest improvement comes to the transformations. In Budokai 1, the transformations, particularly the Super Saiyan transformations, were so difficult to maintain during a fight, and the boost it offered felt so insignificant that even bothering to use it just seemed like a complete waste of time. It drained your energy insanely quickly, and it seemed like if you even took one wrong hit, it would shut down. This time, the forms drain far less energy and hold through much more punishment. Even the Super Saiyan 3 form, which drains the most energy the fastest, manages to still feel exciting and rewarding to utilize at the right time. It can feel hard to tell just how much of a power boost it is sometimes, and it's definitely not like a game changer during combat, but being able to go Super Saiyan during a fight feels so necessary to fulfilling that Dragon Ball Z fantasy for the player even on a visual level, that its correction in this game is perhaps one of its single greatest improvements. One of the more questionable decisions, however, was the choices the developers made for their character roster. I was pretty critical of Budokai 1's character roster for choosing to include some seemingly derivative characters while choosing to omit some characters I'd have considered more important. Well, although that issue isn't quite as egregious this time, it is most definitely still present. All of the big names are back, of course, Goku and the Z-Fighters, Frieza, Cell, etc. And we of course have some of the Buu arc major players coming in to join the roster. Buu in his 3 iconic forms, Deborah, Videl, Goten, Trunks, who obviously bring with them Gotenks. Which fusion in general, being a new mechanic, brought with it a variation of the characters that were honestly sort of a waste of time. Did we really need Tiancha and Gokul to be in this game? There's a time for joke characters, but I would have probably enjoyed their inclusion a bit more if we weren't missing some major players like Android 19 or Zarbon.
Merging with Mr. Satan would give me such a small boost, it might as well be nothing.
You're telling me they had time to program the Great Saiyaman, his own character, with his own moveset, but couldn't bother to throw Zarbon into the Namek Saga? I get they were pulling back on the non-Buu arcs to focus on giving a Buu-centric DBZ game since Budokai 1 didn't have any of this, but it still feels like maybe it wasn't to the game's benefit. I mean, are we better off having Supreme Kai be a character, but not having Burter or Jeice? I mean, some of the new inclusions were really cool. I liked having Videl and Hercule come back, and to be honest, at least they let the Potara fusion work on Supreme Kai to become Kibito Kai. There are a lot of characters here, and there's a decent amount of things you can do to play with them and enjoy the whole experience, but it does feel like there were some characters who didn't need to be there, and some characters that did. I know I keep complaining about Great Saiyaman, but Adult Gohan literally has a costume variation with him in his Great Saiyaman outfit, in addition to having Great Saiyaman be his own character. Meanwhile, both Frieza and Cell only get their final forms to play with. That's it. So once again, it just felt to me that they were all over the place with their roster selection is all. Something else to note is that the Japanese release of Budokai 2 actually received extra content that the Western release didn't see. These extras included a brand new mode for the World Martial Arts Tournament called the Cell Games Rules, which is really just the advanced bout, but where fusions are allowed. An additional overall difficulty level called the Z difficulty, an extra costume for Frieza that makes him look like his son, Kuriza, and an entire extra level in Dragon World. Some of these features would eventually cross the ocean to the west for the GameCube release, but PS2 users were just out of luck. Even still, Budokai 2 is utterly stuffed with content, and there is zero doubt that fans of the franchise will have plenty to play with here. I'd call Budokai 2 a triumphant improvement over its predecessor in pretty much every single way. Not only does Budokai 2 offer several very unique things you won't find in other games, like the different Buu absorption variations, unique fusions, and of course, an elsewhere plotline through its dynamic Dragon World mode, it also offers better gameplay, better game modes, more variety, and an overall more polished experience. I can remember the day I first saw Budokai 2 on the internet so many years ago. I must have been maybe 9 years old. The image of Vegito and Kid Buu in the background. I knew I had to have it. So I asked to get it for Christmas, but instead I got Budokai 3. Which, I'm not complaining, nor did I complain then. That's one of the best DBZ games ever. Even still, the fact that I never played this has always kind of lingered in the back of my mind. I often wondered what this game was like, what I didn't see back then. After the HD collection came out and didn't feature this title, I assumed it must have been a flop. So it's a little strange that after playing it, I can not only see so much of the DNA that would make up the threequel, but can say with absolute certainty that this game is better than Budokai 1 in pretty much every way. I imagine the reason they chose to remaster Budokai 1 instead of 2 is because of the extensive cutscenes we saw throughout that game, and while those are good, I think the Dragon World in this game is actually more fun and more valuable than those cutscenes were. I can honestly say that I really enjoyed my time with Budokai 2, and while it had its occasional downfall, it wasn't half as infuriating as its predecessor was to play. If you're a big fan of the series, and hoping to find a fresh and fun way to re-experience the series, then I would far sooner recommend Dragon Ball Z Budokai 2 over its predecessor. Alright, now it's time to talk cover arts. As these older games were wont to do, Budokai 2 released with 3 different cover arts across the 3 different regions it launched in. So I'm going to show those 3 cover arts on screen now. I'll be honest, this is kind of the hardest one of these I've done so far, because all of them are pretty well designed, and all of them have some things that I don't like. I do want to say, for once, I actually really like all 3 of the options a lot. That being said, right away, I see something I don't like, and that's the extreme usage of Goku. These covers are using Vegito to demonstrate that he is in the game, set it apart from the first game, and declare that Buu content is actually in the game. Smart move, I'm on board with that. However, both the EU and JP covers surround Vegito with both Super Saiyan 1 and 3 Goku variations. From a marketing standpoint, I do get it, he is super marketable, and both of these forms are as well. However, it really sucks that it's all just Goku everywhere. I like that the US version throws Gotenks in the mix, since he's repping the iconic Super Saiyan 3 transformation and he's a cool character. Behind everyone is Kid Buu as the clear overarching villain. Goku is in the background, but at least there is some restraint here on his character as it shows him in his base form with the Spirit Bomb. That's relevant to how they actually beat Kid Buu, so I like it. I feel like the logo is most legible here as well. The leaning on the off-white color and the cleared palette background for the logo to pop is very smooth. I like what the EU case has going on as well, but once again, it feels a little too busy for my taste. The logo is less legible this time, and the intensity of Vegito's character feels sidelined to the multiple Gokus around him. I feel like I can confidently say this is the weakest of the 3. I do like the explosion of pink from Kid Buu's character and the glossy look of the logo. As for the Japanese cover art, it's my favorite design-wise. I just hate that it's Vegito with 2 Gokus again. I wish it had been this exact design, but with Vegito and Super Saiyan 3 Goku where he is, but replace Super Saiyan 2 Goku with Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. That way, it amplifies the symbolic gesture that Vegito is the combined might of those two heroes and expands the recognizability of the characters on the cover. Yeah, like that. Overall, I'd say the Japan and US arts are tied. As for the music, it's similar to what we heard in Budokai 1, but better. Way better, actually. I think there's one or two tracks that just got straight up reused from the first game, to be honest, but I'm really feeling like these tracks are a major improvement over the first game. The whole soundtrack is just a much more realized execution of a lot of the ideas the first game was trying to achieve. The hybrid electronica rock sound the first game seemed to be chasing sounds far more natural and fleshed out in this title. All of the legal and plagiarism issues revolving around the Budokai 1 soundtrack didn't plague this one quite as much either, as it feels like Yamamoto was coming into his own this time. I feel like these tracks sound much more original and authentic than they did in the first game. There are some standout tracks here that amp you up to get into the combat, and it makes a great audio backdrop for the whole experience. Somehow, Budokai 2 was received overall just slightly worse than the original, which makes no sense to me. I went and read several of the reviews from the time, and pretty much every review agreed that this game was a definite improvement over the first. So what the hell? The Metacritic for this game clocks in at 66%, just 1% below Budokai 1, and I can't figure out why. The common consensus seemed to be that this game was an improvement, but just not enough of one. If someone were to ask me which game I thought was better between the two, I would tell them this one every single time.
Bobbity, magic! What are you talking about?
Dragon Ball Z Budokai 2 took all of the gameplay ideas from the first title and then refined and expanded them. It's a far more enjoyable and less frustrating experience. And on top of everything, it brings with it an incredibly unique and interesting take on how to play through the story beats of the series it's adapting. Dragon World is a really creative addition to the game that feels far more immersive and interesting than anything we've seen in a Dragon Ball game so far. Although I did find the character roster once again overall lacking and featuring some questionable inclusions, not to mention that although Babbidi's spaceship is a far better bonus mode than The Legend of Hercule, it still felt a little lacking and got old far sooner than it took to complete it. I was honestly expecting to finish this game with the feeling that it had nothing to make it worth trying over the other games in the series. But I can honestly say that if you're a pretty hardcore fan of the series and you missed out on this one like I did, then there's definitely some fun to be had here, and it might be worth it to go grab a copy and spend an afternoon or two just having some fun in Budokai 2's Dragon World. It might not be the best Dragon Ball game out there, but it's definitely one of the most unique.
Why, you? What have you done? Vegeta and Kakarot have been united, so I guess that makes me Vegeta. No, I guess it makes you dead.
Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3 is thought of by many to be one of the best Dragon Ball Z games ever made. From the way it handled its story mode to the massive selection of different ways to engage with its content, Budokai 3 remains a fan-favorite DBZ game even to this day. Released on November 14th, 2004 in North America, December 3rd in Europe, and February 10th in Japan, Budokai 3 maintains the series' trend of releasing 1 year apart from previous entries, and surprisingly, Budokai 3 managed to deliver an immense amount of improvements to the overall formula within that very short development time. Whereas Budokai 1 only covered from the Saiyan saga to the Cell Game saga, and Budokai 2 skipped very quickly over all those prior sagas to focus mainly on the Buu-centric sagas, Budokai 3 delivers a game that pays proper respect to the entire Dragon Ball Z story, while also including plotlines and characters from additional media like Dragon Ball GT, the original Dragon Ball, and even the films like Broly and Cooler. Not to mention a plethora of gameplay improvements that result in a significantly more exciting and rewarding gameplay experience overall. And, unfortunately, a handful of attempted new mechanics that bring with them several new frustrations. Budokai 3 was developed for and released on the Sony PlayStation 2, same as the last two games were, but it was actually the first Budokai game to not eventually release on the Nintendo GameCube. So if you wanted to play Budokai 3 back then, you needed to have a PS2. That said, it was developed on the same engine as the previous Budokai games, building on the framework of what those games achieved while contributing to and expanding what a Dragon Ball game is capable of. Budokai 3 features a significantly more ambitious and in-depth story mode, a far more versatile character customization system, and easily the most expansive character roster so far to create the biggest Dragon Ball game yet. So let's get into it and talk about what makes the way Budokai 3 tells its story so fantastic. While each entry of the Budokai trilogy so far has played relatively the same, they've all brought a completely different take on how to portray the storyline from the anime. Budokai 1 emphasized the CG cutscenes as a way of retelling the highlights of the anime. 2 turned the whole thing into a board game-styled experience called Dragon World, with a variation of unique outcomes that could alter how the story was told to a small degree. So what does Budokai 3 do to distinguish itself from the previous two games? It introduces a brand new game mode called Dragon Universe, and it's one of the single biggest improvements we've seen in the series so far. Gone is the board game idea, replaced with a fully controllable character who is able to travel freely across the different continents of the Dragon Ball universe's Earth and even Namek. Rather than moving to little predetermined points on a digital board and searching for things on those spots, we get to actually look around the map to find things. We can move slowly or fly at super speeds across the Earth. I genuinely love how this looks and feels to play. It controls exactly as you'd expect it to also. I mean, our character is a little stiff, but it's nothing that can't be compensated for after familiarizing yourself with how it plays. There's 2 maps to explore throughout the game's multiple Dragon universes. The first and most common being the Earth map, and the second being, like I mentioned earlier, the Namekian homeworld planet of Namek. Pre-destruction, of course. This translates to a sort of open world. I mean, sort of. It's really more like a mini-game, but we are free to fly around and explore different iconic locations from the Dragon Ball universe. And you are rewarded for exploration. Although you could just go straight from one objective marker to the other to get to the combat, those who choose to fly around the map and seek out additional content will find plenty of it. Fans of the franchise are sure to love this new feature, as we get to visit all of the cities we hear about or see throughout the series, like West City, the home of Bulma and Capsule Corp, or South City, where the androids first show up. Not to mention dozens of other iconic areas like the World Martial Arts Tournament stage, Korin's Tower, Kami's Lookout, Baba's Palace, Muscle Tower, and even smaller locations like Goku's house or Grandpa Gohan's house. In fact, some locations are only visible on the map when it makes sense for them to appear in the world. Like Hercule City, for example, will only be available to visit during the Buu Saga, along with Majin Buu's house and Babidi's spaceship. The Cell Saga is the only time when you can see the Cell Games ring, and in the Saiyan Saga, you'll be able to visit a descended Saiyan spaceship, which is how you unlock Bardock as a playable character in the game, but only when it makes chronological sense. Dragon Universe is actually how you unlock most of the content in Budokai 3. Sure, you can buy most of it in the in-game shop, which we'll get to later, but a huge portion of this game's characters, stages, and items are literally acquired by playing through Dragon Universe. Obviously, this will be how you search for and discover the 7 Dragon Balls. The collectible Dragon Balls will be scattered throughout the map for the player to find, and depending on which character you're playing, some Dragon Balls may only be discoverable during certain sagas. And of course, the Dragon Radar is an item we can discover by simply exploring the map, and we can then use this tool to find the Dragon Balls much easier, which makes this the most interactive way to acquire them that we've seen in a Dragon Ball game so far. This open world style exploration of the Dragon Ball stories is easily the most content dense and rewarding way of experiencing a Dragon Ball Z story that I've covered so far. There's so much dialogue and so many unique little interactions that can be discovered just by looking for it. Like how when playing as Vegeta, we can visit Goku's house during the Android Saga, and he'll talk to Chi-Chi about Goku's incapacitated state struggling against the heart virus. Or when playing as Broly, how you can visit Baba's palace, and he just blows it up. That little sequence is totally optional, by the way. You can play through Broly's story and never even see that if you aren't exploring the world. Oh yeah, you can not only play as Broly in Dragon Universe, but 11 different characters, each with their own unique story that takes you exclusively through that character's specific battles from the anime. Some of these story modes are obviously a lot shorter than others, like Yamcha, for instance, or Oob, who have very short story modes, and then Goku and Vegeta sporting the longest stories by far. Let's talk a little bit about what playing through these different Dragon Universe stories looks like. As mentioned before, there are 11 characters to play with, and each character's story mode is tailor-made for them only so far as to play through the battles they were involved with in the series itself. At least for the most part. Goku's story, for example, starts him off right before his battle against his brother, Raditz, which means you can go flying straight towards that confrontation, or you can play around in the world a little bit and have a few interactions before the Z-Line really starts, which means you can have interactions like introducing Gohan to Oolong in East City. Of course, before too long you will end up fighting Raditz and starting off the full Z storyline. From here, it plays out pretty much exactly how you would expect it to, save a few surprising absences. From start to finish, Dragon Universe features 5 total sagas to play through, though depending on the character you choose, it may be less. These sagas are the Saiyan Saga, Frieza Saga, Android/Cell Saga, Majin Buu Saga, and the hidden unlockable Broly Saga. On your first playthrough with Goku or Vegeta, you will only have access to those first 4 sagas, which you will have to play through and beat before hidden extras become available to you later. After playing through and beating the main 4 sagas with either Goku or Vegeta the first time, you can play through those events again, but while carrying over the powered-up iteration of your character from your first playthrough, making the second run easier and a little more entertaining. Like beating Frieza with a Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, or beating Recoome as Super Saiyan 3 Goku. When it really makes a difference, however, is if you find a hidden encounter with Kibito Kai right before progressing to the battle between Vegito and Super Buu, you will unlock an alternate ending path where when you go to fight Kid Buu as you would in your first playthrough, you will instead be told that a dark presence has appeared that needs your attention more than Kid Buu and sent to go combat it. If you're playing as Goku, then Vegeta will send you away to fight Broly, and vice versa. This Broly Saga is where all of the biggest hidden content is. Of course, you can just go to the objective marker and fight Broly, which will complete the game. But if you explore, then this is where all of the GT content is hidden. By roaming around the map and searching, the player can find the Super Saiyan 4 transformation for either Goku or Vegeta, depending on who you're playing as.
What? What is this place? I don't know why, but my body hurts. What's going on here? Yes! My head is throbbing! Feels like it's gonna split in 2! What's happening to me? I can't stop it! I'm losing my mind! I can feel it! I'm changing! Chi-Chi! Goten! Everyone! this? I don't understand it. Why did my body transform? And where did I get this incredible power? Oh well, I'll just have to figure it out later. I've got to keep moving.
But if you play as Goku specifically, you can also find and confront Omega Shenron and a climactic final ending to the game. This is the third way to end a Goku playthrough, and it unlocks the Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta fusion as an item for either Goku or Vegeta. From what I saw, the Omega Shenron ending is not available for Vegeta like it is for Goku, but both the Buu and Broly endings are. I actually decided to play through Vegeta's Dragon Universe story last as a sort of bookend. I played through Goku's story a total of 3 times before touching anyone else, and then I played through every other character and ended it in my 2 Vegeta playthroughs. That third Goku playthrough is so satisfying, by the way. Just going through and crushing everyone as a Super Saiyan 4 was genuinely amazing. There is another hidden divergence in Goku and Vegeta's second playthrough I want to cover that can occur a little under halfway through near the end of the Frieza saga.
I can't sense Frieza anywhere. Did he escape?
There's something coming this way.
What? This creature is even more powerful than Frieza. But how?
You must be Vegeta. My brother Frieza told me all about you and your little friends.
While playing through either Goku or Vegeta's story a second time, by exploring Namek, you can unlock an alternate ending to the Frieza saga, where instead of fighting Frieza, you have to fight Cooler. Which is awesome, by the way. I love the old Dragon Ball Z movies, and the inclusion of these movie characters like Bardock, Cooler, and Broly is one of my favorite new additions to Budokai 3. So if you're playing as Goku, you will get to fight Cooler twice while on Namek. Once in his organic form where he can transform into his 5th form, and then one more time as Meta Cooler. This is kind of a loose adaptation of the first Cooler film, but a slightly more accurate adaptation of his second film. I say loose on the first film because Goku wasn't on Namek when he fought Cooler, they were on Earth. Return of Cooler did take place on New Namek though, so that's actually fine. While playing as Vegeta, however, we also get to fight Cooler in all 3 of his forms, which doesn't make sense because Vegeta wasn't even in the first film, but I mean, whatever. While the Cooler content is actually pretty hard to miss on a second playthrough, the Broly saga is a little more hidden since the game never tells you it's there. As for the GT content, it felt like the game didn't even want me to find it. I have no idea why, but both Super Saiyan 4 transformations and the Omega Shenron confrontation are hidden without any markers to indicate they even exist, which I don't understand why they would do that. It's not like they were shy about marketing the GT content. I mean, Pan and Giru are pretty much the first thing you see when you boot up the game, and both Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Omega Shenron are in the intro cutscene. Of course, some of it you can just buy at the in-game shop, but I really feel like they would have wanted it to be easier to find for players in the game. I guess this was back when people loved looking for and finding hidden content in games. I'm not saying this as a criticism, by the way. I'm fine with how they hid it for us to find. I'm just surprised that they hid it so well. As for the other 9 playable Dragon Universe characters, you can get everything you need out of them in just one playthrough, and they're all way shorter than Goku or Vegeta. I mean, hell, Gohan makes up 3 of the 11 characters just by himself. Yeah, Kid Gohan, Teen Gohan, and Adult Gohan all each count as their own individual Dragon Universe story characters, and putting them all together pretty much just takes you through one coherent Gohan Dragon Universe mode. Maybe that was easier than swapping out the character models and skill sets for a single selected character, I don't know. Even counting all 3 of his individual Dragon Universe character playthroughs as one, it's still shorter overall than Goku or Vegeta's. As for the other characters, they're all significantly shorter. You can cut through most of them in an hour or less, whereas a solid Goku playthrough could run you over 3 hours counting exploration and listening to dialogue. I didn't really love any of these other playthroughs though. I understand what they were going for, and their original idea was very ambitious, although too big for them to deliver on. I'll talk about that later. Out of the 11 playable Dragon Universe stories, I only thoroughly enjoyed 3. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Oh yeah, you can play through a Dragon Universe story as Broly, and it is amazing. Despite the fact that the developers did model out and program in a base form Broly for other modes, his playable character in Dragon Universe is perpetually in his legendary Super Saiyan form. So we're just flying around Earth as this hulking monster looking to wreak havoc and cause trouble, which we do. He is an absolute menace. I already showed earlier how we can blow up Baba's palace in a bit of optional exploration, but we can also find and defeat Vegeta, Videl, Kid Trunks, Goten, and of course, Gohan. Which, if you can't tell, is just the story progression of Broly's second film, Broly's Second Coming, not counting the Vegeta fight. Even beating Gohan, though, the story still ends with Gohan winning, but I mean, they were adapting the film, so it's whatever, honestly. Still fun to get to play as Broly in his own little campaign, even if it is short. You can beat the whole thing in roughly 25 minutes, even factoring in exploration and Dragon Ball collection. Another brand new mechanic introduced here in Budokai 3 is a character level system. Every character you play as in Dragon Universe will steadily level up by defeating enemies in battle or interacting with certain optional story moments in exploration. As you can see, there are a variety of different categories you can choose to upgrade. Health, Ki, Attack, Guard, Arts, Ability, and Calm. Let me give you a pro tip. Most of these are useless except for the health. I tended to put most of my points in health while throwing a few towards Ki, Attack, and Guard when I had extra. Don't bother putting any in the Calm category, as that's probably going to be useless to you. All the Calm category does is improve your character's performance when other players input your password code to use your character in Dragon Arena, which is not something anyone is probably doing anymore. But I guess if you want, here's my Vegeta password when I finished with him, have at it. If you're lacking in power and needing a boost to get some extra health or strength to tackle a particularly difficult opponent, each area has these conveniently placed battle points around the map. There's really only ever one available at a time, but they move around the map and the character you face changes depending. Most of the time, it's a Cyberman, but sometimes it's Metacooler or even Trunks depending on where you are in the story. You can farm these battle points as many times as you like to get those points, but I normally only played them once. Still, I love their inclusion, as it gives the player options while giving everything a little bit more of an RPG vibe. I really love how they handled the Dragon Universe mode. Even playing it all of these years later, I still had such a blast with it. Flying around and exploring the world, leveling up your character, seeing all of the iconic locations and landmarks, it's genuinely a must-play for even a passive fan of the series. That being said, I really don't think they fulfilled this concept nearly as well as they could have. Like, this idea is so good, and even their execution of it was right on the mark. It just feels like it needed a little bit more content to really push it over the edge to that point of excellence. Like these continents. The Rocky Continent and the Ice Continent. They are pretty much never used for anything in the main story. Yet they could have been. Like, we could have used this Ice Continent for a Super Android 13 battle, or the Rock Continent for a more appropriate Cooler's Revenge location than Namek. Not to mention, there were just so many great locations around the map I feel could have been used more. And then there were multiple times the game would use a location for an event that I felt was less appropriate than somewhere else that would have been better for it. It feels very obvious to me that this game, as good as it is, was pulled out of the oven too soon. These ideas in the Dragon Universe mode are all just spectacular, and even in their execution very fun to play. But knowing what I know about the amount of content that was cut from the game, coupled with just playing it and seeing how much more was possible with the foundation laid here, it is so clear to me how much this game would have benefited from even an additional 3 to 6 months of development time instead of the sub 12 months of development cycle it got. Even with that said, I still want to make it clear that the mode is excellent as is. And when this dropped, it was by far the best Dragon Ball game on the market. It does nearly everything its predecessors do, but better. Not to mention the plethora of additional content the team brought to the table. Dragon Universe feels like the culmination of everything the series was trying to accomplish so far in a flourishing and immersive package. It's ambitious, exciting, and bordering comprehensive, although not fully achieving it. Flawed as it is, I would still call it easily the best story mode of the trilogy. It wouldn't be a fitting conclusion to the Budokai trilogy without the inclusion of a World Martial Arts Tournament mode. Once again, this little secondary game mode returns to offer up a way of enjoying the gameplay under the pretense of a tournament arc, wherein each of the characters you've unlocked so far are pitted up against each other in a randomized battle for the grand prize. The developers over at Demps seem to have embraced the philosophy of if it ain't broke, don't fix it when it comes to this mode, because it has remained relatively unchanged across the trilogy so far. Although, to be fair, it was already working just fine from the start. The eclectic variety of playable characters in Budokai 3 certainly makes playing through the tournament the most fun that it's been yet. Once you've unlocked all of the characters, running through a match and getting to fight such fresh characters like Omega Shenron or Cooler ensures this is a far more exciting experience than the previous two games. Not to mention the option to play as them in the mode, like running through it as Broly crushing the other characters, is just fantastic. As mentioned before, this is very much the same mode as previous iterations, which means we get the same 3 difficulty categories as last time: Novice, Adept, and Advanced, featuring a 10,000, 30,000, and 50,000 Zenny Grand Prize respectively. Then there is a new tournament mode called the Cell Games Rules mode. This is a hidden game mode that has to be unlocked within another hidden mode, which I'll talk about later. All this Cell Games Rules mode does is allow you to play through the World Martial Arts Tournament without any skill restrictions. Normally there are certain skills you aren't allowed to use, like Fusion, but this mode lets you play however you want. This isn't technically new to the series, as it was introduced to certain limited edition re-releases of Budokai 2, but this is the first time it was available upon the initial release of a Budokai game. There are a few little improvements, however. This time the mode is harder overall, so you will very much want to be taking advantage of the items and different customization options available to you, which of course means spending some time in the skill shop. Visiting the skill shop in Budokai 3 is quicker and more painless than ever this time. With more options and a better interface, it's very easy for players to get in and spend their hard-earned Zenny on some fun items to better optimize your favorite characters to your playstyle. It's come so far from the frustration machine that was the skill shop in Budokai 1, and I can't say anything better about this system than that it functions well and aids the gameplay experience. Speaking of your favorite characters, the character roster in Budokai 3 is the best we've seen so far. There are some huge inclusions this time around, most of which you've seen me talk about already. Of course, Great Saiyaman is back once again, but for the first time, I actually don't really have a problem with his inclusion. I mean, I am still frustrated that Gohan alone takes up 4 total character slots on the roster, but whatever, he's a staple at this point, and they did give me plenty of other characters to play with. After that, we've got some love for the original Dragon Ball with Kid Goku entering the fold as a playable character. And then as we've covered, GT gets a little bit of love with the inclusion of Omega Shenron. So the devs didn't go too crazy with the non-Z additions here, but where the best additions come from is the Z movies. Cooler in all 3 of his on-screen forms, Broly in his base and legendary forms, and even Bardock made his way into this one. As you can tell, it's not exactly comprehensive, and despite having these fantastic new additions, there's plenty of notable absences. We don't get some other very cool movie characters like Janemba, Bojack, or one of my favorites, Super Android 13. However, there are some references to the other movies, like Gogeta being a playable character, and Goku having the Dragon Fist as an ultimate ability as seen in the movie Wrath of the Dragon. While on the subject of missing characters, Android 19 is missing yet again. which is even more surprising than last time. When playing through Goku's Dragon Universe story after beating Frieza, Goku only has one battle before moving straight into the Majin Buu saga. Goku's Dragon Universe completely skips over the Android and Cell sagas, save one battle against Perfect Cell. Which is weird that we don't get to have that fight against 19 as Goku, or train Gohan in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Feels like some serious missed opportunities. I mean, Teen Gohan has an in-game character, and the Hyperbolic Time Chamber is a map in the game. What was the reason for this? The only thing I can imagine is that it was a time constraint. While looking into the files of the game, players have discovered that there was quite a bit of content that wasn't finished for the final game. This includes Bulma as a playable character. She has a finished model and even voice lines for her character. Not only that, there are a multitude of characters that were suggested to be in the game by dialogue interacts that were cut from the final game's Dragon Universe mode, including Zarbon, Dodoria, and Android 19. So it looks like at one point they were being planned for inclusion. And not just them, but also Baby Vegeta, Janemba, and Super 17 were all planned to have their own Dragon Universe encounters, as well as be playable characters. Speaking of Dragon Universe, they apparently blueprinted the idea of imagining every character to have a playable Dragon Universe mode for themselves. And although this didn't get very far into development, there is an unused model of Frieza in his hover chair that would have been used for the free roam exploration. So it's safe to say that Budokai 3 has some great ambitions of being a far bigger game than it was, and it just makes me wonder about what this game could have looked like had it been given just a few additional months of development time. Even so, the additional content we did get is awesome, especially the Super Saiyan 4 transformations. Playing as Super Saiyan 4 Goku is so cool, and for the first time, I think in any Dragon Ball game ever at this point, we get to see and use Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 transformation, and of course, the iconic Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. I know GT is a notoriously hated series, and for plenty of good reasons, but one of the few things I think it did right was this design. Super Saiyan 4 feels like it manages to demonstrate the ultimate marriage of the Saiyan ability to transform, merging their Ozaru and Super Saiyan abilities into one final form. I prefer this to the God transformations of Super by a lot actually from a conceptual standpoint. Back to Budokai 3, we know there has to be a hidden game mode here. In 1, it was The Legend of Hercule, then in 2, it was Babidi's spaceship, and now Budokai 3 is introducing us to the Dragon Arena, and it's interesting. The idea is kind of cool on paper, but playing it feels pretty drab. It's literally just a list of different leveled opponents, and you can use your characters from Dragon Universe to play through this mode and continue leveling them up and making them stronger. That's actually it. The most unique thing about this is that you can utilize a password system to play against other real-life players' custom characters, but it just ends up seeming more like a gimmick than a mechanic. It's not like overly frustrating or anything, more like overly repetitive. After defeating enough enemies, you will eventually trigger what's called a break-in character who comes in and interrupts your battle. Beating that character will then unlock an important item. As I mentioned earlier about the Cell Games mode in the World Martial Arts Tournament, beating Cell when he breaks in on this mode is how you unlock that mode. Then there are a host of other items you can unlock, like the Red Ribbon Army Base as a map or the Sparkling item which multiplies your winnings in the World Martial Arts Tournament mode. It's fun, it's an enjoyable mode to play. It's not all that creative, but it does seem to integrate into the game in a more meaningful way than the past two Budokai games' hidden modes. If you just really loved playing Budokai 3 and couldn't get enough of it, then this mode was probably for you. Aside from that, of course, the duel and training modes are included as standard fare. If you're wanting to run a match against a friend or just make the computer fight itself with characters of your choice, then you can totally do that. And the training mode might even be more useful in this game than in previous titles, since there's several new gameplay additions for the player to master. At a fundamental level, Budokai 3 plays the same as its predecessors, but the changes made here have altered the general gameplay flow quite a bit. Starting off, we've got a totally revitalized key system that functions and flows far better and introduces the new fatigue feature, where if you run out of energy, your character becomes tired and incapacitated for a moment. With these improvements also comes the new transformation system. whereas previously maintaining a transformation meant keeping your ki up consistently, and it was easy to be knocked out of a transformation. Now your energy not only continues to build when transformed, but you get more of it with each transformation. You only lose your form when you run out of energy, and some characters like Broly or Cell don't even worry about that. Transformations have never felt as powerful and satisfying in this trilogy as they do in this game. In terms of combat, there have been quite a few major additions to the blueprint of the Budokai fighting game formula. The first of which I want to talk about being the beam struggle. That moment in the Saiyan saga when Goku and Vegeta each fired out two massive beams of pure colored energy that clashed in midair to create a literal energetic manifestation of their conflict has become engraved as one of the most iconic moments in television history. And yet, none of the multiple Dragon Ball games have been able to let us truly experience that kind of moment. Well, Budokai 3 sought to rectify that in full with the introduction of their new beam struggle. Playing these struggles are completely interactive based on who can rotate their analog stick faster and don't really break up the flow of combat, but rather improve it. Though I'm sure it probably caused more than a few broken PS2 controllers over the years. The new dodge mechanic has completely altered the way you play too, and I found myself a far better defensive player this time around with the ability to focus on keeping my ki up and simply dodging enemy attacks. And once again, this is so satisfying to do. If you want to burn even more energy, then you can choose to counterattack instead of dodge thanks to the new teleportation system. A well-timed counterattack input can quickly teleport you behind your opponent to completely avoid an incoming attack and deal some damage at the same time. You can even counter-teleport your enemy's counter-teleport. It's fantastic, but it does burn a ton of energy, so use it sparingly. Many of these great changes were made in order to accommodate the new Hyper mode, which allows your character to burn through their energy while making them far harder to knock back, kind of like a rage mode. What's the point of this, you ask? Well, it allows you to trigger Dragon Rush. If you feel like I've been praising this game too much, then strap in, because that's about to change. Dragon Rush is the single worst inclusion across the entire trilogy. By far. It's a genuinely awful mechanic that damn near breaks the game. Budokai 3 is a great game, but this single edition just about ruins everything they worked so hard to accomplish with this entry. So, when the enemy enters hyper mode, they can get close to you and knock you into a mandatory QuickTime event that forces you to compete against the computer in a guessing game that lasts anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds. It's not just the fact that this turns a fighting game into a button press guessing game, or the fact that it totally annihilates the pacing of combat by breaking it up with said repetitive guessing game, but rather that on higher difficulties, the computer will actually just spam it. Like all it wants to do is enter hyper mode and force you into a Dragon Rush mode. Not like one time, just repeatedly, until the match is over. This means that if you're hoping for a bigger challenge, then you'll really just be spending every match trying to dodge the computer while they chase you around in hyper mode to avoid being forced into a Dragon Rush. Oh, and that's not even all either. They also locked some really cool moves behind winning a Dragon Rush encounter, like Vegeta's Final Flash. Yeah, you have to win a 4-turn game of chance just to see Vegeta do his Final Flash finisher.
Now you're finished! Final Flash!
However bad I'm making this sound to you right now, I promise you it's not bad enough. Budokai 3 is by and large the best one of the trilogy, but this mechanic is like a giant planet-sized sore on an otherwise beautiful work of video game art. There isn't a way to turn it off or anything either, which is a shame. With this one useless mechanic removed, Budokai 3 would soar easily to a near-perfect Dragon Ball Z game, and I just hate to see this one thing be such a catch for enjoying this otherwise phenomenal experience. And it really is just that, a phenomenal experience. Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3 is, in almost every way, a successful culmination of every idea this series has attempted and more. Sure, it has its downfalls, but so do most games. And the fact that Budokai 3 was developed in roughly a year makes it all the more impressive just how much the developers were able to achieve with this shining accomplishment of a video game. Budokai 3 manages to deliver a better version of everything the previous games attempted while offering up a host of new features to boot. Some good like Dragon Universe, some irrevocably bad like Dragon Rush. Although it without a doubt offers far more content than either of its predecessors, some of the game's promises end up feeling half-baked as a result of short development time. Had the devs been given an extra year to work on the title, it would have probably been one of the best Dragon Ball games ever made, but what we got instead is still a phenomenal DBZ game, with plenty enough on offer to justify a full playthrough for fans of the series. Okay, so let's talk about cover arts. As normal, Budokai 3 featured 3 different box arts for 3 different regions. Just like the other titles, we've got an EU, US, and JP cover art to compare. Taking a close look at all 3 of them, I kinda don't like any of these. It's hard to explain, but all of these feel strange and off-putting. The EU box art feels the most like a normal box art and even resembles the old EU Budokai 1 art, kind of. It also really shows off the newest offerings of the game with Super Saiyan 4 Goku front and center and Broly and Cooler in the background as clear indicators that they are featured in the game. This box art screams this Budokai game is bigger and better than ever. The US box art, on the other hand, I don't know. I'm sort of split on it. The minimalistic approach is kinda cool, and the idea that Goku is right about to punch the customer has a sort of edgy appeal to it, but this execution just doesn't look all that good to me. 50% of the cover is just a fist, while Goku's face is pushed in the corner and the rest of the cover is just black. The logo feels kinda slapped on too. I like the idea here, but not the execution. The Japanese box art, on the other hand, has sort of the opposite problem. There's so much noise on this cover. I love the sort of angled conflict between Goku and Vegeta, but what is all of this in the background? It looks like flames, but also broken glass, but also like some kind of other dimension. I have no clue what this is supposed to be. Maybe I just don't get it, but there's too much going on here. I really don't like this one at all. So, weirdly, I guess I like the EU box art the most this time, which is a first. While covering Budokai 1, I talked about how there is a Budokai HD collection that featured only the first and third games of the series, skipping over the second one entirely. There really aren't any notable differences between the original and the HD re-release. It did allow fans of the series with a PS3 or Xbox 360 an easy way to play Budokai 3 in a widescreen HD resolution. Doing this, though, meant that you would not be hearing any of the original Budokai 3 soundtrack, as they replaced it with music from later Dragon Ball games following accusations of plagiarism towards the game's composer, Kenji Yamamoto. Those accusations aside, the music this time is full of banger after banger. I love the soundtrack of this game. It's got some renditions of tracks from the previous games, but brings out a whole host of even better songs than the last 2 games. Every now and then one of the Budokai 1 or 2 songs will play, and they just sound so weak compared to the newer tracks in the game. While talking about Budokai 1, I brought up how Kenji Yamamoto had been caught writing songs that air dangerously close to plagiarism of other well-known songs, and I did sometimes kind of hear little similarities even in this soundtrack, but I'm not gonna lie, he did seriously up his game for Budokai 3. The production, writing, and energy of every song seems to have improved exponentially from the first game, although there are admittedly 1 or 2 of these songs that sound suspiciously close to other pre-established popular Western songs. Even in spite of all of that, the main theme song for this game stands to my nostalgia-washed brain as one of the best video game themes of all time, and nothing can take that away from him. Budokai 3 expectedly performed far better than the previous 2 games upon its release, averaging multitudes of 7s and 8s from reviewers at the time. Checking on Metacritic shows Budokai 3 with a 77%, a full 10% higher than Budokai 2, and deservedly so. Both IGN and GameSpot gave the game an 8 out of 10, with IGN stating that Budokai 3 was one of the few instances of cell shading done right. Not to mention that it sold over 1 million copies in the US alone after its release. It's safe to say that Budokai 3 outperformed its predecessors in pretty much every imaginable way and paved new ground for the Dragon Ball games that would follow in its wake. If you haven't been able to tell, I love Budokai 3. Part of that is nostalgia, I'm sure, because this game was a very big and important part of my childhood. I put a ton of time into playing through Dragon Universe and building my characters, making up scenarios, and just loving the game. But now, after going into it fresh, after not only waiting so many years, but also playing through both Budokais 1 and 2 before finally covering this one, I am only more solidified in my previous sentiments regarding this game's quality. I just really hate that the inclusion of Dragon Rush sours the overall experience as much as it does. You really can't even play the game on harder difficulties because it just turns the entire combat system into a minigame of seeing how long you can dodge the ever-spammed hyper modes as the computer attempts to force you into an endless cycle of Dragon Rushes. Outside of that though, Budokai 3 towers over the other Dragon Ball games that released before it. Between the exciting exploration of Dragon Universe, the combat system and graphical enhancements, the much improved character roster, superior soundtrack, and severely expanded character customization mechanic, Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3 remains not only one of the best Dragon Ball games available on 5th generation consoles, but just one of the best Dragon Ball games ever made in general. So, all of that said, if there's one game you try from this trilogy, make it this one. Long ago, in the distant year of 2005, Dragon Ball Z was finally starting to be recognized for the global phenomenon it really was, and what better demonstration of this fact could we use than a Western studio acquiring a license to develop a game based on the anime. Whereas previous major titles based on the series, such as Ultimate Battle 22 and the Budokai series, were all developed by Japanese studios, this little gem was carved out by a studio founded right here in the old US of A. A studio you may even recognize from their recent work on a certain Wizard game. That's right, Avalanche Software made a Dragon Ball Z video game, and not only that, but an incredibly unique one that challenges every prior idea of what a Dragon Ball game should even look like, incorporating various new ideas and concepts that we'd never seen in a Dragon Ball game before, and still haven't seen since. Too bad it kinda sucks. Dragon Ball Z SAGAS is a beat-em-up pseudo-collectathon video game released on March 22nd, 2005 for the Microsoft Xbox, the Nintendo GameCube, and of course, the Sony PlayStation 2. The combat consists of mixing melee combat with energy blasts whilst balancing your ki energy and integrating various combo attacks into your moveset. While the gameplay loop is centered around collecting all of the capsules hidden around the level as you progress through it and taking out whatever enemies get in your way. Unfortunately, it's not a super good game, but I did actually have a lot of fun with it. There are a ton of things about SAGAS that were very novel at the time, not least of which is the fact that it bothered to incorporate one of the movies into a critical component of its canonical story mode. I'll talk more about that later. The footage on screen is from the PS2 release of the game, of course, but I did want to quickly point out the fact that this is actually the only Dragon Ball game to ever be released for the original Xbox, which makes it more of a novelty than it already was. So if you only had access to an Xbox and were a fan of Dragon Ball Z back in the day, then this was it. This was all you had to play, so it's pretty cool that at least one of these Dragon Ball games actually did make it to the old Xbox back in the day. If the gameplay has seemed a little familiar to you, then you may have played an old game called Tak and the Power of Juju, a game which I somehow have known existed for years but do not have the faintest clue of what it is. Research into this game, however, reveals that it was developed on top of the Tak engine to accomplish, so I guess if you're a fan of that game, then you might like this one too. I know I did. Yeah, in spite of saying that this isn't a very good game, which it's not, I actually really loved it. I was having a blast pretty much the whole time I was playing, and even found myself looking forward to playing more in between sessions, which speaks volumes in my opinion. Yes, I can recognize that this game is objectively pretty bad, and I can even remember not loving it myself way back in the day as a kid when I played it for the first time, but firing it up now and running through its various offerings, I genuinely really loved it. If you're here to see me talk negatively about this game like so many others have, then I can tell you right now that it's not going to happen. That isn't to say I'm going easy on it though. I will cover the various pitfalls and mistakes this game makes, but I'm also going to cover all of the things I enjoyed about it too. So with that said, let's get into this. One of the only Western developed Dragon Ball Z games ever made, Dragon Ball Z Sagas. Much like the name suggests, the story mode of Sagas is spread out across 7 chapters appropriately referred to in-game as Sagas. Each chapter is made up of multiple individual levels to play through, with exception of one saga only having one level to it. The length of these levels and subsequent sagas can vary pretty greatly too, with some taking roughly 10 minutes and others taking nearly an hour depending on the status of your character at the time. Throughout these 7 sagas, the game takes us through the anime's major story beats, starting at the Saiyan Saga and ending on the Cell Saga with the final showdown between Gohan and Cell. Yeah, we're looking at another title that completely ignores the existence of the Buu Saga again, which is a really strange decision. In my coverage of Budokai 1, I talked about that game having left out the Buu arcs too, and got a lot of comments saying that the reason was an attempt on the Japanese studio part to avoid spoiling the series for overseas audiences, as the show was still airing and had yet to resolve. I'll entertain that explanation for Budokai 1, but no such excuse exists for Sagas, as it was released years after the series had finished and on the heels of Budokai 3 no less. The only explanations I can fathom for this are budget or sequel bait. I think it's likely that the studio simply didn't have the budget to make all of the additional models and environments that would be required to adapt the Buu arcs, and figured the Cell Saga was a great place to end the game. It's also believable that they hoped in the event that the game was well received enough to warrant a sequel, they would have the Buu arcs to entice players back into their world again. Honestly, it's probably some of both. That said, what the game fails to deliver on with later sagas, it actually kind of makes up for with the inclusion of some incredibly unique levels in their place that add an immense amount of novelty to this game that most other Dragon Ball games simply do not have. Those being Yardrat and the Future Trunks timeline. It may only be for one mediocre level, but the addition of Yardrat is actually really cool to me, if only for the sheer rarity of the idea. You won't see many other Dragon Ball games bothering to include Yardrat of all places, much less let you fight against one of the natives there who trains Goku in instant transmission. I mean, this barely looks like a Dragon Ball game right now, but I kind of love it, even if it plays terribly. And it's not just Yardrat. Sagas also incorporates the history of Trunks movie into the canon of its own storytelling, allowing players to experience multiple levels in his dark future timeline, even letting us face off against androids 17 and 18. I loved this movie growing up, so naturally one of the only things I remembered about this game was the fact that it let me play these levels. In fact, when I thought of Sagas, these levels were the first thing that would come to my mind because I thought it was so cool. Although the fact that they didn't let us play a level as Gohan here was a poor decision, since they bothered to model him and program him as a playable character already. All they needed to do was remix the assets from one of the Trunks levels into a different layout and implement a Gohan only level. I know that he's playable as a co-op character, but I think it would have been cool to give him his own future timeline mission is all. Don't worry, I will talk about the co-op later. In spite of that, however, I really love that the team cared enough to cover the future timeline events like this. One of the places where it really feels like they cut some corners, however, is with these end-of-level videos. It's cool that they got the narrator from the series in on this, but what we get is just a bunch of paneled clips from the anime moving around the screen. I appreciate the creativity of utilizing this when they probably didn't have the resources for cutscenes, but at the same time, I think I'd rather have just had like a static image or two instead. This just feels manic at best and a tad lazy at worst. Whoever put them together did a good job, mind you, but it just feels a little cheap to me is all. I can't say the same about the voice acting, however, as all of that is top notch. The Funimation VAs are back for this one, and they all nail their roles, same as always. I mean, they'd been portraying these characters for years already at this point, so it's not a surprise that they crushed it here too. Of course, they always do, though, and hearing their voices portraying their respective characters just feels natural to me at this point. Speaking of characters, SAGAS has an interesting assortment of characters to pick from, although not quite what I would call groundbreaking. Throughout the game, you'll play through the usual suspects of a given saga, with the end of most levels resulting in a boss battle reenacting a key fight from the anime. The first level, predictably, shows the iconic battle between Goku and his brother Raditz, which is then followed up by a level having Gohan fight through to a Nappa boss battle. The third level doesn't have a level leading up to the boss, but instead is a self-contained boss battle level between Goku and Vegeta. There are a few missions like this where the whole thing is just a boss battle, but it is effective. We then enter the Ginyu saga, which is where the game starts to really lean into its own. We open with a very solid Vegeta level that ends in a Raccoon boss, but the follow-up to that is like the Vegeta boss battle, giving us a self-contained fight between Goku, Berter, and Jeice. I actually found this to be one of the harder battles due simply to the tankiness of these characters, but the fact that they incorporated the Seizure Procedure move is pretty cool. A lot of these boss battles are pretty grindy, and it likely explains the unpopularity of this particular title, but I overlooked it because despite its grindy nature, it wasn't very frustrating. This is the case with pretty much every boss battle. As you can clearly see, this game follows the main fights of the show pretty closely because after that, we fight Ginyu as Goku, and then fight Ginyu in Goku's body as Vegeta. Then, there's a few one-off mechanics that felt like odd inclusions, like how in our boss fight between Vegeta and second form Frieza, there's a meter at the top showing how far away Piccolo is from our position. So it's kind of like outlasting a battle we can't win or something, but this mechanic doesn't really get used again, so I don't know why it's here. That's not to say it isn't interesting, but it does feel like a strange inclusion. Things get really interesting when we reach the iconic battle between Super Saiyan Goku and Final Form Frieza. I really do see what they were going for here with this Super Saiyan mechanic being a kind of temporary power boost and all, but I just don't really like it. It makes it feel more like a super attack to be utilized as a quick flurry of hits than a genuine long-term power boost like it should. I did end up getting used to how it works, but I still don't love this execution. Of course, after the Frieza battle is when we play the Yardrat level I mentioned earlier, and like I was saying then, this is a pretty cool idea in my opinion. The design of the planet is unique, and the opponent is an interesting character that we don't really see often in DBZ games. Although canonically, the purpose of this encounter was for Goku to learn instant transmission, and we learned no such technique from this in the game, which makes sense I suppose because how would that even be implemented into the game? Either way, it's a neat level, and it leads to some of my favorite levels as I talked about earlier, the Future Timeline, where we play as Trunks fighting his way through the desolate world of an Earth terrorized by powerful androids. Of course, they took some liberties with the addition of these minion androids, but like, whatever, you know? Predictably, the end-level bosses for these missions are just androids 17 and 18 every time, but that's fine. Lastly, we got the proper Android and Cell sagas to finish off the game. It opens with this mission playing as Goku defending different Capsule Corp buildings from hordes of smaller minion androids, which again is silly, but I didn't mind it. When I got to the Vegeta vs Android 19 confrontation though, I did notice something odd. Vegeta's character image depicts him here in his traditional Saiyan Saga armor, but as a Super Saiyan. I find this to be strange because his image has changed before in this game between the Saiyan and Frieza sagas. So why didn't they bother to depict him in his Android Saga armor here? This is a nitpick, sure, but someone clearly bothered to alter his image, making him a Super Saiyan, but they didn't bother to just redraw him and remove the shoulder pads? Not to mention other inaccuracies regarding the armor he's wearing in certain places. Hardly the most egregious issue of the game, but still. One of the most interesting things about this level is that it opens on a boss battle rather than ending on one, starting us off against 19 and then leading to the rest of the level as we chase Gero to his lab. Of course, the next level is a fitting boss-only level against 18, which is pretty easy since by this point in the game, your character will be nearly maxed out with abilities. Right after this, we get another boss-only level as Piccolo has a showdown against Android 17. The further into the game you get, the less typical collectathon levels you'll have and the more boss battles you'll have to fight. Demonstrated here, as this boss battle against 17 leads right into a sort of mini-game level where you have to hit a certain number of combos against your opponent before they get them on you. There are only ever 2 of these missions, and both of them reflect the character's training in the hyperbolic time chamber. This is the first of these mini-game missions as we play as Trunks versus Vegeta. It would have been cool if they'd modeled a version of this Trunks with the longer hair and the torn up clothing, but it's still really interesting. Upon beating this minigame mission, we move on to the iconic Super Vegeta vs Semi-Perfect Cell fight. Except unlike the Frieza encounter or the 19 encounter, the game does not start us off in our Super Saiyan form here. Not only that, but they didn't give us an ascended Super Saiyan form transformation here either. I won't hold the lack of another transformation against the developers, but not starting us as a Super Saiyan at least was a misstep for sure. After beating him in his semi-perfect form and progressing through the collectathon portion of the level, we get to fight him again in his perfect form just like in the anime. Next up is that second hyperbolic time chamber minigame mission I mentioned earlier, this time depicting Goku and Gohan training. At least they're both in the appropriate attire. Finally, after this, we begin the penultimate level as we fight a group of Cell Juniors as Goku, which was as short-lived in execution as it was in concept. I feel like this mission is kind of a waste, and like we could have gotten a better extra mission somewhere else, but it's not like terrible or anything. With that out of the way, we're on to the final level as we have to push ourselves to achieve the Super Saiyan 2 transformation before we can finally destroy Perfect Cell. At the very least, the Super Saiyan 2 feels powerful and looks awesome, so that's a big plus here. As you're seeing, while in this mode we can maintain it by keeping constant combos on our opponents, and while in this state, you're basically a powerhouse and can just demolish Cell. And that's the story mode of Sagas. It's not the best story mode in a Dragon Ball game, not by a long shot, but I do think it has some redeeming qualities about it. I like the pacing of the story here and all of the additional content portrayed throughout this mode. It's a fun way to enjoy the sagas of the anime. The real benefit of Sagas, however, is the multiplayer mode. Unlike previous Dragon Ball Z games, there is no versus mode available, but is instead replaced by a co-op mode that lets players hop into levels together and play through most of the available missions together. I say most because some of the missions just straight up don't allow for co-op play, but the ones that do manage to keep it somewhat canonical, opting to make the second player someone who makes some kind of sense in story. So like Trunks and Vegeta both fighting Cell, or Gohan and Trunks fighting the androids. For missions that don't allow for co-op play, the game just puts in one player model and sets a timer that switches control of the character between players every 30 seconds. I am not a fan of this. For the levels that do allow for proper co-op play, however, I can see how this would be a fantastic way of experiencing some non-competitive DBZ gaming with your friends back in the day. The gameplay itself has a lot of really overlooked value as well, in my opinion. What you've been seeing on screen is your run-of-the-mill beat-em-up gameplay. That much is true. You've got your basic melee button mashing with some unlockable combos to spice it all up over time. Then your energy attacks offer a ranged element along with the iconic special attacks from the series like the Kamehameha Wave, Gallic Gun, Burning Attack, and more. The combat isn't what makes this game so special to me though, but rather the collectathon element in between. Admittedly, calling this game a collectathon is a massive stretch, so if you came to comment that this barely qualifies as a genuine collectathon, I'm here to tell you that I agree with you. However, it does just reinforce my point that I think the idea of a Dragon Ball Z collectathon is genuinely a promising one. Because I was having a great time messing around with the gameplay here. The movement is reliable and responsive once you kind of get the hang of it, and I was really enjoying moving around the maps and finding different capsules hidden throughout the area. That being said, there are a few issues. Most of the maps are fun to play, but are just way too small. Again, they feel a bit lazy and needed way more size and diversity in their layout. The flight, though, is such a great mechanic and is implemented in such a way to make it a prime puzzle and platforming tool that ends up being totally underutilized. Seriously, in the earlier levels of the game, you had to find different ways to use your flight in order to collect certain Z tokens or capsules. Later levels, however, ended up just dropping this idea all but outright. Each level needed way more platforming and puzzle solving. which is weird coming from me given I don't normally like too much of those mechanics, but I could have stood more of it here. What we got feels super bare bones and boring, not to mention small and linear. These levels could have benefited immensely with some larger areas a la Ratchet & Clank or Banjo-Kazooie or something. Even the Sly Cooper games would have made a great reference, more open movement where possible. Because the maps we did get were really fun to play with, they just left a lot to be desired in terms of content because of their extreme linearity and lack of exploration. The fun here isn't enough to make up for the lackluster beat-em-up combat either, although what we have isn't bad in my opinion, it is certainly limited, which is how I would describe a lot of this game actually. It's all very limited. The upgrade system is one of the only bits of the game that lets you participate in a dynamic way with its world by deciding which abilities to upgrade first. These will be crucial in overcoming the different obstacles of this game's world, and I love that it's actually reliant on the player collecting the various Z tokens littered around the world. It feels like a great way to tie it all together, although by the middle of the game you'll have unlocked all of the most important abilities and can just focus on grabbing up the remaining combos. These combos are more important than I first realized because your base damage output is pathetic, so you will be relying on these by the end of it. When you take everything I've talked about here and put it together, the result is a very unique but flawed take on adapting the Dragon Ball Z storyline to the video game medium. If you're a big fan of the series or have a high tolerance for half-baked mechanics in favor of novel ideas, both of which describe me, then you'll probably have a pretty fun time with this one, especially if you can get a friend to sit down with you for an evening and just run through it for fun. It's not the best Dragon Ball Z game, hell it's not even close, but it is particularly unprecedented in a lot of ways that make it worth checking out if only to experience its unusual takes on the franchise that inspired it. The story mode of Dragon Ball Z Sagas is its most compelling offering by far, but those of you who see it through to the end will be rewarded with an unlockable mode called Pendulum. This mode simply allows you to replay any of the levels you've previously unlocked, but as any of the existing playable characters, of which there are a couple of very interesting choices. You can go in and play any level as Goku in any of the outfits you see him wearing in-game, including his Saiyan armor from the Hyperbolic Time Chamber mode. Or you can play as any of the multiple Trunks variations in any of the levels. If you decide you feel like it, you can always embody the one-armed Gohan of the Dark Future timeline. But the best choices are the two movie characters that failed to appear in the main story mode. First up, of course, is Bardock, the father of Goku, who has his own attack animations for him specifically, which left me wondering if there was a point in this game's development when they were considering having a level before the main game where you played as Bardock. If that was ever the case, then I severely lament that ever having been cut, as it would have been awesome to play a level like that. Then you've got the other, smaller players like Tien, Krillin, or Yamcha, and of course, yes, you've got Broly. No idea why he's here, but he is very noticeably the strongest character in the game. He's a hulking Goliath of intimidation and pain, and I don't think there's another game out there offering an experience to play as Broly in a setting like this. Not to mention they even bother to color his attacks green like from the movie, which I love. It's one of the more shallow bonus modes I've covered in a Dragon Ball game before, but at the very least it is fun and offers you certain experiences you quite literally cannot find anywhere else. Okay, now normally this would be where I do a compare and contrast of the different regions' cover arts, but because Sagas was developed in the US, it only ever got one cover art, so that's the one I'm going to be looking at today. I'd say it's on the better end of the DBZ cover arts I've looked at so far. A white background depicts various iconic battles from the manga, with a fully colored rendition of Super Saiyan Goku powering up front and center. The game's logo hovers above his head, providing the only other splash of color on the screen. This is a really simple cover art, but I think it's effective enough. It follows a sort of rule of three principle, with the two logos and Goku being the main colorful images on the screen. I like it overall and think it's more than fitting enough for the game as is. It's not the best cover art I've seen, nor is it the worst. A solid, attention-grabbing image with a style all its own. As for the music, I'm happy to say we are controversy-free with this one. No plagiarism accusations of any kind. The music of Sagas is all unique and original, but it's also somewhat mysterious as I have no idea who composed it. I tried to locate the composer for this game and came up totally empty-handed, so if you have any idea who wrote all of this, then please leave a comment with whatever info you have. The genre here is interesting. Being developed by a Western studio, I would have expected them to try replicating the feel of the US score by Mike Smith, Scott Morgan, Julius Dobos, and the other guys over at Faulkner Productions at the time, but the music of Sagas actually sounds kind of like a hybrid between the Japanese score and the US one. Some of the tracks kind of resemble the US music, relying on heavy synth work with guitar, bass, and drums throughout, but the chord progressions tend to feel more like something you'd hear in the Japanese dub. It's all competent, and there's plenty of fans who love the soundtrack of this game, but I was personally not a huge fan of it. I found it to be repetitive and severely lacking when compared to the music of other DBZ games available at the time. I can't quite put my finger on it, but even the most intense tracks of the score feel nearly void of any real intensity. Listening to it feels like you just found an old instrumental rock and roll album from the 70s, and not like the background music for battling galactic tyrants and synthetic abominations. It's well produced and features some stellar lead guitar work on certain parts, but overall, I just was not a fan of any of the tracks on offer here. Kind of a letdown in my opinion, as with some more appropriate music, a lot of these levels could have felt far more intense. Even a better score probably wouldn't have been enough to save this game though. Sagas released to a unanimously disappointing reception. It was showered in negative reviews and considered a critical and commercial failure. I don't have the numbers on exactly how many copies it sold, but it certainly was not enough to warrant pursuit of a sequel. The game's lack of content, gameplay, characters, and movesets were all major points of criticism, with IGN calling the game a step backwards for the Dragon Ball Z franchise. The game currently holds a 48 on Metacritic for the GameCube release, and a 49 for the PS2 version, which is pretty abysmal for a game based on such a popular brand. The Xbox version of the game was received better than the PS2 and GameCube at the very least, with a score of 51. It's not hard to understand why people who bought this game back in the day would have had some major issues with it, and I wouldn't blame anyone who dropped the controller before finishing it and never picked it back up. But looking back on it in retrospect, however, I find myself feeling more lenient towards the game's many flaws, as I was enjoying the ambitious new ideas that remained specific to this title. I can actually remember many years ago being a child when I got this game for my birthday. My mom even bought me this cool Dragon Ball Z fighting game joypad for the PS2. I'd never seen anything quite like it, and I lugged that thing around for years, I'll tell you. It was better for the Budokai games than it was for this game, but you know I used it for Sagas anyway. Honestly, Dragon Ball Z Sagas is an objectively poor video game, not to mention a little bit frustrating before you get over the learning curve. That being said, it can become satisfying to play with time in spite of its repetitive nature. A collectathon DBZ game is a great idea in my opinion, and the parts that do play well are pretty fun. The parts that don't play well are pretty easy to get over. If you're just looking to have a good time, then this game can be a rewarding experience. This is the perfect kind of game for DBZ fans to pick up for cheap, have a few drinks with a friend, and just run through the co-op mode on a Friday night or something. Although maybe nothing about this game has really caught your interest, and you're not thrilled about the idea of wasting your time on a mediocre, licensed PS2 game from 2005. Well, if that is the case, then don't worry, as I can confirm, you're really not missing much. There's plenty of much better Dragon Ball games out there to try after all. But if you're a Dragon Ball fan, and there were some ideas on display here that interested you in giving the experience a shot, then I genuinely do believe that Dragon Ball Z Sagas might be worth a night or two of your time.
Your reign is over, baby!
Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi is a 3D action fighting game released for the Sony PlayStation 2 on October 5th, 2005. Despite the name, this is not a sequel or a spin-off to the Budokai series. In fact, it's not even developed by the same company or intended to have the Budokai name. Budokai Tenkaichi was developed by a Japanese studio called Spike and published by Bandai in Japan and Atari in the US. It was the execs over at Atari that came up with the Budokai Tenkaichi name, as this game and its sequels were actually developed under a totally different name. The unaltered title for this game should translate to Dragon Ball Z Sparking. For its North American release, however, the name was altered and marketed as a follow-up to the Budokai games to capitalize on the pre-existing fanbase of those games. The game's developers had nothing to do with this decision. Unlike many of the other DBZ games I've talked about, Tenkaichi was a PS2 exclusive and never released on another console. So fans of the series with GameCubes and Xboxes were forced to miss out on this one, and it's a real shame because the game is genuinely really good, if a bit flawed. Tenkaichi was made on a proprietary engine to accommodate the new style of gameplay the devs had envisioned, and it both looks and plays fantastic. Although some of the harder fights can start to feel a little spammy, it's an overall very responsive game to play. Spike really managed to nail what they were going for. This is actually the last game on my journey to play every Dragon Ball Z game for the PS2 that I have any prior experience with myself. I owned it for a time as a kid and loved it to death, but after this, I didn't ever get around to trying the last 3 DBZ games to release on the console, so I'll be thrilled to try those out when I get to them. As for this one, let's talk a bit about Budokai Tenkaichi's main game mode, the Z Battlegate. The Z Battlegate is Budokai Tenkaichi's story mode, and as we've come to expect, offers up a retelling of the anime's events, but with a few very interesting twists and additions. The concept here is that Shenron's memories have become lost, and in order to help him regain them, we have to go back and relive the fights of the past to show Shenron what happened. And so Mr. Popo leads us into a special area of the Lookout, where we enter into the Memory Mind Palace of Shenron. I actually quite like how they've laid out the structure of these memories. As you'd expect, we have a series of distinct sagas to pick from, and each saga contains one or more of the fights we've seen from that event. Probably the most impressive thing about these sagas is just how many of them there are. I mean, of course we've got the usual Saiyan, Frieza, Android, and Buu sagas, which are all packed full of dozens of fights. But in addition to that, the game offers a bunch of smaller sagas to play with, including several based on the various Dragon Ball Z films, 2 based on the GT series, and then a few what-if sagas that let you play as the villains, not to mention a saga based on the original Dragon Ball. Although it's not quite what I'd call comprehensive, it's still insanely impressive how many characters and scenarios are available to play. We are missing a few cool scenarios and characters though, like Metacooler, Super Android 13, Lord Slug, and Omega Shenron, or Sen Shenron if you prefer. I like those characters a lot, but I'm only really disappointed that Android 13 wasn't included since that's actually one of my favorite DBZ films. It's hard to criticize the character roster of the game though, because like I said, it's still completely stacked. I mean, we've got characters from all 3 of the existing Dragon Ball series at the time, and most of the films, including BoJack Unbound and Fusion Reborn. And it's not just that these characters are included to play with, they all have their own dedicated sagas to play through, complete with unique voice acting for each one. So each of their respective source material is actually granted some kind of coverage. As for the matches themselves, the ways in which you will experience these different sagas is totally unique compared to what came before, not to mention dynamic, intense, and just shallow enough to become a bit repetitive. When you select a fight, you're shown the win conditions for that match. If those requirements are not met, then it doesn't matter if you win the match and beat your opponent, you still don't clear the level. Depending on what battle you fight, the conditions for actually clearing said match varies between one of 3 possible requirements: defeat the enemy, survive the enemy until time runs out, and defeat the enemy with a specific attack. This is to try and make the match you're fighting closer resemble the anime fight. Most of these fights will be to simply win regardless of how, but there are plenty of fights that you will be totally outmatched for and be expected to simply survive. You can easily cheese these fights on lower difficulties most of the time with this uppercut function, but on higher difficulties, this really will not be an option. The least common of the win conditions is to win the match with a certain attack, but that's not to say it's rare. If you saw a cool fight being won with an iconic move in the anime, you're going to be expected to replicate it. We see a lot of this in the Saiyan and Frieza sagas, I felt like, but it is still prevalent throughout the Android and Buu sagas. While playing them, these win conditions can often feel frustrating, but looking back at my experience retroactively, I am glad that they were there, as if I had just been mindlessly winning each match the same way, then given the high volume of different available battles, they'd have started blurring together really fast. So I'm actually kind of glad that the developers bothered to add in these different win conditions, as it not only encouraged me to replicate the original battle more while breaking up the monotony of repetitive fights, It also kind of fit with this in-game idea of ensuring the fight was accurate to help Shenron's memories come back, which is the point of this after all. There is one enormous criticism on this whole system that I will make, however, and it has to do with what happens upon being defeated. When you lose a match, you're sent back to the Battlegate menu and have to reselect the mission again to get back into the fight. Not only is this super unintuitive and annoying, it also feels poorly designed. So I would lose a fight, sit through a loading screen, get back to the menu, reselect the mission, sit through another loading screen, wait for the fight to start, and then get to try again. It's not the end of the world or anything, but on certain harder missions where I was losing repeatedly, it did start to become very old very fast. We've already seen what losing a fight should look like in the Budokai games, where upon defeat we'd get a menu with the option to simply restart the fight right there, avoiding loading screens altogether and keeping us in the zone, rather than repeatedly breaking us out of said zone every time we lose. I know it's a small nitpick, but in some of those later hard stages is when it really starts to sink in how frustrating it all is. Anyway, let's talk a bit about all of the available sagas we get to play with. Going back to the chronological beginning, Bardock finally gets his own saga, and it's not really like the movie, but we do get to have that Dodoria fight from the film, and then we go on to actually fight Frieza instead of Bardock just dying to him instantly. In fact, this saga ends with Bardock straight up winning the fight. Don't think about it too much, these fights are just here to be fun, not canonical. And the third and last fight of this Bardock saga had him fighting his own son, Goku, which demonstrates a feature of this game that we see quite a bit of. What-if scenarios. They aren't made into a big deal or anything, but most of these sagas have little one-off what-if battles to play with and experience. After the Bardock saga, there are several other films covered here as well, including the first Cooler movie, Broly, BoJack Unbound, Future of Trunks, and Fusion Reborn. All of these are kept very simple and straightforward, to be honest, but I still love that they're in here. The Cooler saga only has one playable battle, with Goku facing off against 5th form Cooler exactly like in the movie, but with one notable absence. Other than Deftones, I mean. We beat Cooler in Goku's base form instead of as a Super Saiyan, and this game doesn't let you transform from your base while in-game, so this feels like such an odd choice. You may as well just have him be in his Super Saiyan form right away, or at least give us another fight with Goku as a Super Saiyan, and make this first fight a survive until the time runs out mission. It's only a little frustrating because it feels like the developers put more effort into certain sagas over others, like the Cosmic Emperor What If saga and all of the subsequent sagas that let us play as villains. I like the idea of these way more than the execution, but I'll talk about those later. At first, I thought maybe they just didn't care about the Cooler films enough to really put the effort into it. I mean, letting us beat Cooler as base form Goku instead of just starting us as a Super Saiyan felt really odd. But then I was sure we were getting something more intense when we got to the Broly saga. I was anxious to get multiple stellar fights from the film like Trunks or Vegeta versus Broly. Even if those fights were pretty short, the game bothered to cover far shorter fights in the main sagas, so I figured, why not here? Well, as it turns out, that's not what we were getting from the film sagas. Not only does the Broly saga only feature one fight between Goku and Broly, it's not even in the appropriate map. If they were really only going to cover the Goku versus Broly fight, then they should have at least put it in the destroyed city, like in the movie. I have no idea why it's set on the islands like this. Again, I know these are tiny nitpicks, but let's be honest. By this point, you should have realized that this is what I do here on this channel. At least they put Goku in his Super Saiyan form.
You're gonna pay! I'm gonna make sure you pay!
Up next with the BoJack saga, again, it's only one battle between Super Saiyan 2 Gohan and BoJack, and this one actually seems totally fine. We're on an appropriate map and everything. This is the exact map Broly should have been on too, by the way. Don't tell me that it would have made the matches too similar either. There's only 11 maps in this game, reused across over 100 different battles in this Battle Gate mode. And this city map is one of the less frequently used maps, so using it for Broly and BoJack would have been fine. The Future Trunks saga and Fusion Reborn sagas are handled totally fine though, no complaints there. Though you'll notice none of these have any cool what-if missions like the Bardock saga. Then of course we have the main sagas to talk about, starting with the Saiyan saga. By this point you know exactly how these stories go, so I'll just briefly touch on the unique aspects about them. One of the most notable aspects about the Saiyan saga, for instance, is the sheer volume of fights they stuffed into it. If they had given the same comprehensive amount of detail to the other sagas and movies that they gave to this one, this game would have probably doubled in length. I mean, we fight Ozaru Gohan as Piccolo, we fight Piccolo as Gohan, we fight Cybermen, we fight Nappa as Krillin, and even Chaozu. We do their pre-Saiyan training on the lookout, fighting 4 different battles as each of the different characters, again, including Chaozu. I mean, if anything, this is honestly excessive. If a fight happened in the Saiyan saga, you are going to play it here. At first, I loved this because I had this idea that this same mentality was going to be carried over to the other sagas, which of course was naive on my part given the total ridiculous amount of resources that would have taken to accomplish. I've heard that later games in this series actually did achieve that goal, but I haven't gotten to them yet. The Frieza saga actually gives us one of our most amusing what-ifs, after the first few battles progressing as you would expect, but with the inclusion of smaller characters like Dodoria and Zarbon, which... Actually, let me just clear something up real quick. I've talked about wanting Dodoria, Zarbon, and Android 19 in these games for what I thought was a very obvious reason, but I've still gotten comments asking about why I would want useless characters like these in the games, and the answer is because I'm a Vegeta fan. Not including these characters is robbing Vegeta of his W's, and I can't stand for it. This game makes sure to include these characters so we can experience these W's ourselves, and it is exactly as satisfying as it damn well should be. Anyways, back to the what-if scenario included, you know how in the series Guldo is dispatched also by Vegeta? Well, of course the game still lets us have that fight, but it gives us a little something else. Chaozu versus Guldo. You know, since everyone was clamoring over themselves to watch these two fan-favorite telekinetic powerhouses battle it out.
You really are disgusting, and your breath stinks. Gross!
Other than that, it progresses exactly as expected, which is good actually because we get every notable battle from the series here without this saga overstaying its welcome, which got dangerously close to happening because there's over 20 battles in this saga and only one Namek map to host them all on. Getting into the Android saga, from there we kick things off the right way, with the Trunks Mecha Frieza battle. And finally, I'm happy to announce that they actually took the time to program in Trunks using his sword for combos in combat. It's fantastic and I love it so much. Too bad this is the only mission in the Battlegate where we use this Trunks variation. I'm also very happy to announce the inclusion of one of Vegeta's greatest W's. We also get the Dr. Zero vs. Piccolo sequence turned into a full fight, which is great. Not to mention the hyperbolic time chamber training for Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks. And we actually get fully realized super forms for both Trunks and Vegeta as seen in the show with their respective fights. No real what-ifs present here for the Android saga, but the Cell Games arc at the end is pretty comprehensive, letting us fight off Cell Juniors with all of the relevant characters in the series, and even including Vegeta's little outburst against Perfect Cell as its own battle. And after beating Cell with Gohan, we can finally move on to the last big saga, being the Buu saga. It's not quite as comprehensive as the last two anime sagas I felt, but it still does go out of its way to include most of the major fights, only really missing a few minor ones. We get the World Martial Arts Tournament moments from the early Buu before Supreme Kai shows up, like the Goten and Trunks battle, and the Hercule and Trunks battle, and even the Hercule and Android 18 battle. And they even bothered to model Deborah for the Gohan fight, but unfortunately didn't put Gohan in his black jumpsuit look from the Great Saiyaman outfit, which isn't really a big deal, just something I noticed. The Goku vs. Majin Vegeta fight is here, and to be honest, this one really felt like one of the more challenging battles across the game. Your characters actually feel really evenly matched. One of the most interesting inclusions here in my opinion is this fight against Evil Buu. I think this is the first time we've seen this character in a Dragon Ball game up to this point, possibly ever. I can't think of another game before this one that had Evil Buu in it. Although one of the missing fights I mentioned earlier is the first Gotenks vs. Fat Buu battle before he learned how to go Super Saiyan while fused. I'm not actually sure why this one was skipped, because they have a base form Gotenks modeled in the game, and could have easily just thrown the two into a map as a survive until the time runs out match. But no, the game just skips that battle completely, jumping straight from the Super Saiyan 3 Goku fight to the Fat vs. Evil Buu fight. We get all of the different Super Buu fights, even with his various absorption forms like Gotenks and Gohan. And of course, the iconic Vegito fight is here, but again, totally skipping his base form fight against Super Buu and jumping straight to his Super Saiyan form battle. This only bothers me because it's inconsistent. In the Frieza saga, we have both the pre- and post-transformation battles against Frieza. And it's arguably worse there because that's 2 back-to-back battles on the same map with a character you use for like half the game. In Vegito's case, we only use him in this one battle, and on a map that's seen less times than the Namek map. Base form Vegito is in this game too. They could have easily added one more match before this one that lets you play as base form Vegito, and then move on to this one as Super Saiyan Vegito. I know this is the 3rd time I've complained about this, and I stand by the fact that having the pre- and post-transformation battles helps to feel the impact of the Super Saiyan transformation. I probably wouldn't be bringing it up if the character models weren't clearly already there and it wasn't so obvious that all they had to do was just duplicate the match and change out the player character. I mean, they do it in some battles, but not others. It's just not consistent. After that, we get the worst levels in the game. A series of survive until the time runs out matches against Kid Buu, which get progressively more difficult with each match. Like in the show, we play first as Super Saiyan 3 Goku, then as Vegeta. And I mean, these are really hard. Kid Buu is ruthless in these matches, and I was physically sweating while playing these levels. After Vegeta's mission, I thought I was in the clear, but then we get Hercule. Luckily, he's fast enough to just kind of run away, so it wasn't so bad. The Fat Buu survival mission, though, was something else. The difficulty spike for these last 5 missions is unreal. If you try playing this game and feel like it's too easy, then just go run these missions a few times and get back to me. After that, we finally play out the Goku Spirit Bomb scenario and beat the saga. Normally, this would be the end of the game, but there's a few more sagas available to the player after completing the Buu saga. Like the Baby Saga, where you play as Super Saiyan 4 Goku against Baby Vegeta. Like a lot of the movie sagas, it's only the one match, but it's really fun that they included it here. After the Baby Saga, we have one other GT saga against Super Android 17, which again is just a one-off battle. Then, the final sagas of the game are what-if scenarios that let you play as the various villains against the heroes. My favorite of these sagas is called The Plan to Conquer Earth, which lets us play as various movie and Dragon Ball GT villains against different heroes. We play as Bojack against Gohan, Broly against Vegeta, for some reason, Mecha Frieza against Super Saiyan 3 Goku, 5th Form Cooler against Super Gogeta, Baby Vegeta against Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, and also Super 17 against Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Okay, I'm about to get nitpicky again. I know this is just a fun what-if scenario to let us play as villains, so I'm not actually taking it seriously, but part of the fun with these videos is the analysis part, so here I go. Bojack against Gohan is great, I love that. Broly against Vegeta is... I mean, I see it, but this should have been Broly against Super Saiyan 3 Goku, instead of Mecha Frieza against Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Mecha Frieza isn't even a movie or GT character, so his inclusion here is a little strange, but if you're going to make him fight someone, have it be Piccolo or Gotenks. 5th Form Cooler should have been who fought Vegeta instead of Broly. And do I really need to say why Baby Vegeta shouldn't be fighting Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta? I mean, for one, it can't happen because how is Vegeta in 2 places at once? This should have been Baby Vegeta versus Super Saiyan 4 Goku, and then Super 17 against Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is fine. But like I said, it's just an extra saga for novelty's sake, so I wouldn't think about it beyond just analyzing it for fun like I'm doing now. And lastly, Frieza, Cell, and Buu, all 3 have their own distinct sagas where you play as them defeating the Z-Fighters across their various iconic battles. These are also a neat idea, but by the time I got to them, I was kind of ready to just be done with the game, so replaying these fights from the opposite perspective wasn't really doing much for me. Oh yeah, and if you gather all of the Dragon Balls, you can wish for an extra hidden saga that lets you play through some of the iconic fights from the original Dragon Ball. What we're left with is a fantastic selection of characters and battles to play through, only really missing a few niche ones from the series and a few of the films. Although there is a huge amount of battles to play, that's really all there is to it. There's no attempt really at telling the story past a few short lines of dialogue before and after the match. Which is fine in my opinion, as it's more than enough to give the player an idea of what's going on in each saga. The division of said sagas also made it feel like we were entering into an iconic event every time we click on one, which was very cool. The only other thing to cover about the Battlegate mode is what we get for winning a match. After clearing each mission, the player is awarded with a variety of items they can use to customize their characters in other modes. I'll talk about that feature in the next section, but clearing matches in Z Battlegate is where we unlock a lot of the available items in the game. Lastly, just as with the Budokai games that came before, we can collect the 7 Dragon Balls in order to make a wish for something in-game. This time, however, we have to find them during our fights, which can actually feel kind of frustrating. But it's hardly the worst way to handle Dragon Ball collection we've seen. Scattered throughout most matches you'll play will be a single Dragon Ball hidden underneath one of the various destructible pieces of environment. If you're hoping to farm this, then just play the Kami's Lookout training sessions in the Saiyan Saga, since the Dragon Ball will always be in the same place and, as far as I could tell, always spawned. Your reward for collecting these Dragon Balls, of course, is to summon Shinron and make a wish for a variety of possible in-game goodies, like the password system, which I'll talk about later, or extra characters like the Great Apes from the Saiyan Saga, or Dragon Ball characters like Kid Goku, Master Roshi, or General Tao. And, of course, like we covered earlier, the extra Dragon Ball Saga is only attainable this way as well. When all is said and done, this isn't quite as creative as some of the other story modes I've covered so far, mainly Dragon World and Universe, but it's one of the most content-packed for sure. It has way more characters and battles than any of the 3 Budokai games, but falls short in the creativity department, as it really is little more than a menu for selecting which battle to play next. The whole Shinron memory restoration idea is cool, but it's still ultimately little more than a decorative theme for what is, in actuality, just a mission select screen. I still loved my time with it though, and was enamored with how many battles there were to play nearly the whole time I was going through it. With all it has to offer, I would call the Z Battlegate a formidable yet flawed option for enjoying the various sagas and stories of the Dragon Ball series. Alright, you all know how this works by now. We're back with another look at the World Martial Arts Tournament mode, and despite Budokai Tenkaichi not technically being a part of the same series as the other Budokai games, the status quo for this mode lives on in this game. Once again, we have a collection of increasingly difficult modes available where our opponents will all be selected at random as we compete for the grand prize. Just like we've seen before, the player starts with the Novice mode being the only available option, and upon completing that mode will unlock the Adept mode, then the Advanced, and lastly, the Cell Games mode. Novice will have you fighting 3 matches for the victory, then 4 matches in Adept mode, and 5 matches for Advanced. Cell Games also features 5 rounds, but without the restrictions or ring-outs, resulting in way more intense fights, especially in that last match. Due to the new style of gameplay seen here, a lot of the earlier matches can be absurdly easy. This is mainly because you'll be winning by ring out regardless of if you're even trying to. Most attacks will legitimately send the enemy flying backwards, and a lot of times if you follow up one of those attacks with a finisher, then they'll plummet to the ground, resulting in your victory. That said, the same rules also apply to you as the player, and I won't say there weren't a few times I had the upper hand only to find myself on the receiving end of a very fast loss by ring out before I even knew it happened. One thing I will say about the World Tournament mode this time around is that, and I know I keep harping on this, but the sheer volume of characters in this game makes for some of the most interesting matchups so far. I mean, you could be fighting anyone from Mecha Frieza to Janemba. It's really fun to see all of these matchups and did make things pretty fun for me. This is like closing in on the ultimate version of a child playing with his action figures. That said, you may have noticed that this mode does very little to iterate on past versions of this mode in any meaningful ways. We've got the same rule sets and difficulties as we've gotten in past games, which, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This mode has become a staple of Dragon Ball games, so I guess I'm fine with the similarities to earlier versions of it. Plus, I mean, how much can you really iterate on a World Martial Arts Tournament mode, you know? Also, Cell is insanely hard to beat at the end of the Cell Games mode. Of course I did it, but doing so really demanded I optimize the absolute hell out of my character, which is cool because it meant I had to really dial in and learn the Z Fusion mode. Like in Budokai 3, each character has a number of observable stats that can be improved by customizing your character with different items that improve on those stats. things like health, ki, attack, defense, speed, and others. Now, the max item you can unlock is a +5, but thanks to Tenkaichi's fusion mode, we can take 2 +3 items and fuse them to make a +6 item, which I needed to do for pretty much every stat I had in order to max out my Super Vegito. This was how I managed to beat Cell in the Cell Games mode, and it was after several attempts that I even succeeded in that endeavor. Certain characters don't have a full availability of slots, however, like Super Vegito for instance. So you'll have to equip an item that expands the equipable slots if you're trying to max out a particular of your favorite characters. Also, thanks to the skill system, the password mode I brought up earlier that you can wish for from Shenron allows you to bypass some things and import one of your previously decked out character stats from Budokai 3, which is an awesome addition to this game considering that it's not even by the same studio. We did kind of trade quality for quantity here though, because Tenkaichi's upgrade mode is not as in-depth as Budokai 3's was, but there are a lot of interesting characters available to play with upgrading, so it's a trade-off. There is an interesting facet of this little item fusion to talk about though. Yes, you can fuse different items to upgrade your characters, but this expands over into a minigame of looking at various unique items you've unlocked, and then matching them with the proper counterpart in order to fuse them and unlock a plethora of hidden characters. This hub is actually where a lot of major characters and transformations are unlocked. Defeating certain levels in Z Battlegate doesn't unlock the character you beat, but instead a few items that you need to identify and then fuse in this minigame to get them. Most of the GT and movie characters have to be unlocked here by figuring out which items to fuse, and does require a pretty deep knowledge of the lore to deduce some of these, like fusing the item called People's Maliciousness with the Psych Ogre item. If you're not just guessing, then you would need to have either seen Fusion Reborn or have someone tell you that these two go together to unlock Janemba. Oh yeah, and this is how you unlock Great Saiyaman, because of course the developers can't help themselves but to include him. I don't actually mind this character, by the way, but at this point I just feel obligated to mention him every time I see him. It's kind of a strange inclusion, but I was having fun with it, so I really approve of it altogether. As for the need to upgrade your characters, it's not just for the World Martial Arts Tournament mode. There's a secondary bonus mode to play with called the Ultimate Battle mode. We've actually seen something like this before in Budokai 3 with the Dragon Arena mode. This is a lot like that, featuring a ranking system and logging your win points as it gets progressively more challenging. It's a cool enough mode and makes a great way to let players test out the upgrades to their favorite characters while chasing a big victory by beating all 100 challengers. Occasionally, foes from higher ranks will challenge you and allow you to skip ranks to fight them, which, while this does speed up your pursuit of beating the mode, will force you to skip out on quite a few potential win points. Because one victory can potentially be a lot of win points if you score a perfect, win in under 60 seconds, and by utilizing a super finisher move to end the match. Altogether, if you score all of these, you can walk away with 6 win points for one match. But if you accept the challenge and skip straight to the higher rank, then you'll only be given 1 victory point per challenger skipped, and you can't even get the extra win points in your fight against the higher ranked opponent. Not to mention, you'll probably want to stack as many win points early on as you can for when things get harder later on. Honestly, this feels like what the Dragon Arena mode in Budokai 3 was trying to do, but done just better enough to give it the edge on that mode in my opinion. That said, if you're not loving the gameplay on offer here, then you will probably hate this mode, as ultimately this is just an excuse to play more of the same game you've already been playing, and depending on what you're looking for, you may very well not enjoy this game as much as the preceding trilogy, because the game's combat is a bit shallow compared to the Budokai games. I mean, it is more involved than I initially thought in my first few hours of playtime, but still not as intense as the previous games for sure. You have one button for all of your main strikes, and the only moves you can spice your basic flurry combo up with are a heavy stun move, a counterattack, or a gut punch. Lastly, you can just hold your strike button to deliver a heavy attack that sends your enemies flying. All of the skill here comes from balancing when to pepper in the aforementioned attacks into your flurry, and on higher difficulties in mastering the blocking and counterattack moves. Of course, you've got your super attacks. Most characters have one of a few standard attacks, with some characters having some of their iconic finishers from the series. Other than that, most of the characters in the game are pretty much interchangeable with very little difference between how they play or what moves they get. Most characters have some variation of a Ki Blast barrage attack, an animated melee flurry attack, an energy wave of some kind, and a super finisher. Peppering these moves into your combat correctly will make or break a match, particularly mastering the energy wave move. That one can save you from some serious issues if you learn to use it right. Due to the 3D world we can navigate at will, missing one of these moves is very common and can often result in being countered with your enemy's finisher instead. So you need to be very aware of your enemy's location at all times. Speaking of the open environments, they're filled with destructible elements across each of the maps. I talked before about this being how you collect Dragon Balls in the main mode, but nearly every object in a given map can be blown up as a result of your ensuing battle. Landing a heavy attack that sends an enemy flying straight through a building and causing it to collapse is a level of cinematic immersion that no other Dragon Ball game has delivered up to this point. Because something like this happening is dynamic and just kind of happens during the matches, some matches can wind up feeling far more climactic than others. All in all, I think it's very clear that no matter how you look at it, this game has a lot to offer for Dragon Ball fans. Budokai Tenkaichi is a refreshing step in a brand new direction for Dragon Ball games, although I wouldn't call it a step forward as that would imply the previous Budokai games were somehow worse. It's not better, but it is different. I personally preferred my time with this game over Budokai 3, but not by very much at all, and I've seen plenty of you guys saying you prefer Budokai 3 to the Tenkaichi games, which is a very reasonable stance in my opinion. I loved Budokai 3, but the matches here just felt a lot more dynamic and explosive due to how the gameplay is compared to the traditional fighting game style of the Budokai games. I can really see the foundation here for something great, and as of writing for this video, I've never played Tenkaichi 2 or 3, so I'm beyond excited to finally play those and see where this new and ambitious brand takes the series. Budokai Tenkaichi was one of those old PS2 games I can remember pouring hours and hours into just due to how much I loved the anime and how badly I wanted to spend more time invested in the world. From the gameplay to the characters, I was frequently bouncing back and forth between this game and the third Budokai game. They were my go-to games for Dragon Ball content for a while until I ended up falling out of touch with the series for a while. Which is why I didn't end up playing any of the following PS2 releases, like Tenkaichi 2 or 3. But I really did love this one as a kid, and it's obvious why. I mean, the game is awesome, and clearly trying to deliver a massive Dragon Ball experience for fans to get lost in for a while. I mean, come on, the level of love the devs have for the series is obvious from the start, and I mean that literally, as they ended up making one of the most iconic intros to a Dragon Ball game to date. Now is when I compare the different cover arts for the game's different regional releases, of which there are only 2 this time, as the EU and JP releases shared a cover art only altering the logo to reflect the difference in the name change. Okay, so I'm actually loving the US cover art. We can see a very cool portrayal of Super Saiyan Goku looking absolutely shredded while powering up beneath the logo itself. The whole cover is glowing with a fiery orange hue from the sheer power of Goku's Super Saiyan form. Behind him is a solid black background with faded depictions of Piccolo and Trunks on the left and Vegeta, Janemba, and Broly on the right. This is great because it makes the statement to whomever is observing the cover that the movie characters are included. The logo in center stage looks great, the artwork for Goku here is fantastic, and I think this is one of the best covers I've looked at so far. Consequently, I think the Japanese cover looks phenomenal too, showing Goku in his Kamehameha wave pose, blasting the logo while surrounded by Piccolo and various villains from the anime. I say various villains because including Majin Vegeta in this iconic pose from the series is very clearly showing him in one of his antagonist states. I like this one a lot too, with all of the main villains on full display and some great artwork. However, this one is a little bit too busy for my tastes, as it's so covered in various effects and noise that it's harder to make out exactly what's going on, not to mention that the logo is a little smaller and less legible than the US cover. Taking those things into account, along with the lack of movie villain portrayal, leads me to say that I prefer the US cover to the Japanese one, but it's a close call and both covers are awesome. As for the music of Budokai Tenkaichi, there isn't any. Not to say that the game features no music while playing, but rather that no music was composed for the game itself. The Japanese release did not feature original music, opting instead to simply use the music from the anime and the game itself, which is a really cool idea, but obviously would not have the same impact on US audiences as most of us had never heard the Japanese music before. And since Atari didn't want to, or perhaps could not, utilize the Faulkner music from the US Funimation dubs, they just grabbed the music from the Budokai games and reused it for this game too, contributing even further to their marketing idea of selling this game as a continuation of the Budokai games, even though it really wasn't. The Japanese title, Sparking, is actually a reference to lyrics from the song Chala Head Chala, used as the first Japanese opening of the anime, and since many American fans weren't familiar with this song, its significance probably would have been lost at the time. So, most of the soundtrack here should sound really familiar to you if you've played the other games in the Budokai series. Upon release, Budokai Tenkaichi was received fairly well overall, showing a current Metacritic of 72, which is pretty good considering some of the lower scores we've seen on these games so far. Some reviewers were quite fond of the game, like IGN giving it an 8.2 and GameSpot giving it a 7. Then you've got some sites that really didn't like it, such as Eurogamer with a 4 out of 10, which I think that score alone is part of what is dragging the Metacritic down so much. The biggest point of criticism for the game seems to stem from its controls, with many feeling the game to be convoluted and overly complicated to learn. Which I don't think is really true, but I mean, game journalists, what are you gonna do? As for me, I think I've made my own thoughts about the game quite clear by this point. I loved playing through it, and although I did end up running into a technical issue early on in my playthrough that caused me to lose my progress and have to replay the Saiyan Saga 3 times and the Frieza Saga twice, which did sour the experience at first, I did end up getting over it and having a really great time. Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi is an ambitious and exciting adaptation of the Dragon Ball series, managing to deliver a nearly comprehensive playthrough of the anime's biggest moments. For fans of the mainline show, the original Dragon Ball, the movies, or even Dragon Ball GT, there is something for you here. And although most of the fights are similar in the nature of how they'll play out, there is more than enough content here to satisfy players for weeks as they master the controls, unlock the various characters and forms, and customize their favorite character to overcome all 100 challengers in the Ultimate Battle mode. But all of this has come at the cost of any lasting novelty, I feel, as later games would go on to capture the essence of everything this game wanted to do and simply do it better. So while I feel this is a genuinely great experience, I also feel it has very little to offer players looking back hoping to find something special they may have missed out on in the past. So while games like Budokai 2, 3, and even Sagas still have some special little quirks about them that may make them worth going back and trying out for fans who want to find something unique, I'm not sure I found anything like that about Tenkaichi that would make me suggest it over some of the other available Dragon Ball games. Which leaves us with a genuinely great Dragon Ball game whose greatest contribution would end up being the foundation it laid for its successors more than anything it would manage to accomplish for itself.
This is getting ridiculous!
Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 2, or as it's known in Japan, Dragon Ball Z Sparking Neo, is the second DBZ game developed by Spike, and seeks to build upon everything they accomplished with the first Tenkaichi title, while also expanding on the ideas presented there and offering a plethora of brand new ones to boot. Just like its predecessor, Tenkaichi 2's true name should be the Sparking variation seen in Japan, but localizers continued with their Budokai Tenkaichi branding to once again link it to the previous Budokai series lineage. So although this game's authentic name is Dragon Ball Z Sparking Neo, I'll still be using the localized name since that's how I knew of the series growing up. Tenkaichi 2 was released first in Japan on October 5th in 2006, then followed up with the EU release on November 3rd, succeeded by the US release on November 7th, and finally in Australia on November 9th. Although these are only the release dates for the PlayStation 2 version. Tenkaichi 2 was also the first Dragon Ball game to see release on the Nintendo Wii, even acting as a launch title for the console with its November 19th release date in the US. Although the Wii version wouldn't see release in Japan until January 1st, and the EU and Australia would both end up waiting until March 30th and April 5th respectively. Although the fact that this game had a Wii port is one of the more fascinating aspects about it, I'll be playing the PS2 version for this video, so that's what you'll be seeing footage of, but no worries, I'll talk a bit about the difference between the two ports later in the video. Just by looking at the gameplay here, you can easily tell that this is the same engine and technology from the first game, just built upon and expanded. Although Tenkaichi 2 does offer a huge amount of new additions and features, nearly all of them simply surround the core gameplay, which itself has remained largely unchanged from the previous title, save a few minor tweaks and alterations. So if the gameplay is pretty much the same as last time, what exactly new does Tenkaichi 2 have to offer over the games that came before it? Well, let's find out. Whereas Tenkaichi 1 simply spread its various missions out across a series of level select screens, Tenkaichi 2 sought out to add something a little extra to not only immerse the player into the world, but also offer more interactive gameplay elements in between the destructive battle sequences. And by that, I mean they copied the Dragon Universe mode from Budokai 3. No, really, this is almost an exact copy of that mode, save a few very minor differences. This is the closest thing I've seen to that let me copy your homework but mix it up so it's not obvious that you did meme. It's pretty much the same in practice, letting the player control whatever character they're playing and fly around the Dragon Ball world to find and engage in the iconic battles from the series and its films. You can choose to fly a bit closer to the ground or a bit further up, but so far as I could tell this doesn't really make a difference, though I do appreciate the added immersion of being able to do this. Things get a little bit different, however, when you find and select a location to fly down to. Whereas in Budokai 3, you would just get a static image backdrop and some character PNGs with dialogue boxes. Budokai Tenkaichi 2 takes you down into a 3D location where you can interact with a potential character and sometimes even find a Dragon Ball or a bag of Zene. At first I thought this was really cool, but then I very quickly realized how much emptier it is than Budokai 3's method. In Budokai 3, we had so many different little hidden areas and secrets we could find since it was so easy to make these little dialogue interactions. There were literally dozens, maybe even hundreds of different little areas to see across your playthroughs. In Tenkaichi 2, however, these areas are significantly more limited to just a small handful across the entire game. Less than 10 even. I only found a Dragon Ball this way once. It's almost always either going to be an extra fight or an extra character who will join you. The few times it's not one of those two things, it's just a simple hint from a recognizable character like Hercule. The only real exception is that you can visit Baba's Palace, which is where you buy and sell items, but I'll be covering that later. My suspicion is that the team wanted to expand on this more than they did, but likely couldn't due to development time. Having to render out all of the character models and 3D backdrops for the locations would have been annoying, I'm sure. It does, however, feel like a missed opportunity. We're back to blowing up pieces of the environment mid-battle to search for Dragon Balls as the optimal way to find them. Although you can search for them in free roam mode, it doesn't feel as satisfying to do as it was in Budokai 3. And because all you ever find in these locations is a small area to look around and an NPC to either fight or join you, it makes it feel too tedious to bother with a lot of times. Like, I don't want to sit through 2 loading screens just so I can get Yamcha or Pan in my party as potential selectable fighters in main scenario fights. The most interesting thing this mode does is let you chase an enemy or two in real time across the map. I felt like I should cover this aspect first because, well, there isn't very much to do in this mode. Like I said earlier, it's sort of like a worse version of what we saw in Budokai 3. Although it does have a few interesting features like chasing enemies around in real time between fights, there's not really any hidden areas or unique dialogues that I could find beyond a select few across a few cities. So it winds up riding a line between amusing and tedious depending on my mood while playing. What doesn't manage to ride a line at all is the actual in-game menus themselves. Every single time you play the game, you've got to listen to copious amounts of dialogue just to get into the game. It's actually insane. Every single menu option in the game has a fully voiced line of dialogue to go with it that outright explains the function of that menu option. And it gets worse than that. Some menu options have multiple lines of dialogue to get through before you can select it, especially in Dragon Adventure. I think this might have been fine if it only happened the first time you loaded up the game. Like, you hear it all your first time seeing all of the menus, but on a profile that's already seen the menu, every time after that, it doesn't play these sound bites anymore. Unfortunately, this game plays it every time, and it's super frustrating to deal with.
Hey! Hey, you can't! Okay, let's try the next one. I was starting to get bored. You can want another adventure scenario adventures in the world of Dragon Ball story event. Makes the story advancing experience with the now it's time
I got to the point where I was accidentally selecting menu options I didn't want because I was mashing the skip button to get through all of this voice dialogue. And let me tell you, this is the longest Dragon Ball Z game I've talked about yet. Like, if you're hoping to 100% this, you'll be spending far more time on this one than any of the others I've talked about so far. Having to skip all of this dialogue every single time is pretty frustrating. Okay, I think I've actually said pretty much every real criticism I have of this game already, so if you're a huge fan of the game, don't worry, I've got plenty of praise to layer onto it. Starting with the actual saga menu itself. Getting into the menu of available sagas, you can see that every available option is laid out very concisely and easy to navigate. It allows users to jump into whatever specific battle and whatever specific saga they may be itching to go back and replay. Of course, all of these must be unlocked first, and you'll only have the Saiyan Saga to start with. So, looking at the entire interface as a whole, I don't think it's necessarily an overall improvement over Tenkaichi 1 due to the dialogue frustrations, but it's not worse either because I feel like the layout is more user-friendly. I'd just say it's different, better in some ways and worse in others. The game itself is far bigger than its predecessor though, with so much more available content, for better or for worse. The first thing I want to talk about is what's new in Dragon Adventure. Well, What Ifs are back, with 3 major scenarios to play with, and I'll briefly talk about each one. The first scenario is called Fateful Brothers, and can be unlocked near the start of the game if you beat Raditz as Piccolo in the first battle of the Saiyan Saga. This is cool because all 3 What Ifs kind of work like this, acting as a sort of branching reality if you complete a battle that a character canonically lost. This also means that losing these battles will still complete the level and progress you forward. Anyway, after his defeat, Raditz suffers a head injury that makes him lose all memory of who and where he is, not unlike Goku's fate shortly after his arrival on Earth. The story from there conveys Raditz training with Goku and Gohan for a while and learning their ways in the months between his arrival and Vegeta and Nappa's arrival. Eventually, of course, Raditz regains his memory and must be confronted by Goku and the Z-Fighters about the return of his evil intentions. The months spent learning from Goku, however, have left him with deep internal conflict about his reason for being there. After a few more fights, Raditz realizes that he can't come to terms with his original reason arriving on Earth after having been shown a better way by Goku, but because of this, he feels he's betrayed his Saiyan heritage. So, in order to save the Earth from Nappa and Vegeta's wrath, he gets in his Saiyan pod and flies it into the air, sacrificing himself in order to destroy the Saiyans and save the Earth. This was the most interesting of the 3 what-ifs in my opinion, because I always felt Raditz is kind of an underused character given he's Goku's brother, so this was a fun what-if. The second what-if, called Beautiful Treachery, is quite a bit less interesting in my opinion, but still has a few neat ideas to see. This one is far simpler, but yet somehow dragged out to be just as long, if not longer. If you're able to beat Dodoria with Krillin and Gohan in the Frieza saga, you'll unlock this what-if scenario that sees you playing as Zarbon as he devises a scheme to betray Frieza and his minions in order to gather the Dragon Balls for himself and wish for eternal youth and with it, his eternal beauty. He does actually manage to accomplish this and acquire his eternal youth in the campaign. Despite being a silly concept, it is kind of amusing since things spiral wildly out of control in the end, with Zarbon meeting Goku and the two kind of working together for a while, and Cooler arriving on Namek to fight Frieza off-screen while Zarbon scrambles to escape. Zarbon fails, of course, and explodes along with the planet Namek. I like that they're trying different things to make the game feel more expansive and varied, but, I mean, did anyone really want to play out a full multi-battle saga as Zarbon trying to wish for eternal beauty? It's a silly addition. I only want Zarbon in the game so I can kill him with Vegeta. The third and final what-if is called Destined Rivals, and is probably the least interesting of the 3. If you beat Gohan with Goten at the start of the Buu saga, you'll unlock this scenario where Gohan becomes injured by said fight, and both he and Videl sit out the World Martial Arts Tournament. Unfortunately, we have to play a lot of the same battles we had to already play in the Buu saga, but with slightly different dialogue. And the only real difference here is that Goku and Vegeta end up actually competing in the tournament itself before relocating to resume their match in the mountains. Since the Spopovich situation didn't happen and Vegeta didn't encounter Babidi up front, when the two have their duel interrupted by Deborah's power level, turning Piccolo to stone, they simply kill Deborah and blow up Babidi's spaceship, thereby preventing any of the Buu arcs from ever occurring. They are then taken to the Supreme Kai's world to finish their fated duel, and we aren't shown who wins. It's a cooler idea than it was an actual saga to play through. My biggest issue here is that nearly every battle is the same as it already was in the main game, just with a few dialogue changes. Even so, the quality of the what-ifs can afford to be a bit more experimental because the number of battles you'll fight through in the main game is enormous. Every saga is so densely packed with fights that you'll probably be sick of playing the game by the time you're done with them all. Speaking of, similar to how I handled Tenkaichi 1, I'll talk about all of the movie sagas first. There's far more movie coverage for this game than I think was available in any other game at the time, and each movie is treated like its own full saga, with multiple battles per film. For fans of the old movies like me, this is awesome and very welcomed. Nearly every single Z movie is covered here with only a couple of exceptions, so let's go through them all in order. Up first, we've got the Tree of Might, the third of the Z-branded films and one of the most unique in its concept, where Goku's other evil brother shows up to Earth so he can plant the titular giant tree and eat a superfruit from said tree. Most of the battles in this saga are against Turles himself, so we don't really see any of the minions from that film. It's simple, but as you can see, damn near every single battle comes with little cutscenes before it, each one fully voiced. So if you wanted to learn the DBZ storyline back when this game released but couldn't access the series itself, this would absolutely be the way to go about it. After Tree of Might, we're straight on to Lord Slug, which has everything you'd hope from a Slug saga, I think. We get several great battles here, and both of Slug's transformations are available in-game for us to fight against. Lord Slug is one of the movies I really love, so I'm really glad they included it. Honestly, the only thing I think they could have done differently here is do a recolor of Goku's Super Saiyan transformation into the black-haired, red aura false Super Saiyan transformation from the film. Man, that would have been so cool. Yeah, I know that's actually just Super Saiyan, as the original Japanese translation of the film is Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan Son Goku, but the whole false Super Saiyan transformation has kinda taken on a sort of fan canon now, so I'd have loved to have seen it. That said, I did use the Kaioken move on him here, since that's as close as I could get to it. Getting to face down his giant form was a really cool experience. In fact, the inclusion of large enemies like this in general feels like a really smart decision given how many large characters appear across the series. It could have been even more cool if they were all upsized just a little bit more than this, but I mean, whatever, this is better than just not including it at all. Cooler's Revenge is here, of course, another fan favorite and for very good reason. It's one of the coolest DBZ movies, no pun intended. Something just a little bit unique about this saga compared to the other movie sagas is the inclusion of one of Cooler's minions in Salza. This isn't the only saga to do this in the game, but I think this was a good choice for one of the ones that does. Of course, I love that both of Cooler's forms are included here for us to fight, because Cooler's iconic 5th form is literally the best transformation of his race. Frieza's color swap transformations in Super are so lame when compared to this thing. I mean, just look at it. Imagine if Frieza pulled this form out in an episode of Super. Unfortunately, I didn't realize that you could transform mid-battle in this game until way later, so I ended up going through it without replicating Goku's iconic Super Saiyan transformation. But the ability to do so is present in the game. We get a saga for Cooler's second movie as well, Return of Cooler, and the way they handle this one is just fantastic. We get a handful of battles all against Metacooler like Roshi and Yajirobe, Piccolo, and Gohan. Things don't get good until we get to play against them as Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan forms, however. And you may remember that scene where they beat Metacooler and hundreds more of them show up on the cliffside. Well, we get to actually play this out in a battle where Vegeta and Goku go up against 5 Metacoolers one after the other, all in one battle utilizing the new tag team mechanic, which essentially just allows you to stack multiple characters in a single match and swap between them throughout gameplay. If one dies, then the other comes in and takes the previous character's place. It's a pretty great mechanic and gets used a lot throughout the game to help matches feel more accurate to the show. Return of Cooler is another one of my favorite DBZ films, so you know I loved seeing it played out as a full saga in this game. And up next, we finally have a playable saga of my all-time favorite Dragon Ball Z film, Super Android 13.
I know!
Yeah, it's not a lot of people's favorite one, but this was one of the only DBZ movies I actually had on VHS, and I loved it. It was one of those old clamshell VHS cases. I watched it a lot. Vegeta actually has some cool scenes, 13's super form is both unique and awesome in design, and the dialogue is some of the most iconic from any DBZ property ever made.
Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut!
14 and 15 aren't in the game, unfortunately, but 13 not only gets both his base form and super transformation, but he starts every match with his hat, and it can actually get knocked off in combat, which is maybe the best part about the whole saga. I actually can't believe this is the first game to feature 13 in some capacity. I think his super variation with blue and gray colors and the blood red energy attacks is one of the most interesting looking villain designs. If I had to guess, I'd say it's because his character lacked any real personality in the original Japanese film. The southern accent and the condescending human-hating aspects of his character were added in the English dub, so the developers probably just didn't think he was an interesting enough character to include in past games. Either way, I was hyped to finally see this one be included in one of the games. And of course, we have what may be the most beloved and iconic of the DBZ films, Broly the Legendary Super Saiyan. All three of Broly's available forms are here, present, and accounted for, and we get to fight against his various forms several times with all of the relevant characters from the film like Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo. I mean, there's not much to say about this one that I haven't said before. Broly's been one of the most featured movie characters out of any of them. At least the map is appropriate this time around. And yeah, BoJack Unbound is back again for this one, but is clearly heavily expanded upon when compared to its Tenkaichi 1 inclusion. Much like the Cooler's Revenge saga, this one comes with a minion for us to fight in the form of Zangia. Her inclusion allows the saga to be fleshed out quite a bit more than before, but ultimately, I don't think BoJack was ever the most interesting villain. Still pretty glad this film was included though. The next one surprised me though, as Broly's Second Coming gets its own saga with us fighting Broly as Goten, Videl, and of course, Gohan, much like the events of the film itself. The reason this surprised me is because this film felt a bit dull compared to a lot of the others, but I mean, they already had all of the assets they needed to include it here, so why not just do it? Videl and Gohan don't get much screen time in other sagas, so it's cool that this is included here. Fusion Reborn is included for the first time as a full-fledged saga, featuring both transformations of Janemba, which I was not expecting. Fighting his first form is a ridiculous but much welcomed addition to the game. Gogeta has been featured in multiple of the PS2 games at this point, but this is the first time I think we've been able to go through all of the proper fights in the film, even playing as Gohan and Videl, Great Saiyaman 1 and 2, fighting some of the revived characters we saw in the movie. It's pretty cool. And the last DBZ film we've got is Wrath of the Dragon, which gets the same full treatment as all of the others, even introducing Tapion as a unique character with his own set of special moves to play with. Hirudegarn is here, of course he's smaller in the game than he was in the movie, but a lot of the giant forms are. It's really nice to see the amount of love this game gave to all of the movies. And don't worry, the Bardock TV special got some love too, letting us fight Dodoria and everything. Always love to see Bardock get included in these games. The history of Trunks isn't really included, but we do get a saga dedicated to him returning to his timeline so we can play out his destroying 17, 18, and Cell, which is satisfying in its own right, but it would have been cool to get the one-armed Gohan scene and the teen Trunks going Super Saiyan. Not like I'm going to complain about this game lacking content though, there's almost too much as it is. Although most of the movies have been covered here, there are a couple that we didn't see in Tenkaichi 2, like Dead Zone, which is interesting because it feels like it would have been a no-brainer. All of the assets and characters you'd need are already right there. Maybe they didn't want to go that route because there are just too many sagas as it is. Again, I'm not complaining. We already get a whole Garlic Jr. saga, so I can see how the devs may have thought a Dead Zone saga would be super redundant. Another film missing is The World's Strongest, which, I mean, I get, honestly. It's not like anyone really wants that movie to be covered. That said, I do think it would have been easy to just remodel Hirudegarn to be Dr. Wheelo as an alternate skin or something. And lastly, Bio Broly isn't covered, but I'm pretty sure that's because most people think that's the worst film out of all of them, so I'm not surprised they didn't bother with it. That's all of the movie coverage in Budokai Tenkaichi 2. It's the most I've seen in a DBZ game up to now, and I loved it. It also gave me some much needed relief from just replaying the same events from the anime repeatedly. Speaking of which, I'm not going to talk very much about those events because I've already talked quite a bit about them at this point, but I will go over it briefly. One thing I will say about everything between the Saiyan Saga and the Buu Saga is this game has gone more in depth with them than any of the other games we've seen have tried to. I've talked about these sagas to death already for the other PS2 games, so I'm just going to kind of skip over them for the most part and tell you that pretty much every imaginable battle for the anime or manga is going to be present here. The Saiyan Saga, of course, happens exactly as you would expect, except now it's longer than I've ever seen it before, which is true of all of the main sagas. It takes roughly 25 minutes after starting the Saiyan Saga before we even see Goku die from the Raditz battle. and another hour and 20 minutes to finish beating the saga from there. Granted, however, this was counting loading screens and me listening to all of the dialogue in every cutscene. The epic battle between Super Saiyan Goku and Frieza has never looked better thanks to the inclusion of a dying Namek map, and I'm happy to report that we get to destroy Android 19 as Vegeta, which is great. The Buu Saga is possibly more packed full of battles than any of the others in the game, but I am happy to say that they eased off on the intensity of those ending Kid Buu battles this time, so it's a little less insane wrapping the whole thing up. Really, there just isn't much to say about the main sagas because it's all very similar to what we got in Tenkaichi 1, but with a handful of additional battles. One new saga that I have to talk about that I did allude to earlier is the Garlic Jr. saga. This comes from the anime and has nothing to do with the original storyline from the manga, but I'm really glad it's here because I do think it's cool. Even though the original arc is 100% filler, it's the first arc where Gohan is the protagonist and the only one from Z to directly reference any of the movies. It might be a little bit longer than it needed to be, but I won't say no to getting some obscure Z material to play with. And Garlic Jr. even gets his transformed state here too. And lastly, Dragon Ball GT gets the full expanded treatment we've seen everything else get so far. We get the Baby Saga, Super 17 Saga, and the Shadow Dragon Saga. The Baby Saga is easily the longest one of them, with Baby having 4 separate transformations to fight against. I think the most notable addition actually comes from Oob, who we not only get to play as against Baby, but who also receives his fusion with Fat Buu into Majub, a character we pretty much never get to see in these games. This may even be a first. It's good to see this much love being given to the GT sagas. Flawed as they may be, I think there were some cool ideas worth seeing in a game. The Super 17 saga has all of the main battles you'd want to see, even having the Android 18 conflicts to play through. Again, I think Super 17 is a really cool character who I'm always happy to see be included. Lastly, we have the Shadow Dragon Saga, which is probably the least expanded upon of the available sagas. There's only a handful of battles, and all of them are either against Sen Shenron or Omega Shenron, which are just the same character but with more or less Dragon Balls. I always thought the Shadow Dragon Saga was the most fitting end we could have seen to the Dragon Ball series in concept, and Omega Shenron is a super interesting character for our heroes to face off against. Also, he looks cool. I've always really liked the idea of the final villain of a show called Dragon Ball to be an evil dragon that came about as a consequence of abusing said Dragon Balls. I like when GT is included in these games, and I honestly just like GT in general, even if it's really not that good. I always say GT is a really poor execution of a handful of really cool ideas. And that's all of the available sagas in Budokai Tenkaichi 2's Dragon Adventure. I know I'm repeating myself, but man, this was a long mode. I vividly remember complaining about a few missing battles in my coverage of Budokai Tenkaichi 1, and it almost feels like this game heard me and somehow answered in turn, because I'm sure as hell not complaining now. In fact, I kinda think it may have overcorrected, and now there's way too many battles to the point of being exhausting. Surely there has to be some kind of middle ground here. Even so, I can see that this game has some serious value. Dragon Adventure is quite simply the most comprehensive Dragon Ball story mode I've ever seen in a video game. This comes quite possibly at a cost, since that aspect can often make it feel like certain events are being dragged out a little bit more than they really should be, but it's also just so much fun to play through so many of the battles we saw in the films and main series. So, even if it was honestly a little exhausting at times, I'm happy to say that Dragon Adventure is a phenomenal experience worth looking into for any fan of the series. You already know we've got another tournament mode, but instead of being called the World Martial Arts Tournament like past modes, this one is simply called Dragon Tournament, but does feature all of the classic modes you would expect. Each of the 3 modes comes with 4 additional tournament difficulties to overcome: Novice, Adept, Advanced, and a new one called Master. Novice only has 3 battles to win for victory, Adept ups the ante to 4 battles, and the last 2 both have 5 matches, but Master is a little bit harder. After unlocking all available offerings, players will have access to a classic World Martial Arts tournament like they've been familiar with the expected map and ring-out rules. This one is pretty much a must-have and does make for some pretty nerve-wracking matches on higher difficulties as you're trying your best to avoid being thrown out of the ring. The second mode is the Cell Games mode, which I've talked about several times before and is starting to become a series regular at this point. It's just a list of fights without the ring out rules, and the final boss is Cell. Still glad to see it back for the additional variety it provides to fights overall. Then there's a third game mode that we haven't seen before called World Martial Arts Big Tournament, which is just a tournament mode without rules or the Cell game's theming. So it's got the most variety of the three. I like that Hercule is the announcer the whole time, and that we can play across all of the different maps while still getting to have the fun randomized tournament mechanics at play. Not to mention, no worries of ring outs. Each of these three tournament modes features the 4 stages of difficulties I previously elaborated on for players to play through and overcome. I've said this before, but I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The tournament modes in all of the other DBZ games I've talked about so far were really fun and satisfying to get through, and this one does everything those modes do and more thanks to the added difficulty stage and additional mode. Thanks to all of these fantastic new additions and the enormous roster of characters to play with, I think it's clear that this is the most entertaining tournament mode we've seen so far. Speaking of customizing our fighters, that's another mechanic returning from the first Tenkaichi game. There's a huge swath of different items that you can equip to change the stats of whatever character you're working on customizing, like increasing HP, attack, defense, speed, energy, or even the power of whichever finishing move you favor, like your first, second, or ultimate blast. The name of this system is Evolution Z, and it's actually pretty impressive. You really do need to be utilizing this to overcome more challenging fights, or you're going to end up having a really hard time. I had probably customized more than a dozen different characters by the time I was done with this game, and a few of those were by necessity to help me overcome some of the more challenging battles in the Dragon Adventure mode. The others were just for fun, so I could use them in the tournament and ultimate battle modes. All of this customization is done with items you either unlock or purchase from Baba in her store, and it's pretty similar to a lot of the stuff we've seen in past games. It's just a shop for you to spend the zenny you unlock or find throughout the various game modes to buy the items you'll need to upgrade your characters. The neatest thing about this shop compared to the others we've seen in past games is that you can find and access it from the free roam mode in Dragon Adventure, which is a very nice quality of life feature for this one. I gotta say, the way Tenkaichi 2 has been balanced feels a lot better and made me more excited to jump into Evolution Z to modify my characters than I ever was in Tenkaichi 1. It's not just character customization that's back though. The item fusion minigame for unlocking hidden characters also returns, and it's pretty much the same as it was last time, just with a few more characters to unlock. We have to find and figure out which items go together and can be fused to create and unlock more characters for us to play with. Pretty much all of the movie and GT characters are unlocked through this mode, and there's quite a few more to unlock here than there were last time, so you'll spend a good amount of time here figuring things out. All of these modes work very well together and seem to feed into one another in a sort of larger scale gameplay loop. The different modes of Tenkaichi 2 are aware of each other and encourage players to go back and forth between said modes throughout their gameplay experience. And the Evolution Z mode acts as one that you'll find yourself revisiting several times as you play, but it never gets annoying. Or at least it didn't for me. And we're not even done talking about all of the available modes yet. Of course, other classics return like training and dueling your friends, which were a huge must back in the day. I think most people who played this back then remember what it was like to slot in a second controller and go head to head against a friend or something in an epic series of multiplayer matches. Although I never played this game when I was young, I did play the first one, so I can still imagine a very similar experience to that for this one. There's also the very cool Dragon Library mode that lets DBZ lore nerds read all about the series and its events. I think it could have stood to be a bit more detailed personally, but it's still a cool inclusion for a fighting game. The biggest new inclusion, however, is the bonus mode called Ultimate Battle Z. Most of these DBZ games have had some kind of third bonus game for players to learn and play with, but I think this one may be one of the biggest we've seen yet. Ultimate Battle Z is a pretty neat little bonus mode that gives players a great excuse to utilize the most decked out version of their favorite characters. Thanks to a very extensive variety of different challenges available to the player, we'll be able to lock in a multitude of our favorites and really get the highest intensity experiences available in Budokai Tenkaichi 2. The way these challenges are set up is pretty cool too. It's a series of tower challenges, each one with a different theme of who you'll be fighting. I love this idea. After each match is done, you'll be shown a stat screen that gives you the results of how you performed, which gives you metrics on different aspects like how much HP you had left, the amount of time it took you to win, your biggest combo, and your max damage. Each of these stats is ranked in a traditional format like C being bad and A being good. Then the final Z rating is the best and essentially means you made the optimal plays in those areas. With that said, let's take a brief look at each of the available towers we'll be playing with. There are 15 different towers for us to tackle, and each tower has a distinct theming for the opponents you'll be facing off against. The first is called Kakarot Road, and it depicts a bunch of the most iconic villains Goku has faced throughout his life, starting with Yamcha, a la his experiences in the original Dragon Ball, and going from there. The second tower is called Ginyu Force, and you can guess what this one is. Although I will say that some of these towers are multiple one-off battles, and others are just a single battle with a multitude of opponents set against you one after the other. The Ginyu Force Tower is one of the latter. The third tower is called Assault Force, and simply sets you against a lot of the less powerful characters from the series, like Videl, Yamcha, Roshi, etc. Tower 4 is called Dragon Tag, and pits you against some of the more iconic duos from the series, like Tien and Chaozu, Vegeta and Nappa, and Hercule and Fat Boo, to name a few. Tower 5 is called Android 103, and is quite simply just a 6-battle tower dedicated to the various androids we fight across the game, starting with 19 and going from there. Tower 6 is called Ultimate Children, and I mean, you can guess who we're fighting here. The children of DBZ. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Pan. Oh, and of course, Kid Goku is the final battle. Tower 7 is Dragon Tag 2, and maintains the theme from Tower 4 with even more iconic duo fights like Krillin and 18, Great Saiyaman 1 and 2, and Mecha Frieza and Metacooler. Tower 8 is Saiyan Blood, and gives us 6 fights with a handful of the different Saiyans in the game, starting with Raditz and ending with Bardock. Tower 9 is called Giants, and it was one of my favorites. We get 7 fights against all of the Giants in the game, the first of which is Master Roshi at full power, which is super fun to see in the game like this. He's playable too if you unlock him in the Fusion minigame. Tower 10 hits us with a challenge called Normalism, which seems to be dedicated to letting you fight some of the more overlooked characters available in the game, like Dodoria, Kibito Kai, and Pikkon. Tower 11, named Movies, is exactly what it sounds like. 5 battles to let us face down the various enemies from the different DBZ movies. Tower 12, called Transformations, is something really special. Its whole theme is to let us tackle a bunch of the different characters who have better transformations in their base form. The reason I say this is something special is because it answered an age-old DBZ question for me by way of letting me experience it firsthand. So, everyone knows it's kind of a meme how characters in DBZ will kind of just stand there and let their opponents transform into their more powerful version. And everyone asks, why are you just standing there letting them get a power boost? Well, after playing this mode, I get it. I played as Vegito in his base form, decked out in Evolution Z and super overpowered. And I found myself waiting to go Super Saiyan until my opponent transformed first. And even more, I was dragging out matches to coax them into transformation because this was the last mode I played, and I was skilled enough to where I thought I could beat them at their best. And wouldn't you know it, when I let Cell get to his perfect form, he really almost took me out a couple of times and made me have to double down and pay attention. 10 out of 10 choice for a tower. Tower 13 is called Crazy 2 and is one of the silliest of the available towers. It's another duo-dedicated tower with such memorable matchups as Yamcha and the Cybermen that killed him, Super Saiyan Goku and Frieza, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan and Perfect Cell, and the last being Majin Vegeta and Quay, which is a great choice. Tower 14, called Ultimate Dragon, just throws you against some of the most powerful characters from the series, like Super Gogeta, Majub, and of course, Omega Shenron. A lot of them are from GT because those characters are the furthest in the progression in terms of power level, at least at the time. And lastly, we have the final tower, simply called Unlimited, and only featuring a single match against Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. So of course I had to match the Ultimate Warrior with the Ultimate Warrior, and just went in with my own decked out Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Whew, I know that was quite a bit, but I wanted to fill in all of the gaps that I could. I know a lot of people watch these videos because they may not have the means to either try the game out or go back and play it for themselves, so I like to try my best to give them the experience of playing it as best I can. Ultimate Battle Z is a really cool idea, and I like how all of the towers are themed. It's a great excuse to see and fight some of the characters you otherwise wouldn't get to. I think this was my favorite bonus mode so far. It was compelling and thought out the whole time, and I really enjoyed a lot of my time with it. I say a lot of my time with it because this game is long, but I'll get into that later. All I'm saying is that this is probably my favorite bonus mode in a DBZ game so far. They really nailed it with this one. With so much content to play in though, I think you can guess how absolutely critical it is that Budokai Tenkaichi 2's core gameplay loop is actually good. So let's talk about that. The combat is, it's a lot like Tenkaichi 1, just a lot more refined. Some of the key mapping has been reworked to make the gameplay function better overall, but you're still just dropped into a 3D world and have to face down whatever opponent the game throws at you. The 3D maps are better this time though, with even more destructible objects and far more interesting layouts on top of that. It's just all a step up in every way. As for the combat, it's also very similar, but a lot more honed in. Budokai Tenkaichi 2 has a huge amount of combos available for players to learn and familiarize themselves with, and more movesets to learn as well. I actually wasn't even aware of a lot of these until I was already well into the game, but there is a lot of room for messing around with the foundation this game has laid now. Even with that said, you'll still be spamming the square button endlessly, and you'll still be mixing in the triangle to spice up the combat with a variation of different moves, which is similar to Tenkaichi 1, except there, both triangle and X, or the cross button, did a different move to add into your main flurry, and this time, all of those moves come from the triangle button and are determined by how many times you hit the square input. The circle is still your block button and can be used as a counterattack if hit at the right time. Joining circle and triangle gives you a super block which uses energy but is more powerful. I actually think one of the most impressive things Tenkaichi brings to the table is just the sheer number and unique attacks available for all of these characters. Everyone from Tapion to multiple iterations of Gohan all have uniquely named finishing moves to utilize against your enemies. It's pretty crazy. Like how Super Saiyan 1 Goku has that one-armed Kamehameha wave attack he used against Frieza. I love this move, and it made me hesitant to power up to Super Saiyan 2 a number of times while playing because I thought it was so cool. Even better is that Super Saiyan 1 Armored Vegeta has a very similar one-armed energy wave move. I just love how this looks and feels to use in combat. Although I have to say that while I love the inclusion of beam struggles in DBZ games, they're awful in this one. I don't think they've ever been worse actually. And yes, I'm only saying that because I didn't win a single one. Actually, across over 2 or 3 dozen hours of gameplay and hundreds of battles, I didn't even win one single beam struggle. Now, the little fighting combats you get into when 2 characters rush each other, I won almost every one of those, and you can see who has more hits during those segments. But with the beam struggles, you can't see a number to show how well you're doing, and it didn't matter how fast I moved my joystick or what difficulty I was on, I was going to lose. I can't even imagine why this is, but it really sucked a little bit of the fun out when I got to the point of worrying about literally breaking my controller trying to win even just one beam struggle. What the hell was up with that? Anyway, that aside, the combat overall is incredibly satisfying to play with, and the great thing about the way this game is made is that learning one character applies to all of them, which is nice given how many characters there are to use. They all play nearly the same, so every battle you play, you're getting better, regardless of which character you're using. This isn't a fighting game, so I think that's a fine way to go about it. I do think there's something to be said for games where each character has their own movesets that must be mastered, but in a game like this, that just wouldn't be feasible. And of course, I'm on record having complained bitterly about how poorly some of the other DBZ games handled the various transformations, but thankfully, I think this one handles it better than any of the games I've covered up to this point. First off, we get more of them to play with than I think we'd ever seen in a DBZ game at this point, and secondly, we can finally transform mid-battle, and it's awesome. The transformations always change the available finishing moves, but retain the same character stats of the base character, with a few exceptions. So if you decked out your Super Saiyan 1 Goku in Evolution Z, that carries over to his Super Saiyan 2 and 3 transformations as well. Not Super Saiyan 4 though, as that was handled as a separate character. Transforming always feels like it matters too. Going from base form to Super Saiyan 1 or 2 feels like you're getting a noticeable boost in damage and defense every time it happens. It's really the best handling of transforming I've seen so far. Lastly, I wanted to talk just a little bit about the maps. Budokai Tenkaichi 2 features a daunting 17 map selection to battle across, and they're pretty much all good. We've got everything from the Rocky area to the Glacier area, and even the Kami House. Also, map transformations are back and seriously fun. If you hit the ground of a map at the right angle with an ultimate attack, it'll completely devastate the planet and change the map altogether. There is one specific map I really need to talk about here though, and it's simply called Planet. It's not really clear where this map is supposed to be, but after doing some reading, it appears people believe it's either supposed to be Planet Vegeta or Planet Frieza 79, both of which I can kind of see. For it to be Planet Frieza 79, we can look at the background facility comparison, which looks very similar, and theorize that at one point they may have been planning to have a battle or two be played here as Vegeta when he was recovering after the first Earth battle in the Saiyan saga, although we don't see that happen in the game. Or it may have been Planet Vegeta for a final battle in Bardock saga, or maybe it was even supposed to be the planet Kanasa, the planet we see Bardock and his crew conquering at the start of his movie. I have no idea, and the fact that I don't know is actually kind of interesting. Adds an element of mystery to the game for me. One thing I do know is that this map didn't show up in the Dragon Adventure mode, which makes me really wonder what it even is. Why is this here? What was it intended to be? Tell me what you think in the comments. And I think that just about wraps it up for the extra offerings of Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 2. Getting to dive into all of this was such a cool experience given that I'd never seen any of it before, and I gotta say, it didn't disappoint. The sheer amount of content on offer here is something I think I can only describe as sprawling. It's just downright immense, and even though I had my ups and downs while going through it, I still think I can honestly call this one of the better Dragon Ball games I've ever played. All of the things to do and additional game modes are simply fantastic, and it all works together so seamlessly to keep players engaged with its world and content. I'm quite frankly a little bit shocked that it's taken me this long to give it a genuine shot. But now that I have, I can definitely say that when it comes to content, Budokai Tenkaichi 2 has cast a huge shadow on the rest of the entries in the series so far. Okay, there's a few more things I want to cover before I'm finished talking about this game. The first is the fact that, like I mentioned earlier, there is a Wii port of Tenkaichi 2, and although I haven't played it before, I did do some research on what the differences are, and they appear to be mostly the same game across versions. Obviously, the main difference is going to be the controls. The Wii was a system built for motion controls, and as such, allows players to move around the nunchucks in order to control their characters, which is a cool idea for a DBZ game, I suppose. Other than that, we've got a few extra characters that made it into this one that were absent from the PS2 version. Those being Apool, Cyborg Tao, Frieza Soldier, Demon King Piccolo, and Pilaf Machine. So, I mean mostly just Dragon Ball characters and 2 Frieza Saga characters. No worries though if you're lamenting their loss, because I have it on good authority that they'll show up in the next game. Alright, now it's time for my cover art critique, where I look at the different cover arts released for the game across different regions and compare which ones are my favorite. So, just like with Tenkaichi 1, there's only 2 box arts this time. One being for the North American release, and the other being used for the other releases. Also, like last time, the Japanese cover and PAL region cover is the same except the logo. Now, looking at the US cover, I have to say that I really love how unique this one is compared to a lot of the other box arts we've seen. It's just Trunks holding his sword, in which we can spot 3 iterations showing the power progression of Goku through the series. I've seen speculation that this cover is inspired by the Trunks segment of the old Ultimate Battle 22 opening video, which I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I certainly feel like it heavily resembles that scene. I personally feel like the reason they went with Trunks for the cover here is because he's holding a sword, and they wanted to really push the motion controller aspect of the Wii release. You know, to put the image of throwing your Wiimote around and seeing Trunks slash his sword around, which seems like a fair enough idea to me. I like this cover overall, and I really appreciate how different it is from the covers we usually see with Trunks as the focus. As for the PAL region release cover, I also really liked this too. The blue lightning in the background evokes that electric Super Saiyan 2 sensation, and it's loaded with recognizable characters from the series. Although if you've been keeping up with my previous cover art critiques, then you might be able to guess what I don't like about this one. If you're thinking I'm going to say it's too cluttered, then you're right. I do feel like it's a bit too cluttered with all of these characters and so much going on here. Not to mention the logo has been shrunk and stuffed at the bottom of the screen to avoid covering up any of the characters because there's just too many of them present. The character placement is great though, as it's clearly been done by color with Tien and Piccolo on the right, Yamcha and Krillin on the top left, Trunks on the bottom left, and Vegeta behind Goku to reinforce the blue background. I think it would have been nice to get a villain or two up there, but I'm not saying this was a bad way to go by any means. This cover is colorful and it pops. All in all though, I'd have to say I prefer the US cover, as it's more simple, the logo is bigger and easier to read, and Trunks being the center character is so rare that it makes this one feel super unique. That's just my opinion though. Some great news for this entry is that Budokai Tenkaichi 2 has its own totally original soundtrack this time, and it's great. Scoring our epic fights this time around is composer Takanori Arima, and the tracks for this game match the flow and feeling of previous titles immaculately. We've got all kinds of fantastic tracks that range from J-rock to synth-based breakbeat, and all of it is awesome. This is honestly one of the better soundtracks so far, and manages to feel very Dragon Ball in its own right, while still giving the game its own identity. I much prefer this to simply reusing previous Budokai game OSTs or the music from the original show. Unsurprisingly, Budokai Tenkaichi 2 is one of the higher rated DBZ games I've talked about yet, currently holding a Metacritic of 73 for the PS2 version and 72 for the Wii. Most reviewers really liked the game, with IGN even giving it an 8.3 at the time, though some reviewers like Eurogamer gave it only a 6. Overall, it still does mark a great trend for DBZ games that this one has demonstrated higher than average reception for its time of release, and it's pretty clear why. Because the developers threw everything they had into making this game the best it could be. If there's one point I hope I've hammered home about this game, it's that Budokai Tenkaichi 2 is incredibly long. I think by the time I was finished with it, I'd played well over 300 or 400 individual battles across the game just to complete all of its modes. It took me more time to beat just this one game than it took me to beat any 2 of the other DBZ games I've covered so far combined. And although that may be its greatest strength, it's certainly the game's greatest weakness. For Dragon Ball fans, this will be a great experience for the most part, but even the biggest fans are likely to become fatigued by the end if they're hoping to get through every available battle. I saw a comment about this game calling it more of a Dragon Ball simulator than it is a fighting game, and I think that's a very apt description of what we have here. Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 2 is a straight-up Dragon Ball simulator. It's filled to the brim with every battle, attack, and scenario fans could reasonably hope to find in a DBZ game on the PS2. That said, I think I've already repeated myself on some points with this one, so we're past due to wrap it up. All I can say is that I'm really interested in seeing how Tenkaichi 3 goes about trying to top this.
If I don't, who will? Dragon Fist!
We're finally here. Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3, the climactic conclusion to the Tenkaichi trilogy developed by Spike and published by Namco Bandai in PAL regions and Atari in the US. Just like its predecessor, Tenkaichi 3 released both on the Sony PlayStation 2 and on the Nintendo Wii, and its release to the market was all over the place. For some reason, it hit both consoles in Japan on October 4th, 2007, then the PS2 version came to the US on November 13th, but the Wii version didn't show up until December 3rd, and then Europe got the PS2 version on November 9th, but didn't get the Wii port until February 15th, 2008. I'm confident this was just localization issues, but it's interesting how staggered these releases are. Of course, Budokai Tenkaichi 3 was just its Western name. The original name for the game is Dragon Ball Z Sparking Meteor, because, of course, this is another entry into the Sparking series. I'm playing the PS2 version here, which, as you can see, is fantastic. Budokai Tenkaichi 2 felt like it was just a bigger version of Tenkaichi 1, but Tenkaichi 3 feels like a genuinely improved game with a bunch of new mechanics and ideas to fully flesh out the potential of the series. Some for better, others maybe for worse. Everything on offer here feels dialed in to create the most fleshed out Dragon Ball Z experience possible, especially on the PS2, which at this point was starting to feel like an outdated console thanks to the release of the Sony PlayStation 3 roughly a year before. Spike was really trying to deliver a climactic resolution to their tenure on the PS2. So let's start by checking out the new story mode available in Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Dragon History is Budokai Tenkaichi 3's story mode, offering players a new way to experience various different highlights from the Dragon Ball Z series, including the stories from most of the films and even the GT and original Dragon Ball series. The first thing to note is that this mode is significantly reduced in size and scale. We're back to a menu screen selection process similar to the first Tenkaichi game, and they've totally done away with the free roam exploration aspects as well. So there's no flying around or collecting characters or anything like that. It's all just menus, and I know this might not be a popular opinion, but I kinda feel like this was the right call. If they weren't going to, or didn't have the resources to commit to the exploration element in a way that more closely resembled Budokai 3, with more things to do than just fly from point A to point B, then I think just removing the feature outright might have been the right move. because going back to a menu-centric feature, while less novel, is more efficient and gets you moving between battles a lot faster. I also kind of like how the main anime sagas are each given their own section, while the movie and filler sagas are placed into a separated saga appropriately titled Special Sagas. All of the voice dialogue is still there, but it didn't feel as overbearing this time around, and they did implement it where it doesn't talk as much in between selecting an option and actually going into that option. So that's definitely an improvement. As for the sagas themselves, the amount of available fights has been drastically reduced from the previous game. I talked a lot in my Tenkaichi 2 coverage about just how huge the story mode was and how there were literally over 100 different battles to play through. Well, that's been scaled way back to just a couple dozen across the game's entire story mode. For comparison, completing all of Budokai Tenkaichi 2's story takes upwards of 15 to 20 hours depending on what difficulty you select, versus Budokai Tenkaichi 3, which takes more like 8 to 10. Each saga has been significantly reduced in size, but the individual battles have increased quite a bit in scale. There's a ton of dialogue going out through every match that essentially tells the narrative of whatever battle you're playing, which is a very cool addition and can kind of add a sense of depth to a given battle.
There's something very strange about his energy. By the way, where did your negative energy come from?
When Piccolo regains youth and power.
A major new addition, however, is that during matches, you'll be prompted once or twice throughout the battle to click down on the right joystick. This prompt is a button to trigger what is, for lack of a better term, a canon event. Some only have one of these prompts, others can have 2 or 3, but clicking it will always either initiate a mini cutscene mid-match that retells a little of the narrative and gets you back into the fight, or play a mini cutscene that ends the fight early with an ultimate finishing move. Which, by the way, highlights another new feature of this game, which is that enemies can straight up dissolve now. I remember thinking about wanting that feature while playing Tenkaichi 2, so there is something super satisfying about hitting an opponent with a massive finisher and then not seeing their character model there after the smoke clears. We saw a few fights in Tenkaichi 2 that featured a tag team mechanic for players to swap out characters throughout a match, but this time that mechanic is put to much better use as nearly every fight has multiple characters swapping in and out of the fight. So even though there's less matches, each match is longer and feels far more intricate thanks to the features I just discussed. Every battle feels so powerful. I feel like they've done a really great job fulfilling that kind of Dragon Ball Z power fantasy here. Probably better than any of the other Dragon Ball games I've talked about so far. I loved how massive Tenkaichi 2 was in a lot of ways, but I did bring up the fact that it started to become fatiguing to get through near the end due to how many fights there were and how similar so many of them felt. I feel this really nails the less is more approach overall. That said, there is less agency on the player's part during these battles, and that isn't really a good thing. Pretty much every fight in the story mode will have the R3 button prompts I mentioned earlier, and a lot of them just kind of do parts of the fight for you, sometimes even just ending the fight outright, with a finisher that knocks 3 or 4 full bars of health from your opponent just because it's scripted. Yes, these events are technically optional, but choosing not to do them means the button prompt never goes away, and it just takes up part of the screen the whole time, not letting me play out the fight how I want, or even leaving it up to me to replicate the events from the anime myself. While this mechanic did make these battles a lot more cinematic, it also made things feel so much more on the rails than past games, resulting in what I think is less replay value overall. There is still something left up to the player to do during matches though, and that's some old-fashioned Dragon Ball hunting. Yeah, Dragon Ball collecting is back again, but unfortunately, it hasn't really improved at all besides 2 things, and when juxtaposed against the rest of the game, stands out in a bad way because of it. It's nearly identical to how it functioned in the last 2 games, leaving players to blow up environment pieces mid-match while searching for Dragon Balls, and it didn't end up feeling all that fun, and sometimes was just frustrating depending on the difficulty, because some of these enemies can be very aggro and won't give you a moment's rest to find a Dragon Ball. You can actually find Dragon Balls in one of this game's other modes, but it's pretty rare and doesn't really change the fact that this is the main method of Dragon Ball collection. The 2 ways it's improved are this. Oftentimes when hunting for one, simply flying through whatever piece of environment is containing it will auto-collect it rather than having to go pick it up off the ground. And secondly, we get 2 extra dragons available to summon. Of course, we can summon Shenron and make a wish for any one of a few cool things available in the game, but there's also a chance you'll end up summoning Porunga, which means you get 3 wishes instead of just 1. Even better, if you end up beating 100% of the Dragon History mode, you have a chance to summon Red Shenron from the Black Star Dragon Balls as seen in GT. The dragon you summon depends entirely on RNG. Whichever one of the three you get is totally up to chance. It's a cool new feature, but maybe not enough to keep the act of hunting the Dragon Balls feeling compelling enough. As for the different sagas available for us to play, it's very similar to what we've seen before, but downscaled quite a bit. You've got the Saiyan saga, of course, but it's trimmed way down to only 3 individual battles. The one against Raditz, where you bounce back and forth between Goku and Piccolo, of course, and the battle against Nappa, which, if I may, has never been done this well. Struggling against Nappa, watching multiple of our heroes as they come in and out of the battle while Nappa continues to stand strong adds a powerful element to the battle. Then, thirdly, we have the iconic first battle between Goku and Vegeta, and I mean, it's awesome. Getting to fight Vegeta in both his Saiyan form and his Ozaru form without having to see a single menu screen, it's just great. Fantastic. After completing the Saiyan saga, we unlock some movie content, which I've already said more than enough how much I enjoy, but I'll talk about the movie stuff in a minute. Let's talk about Frieza instead. Or rather, his saga, which is more dedicated to him alone than I've ever seen in any other game so far. The first battle here is against the Ginyu Force, which the tag team mechanic introduced in the second game and returning here almost feels like it was made for. Fighting through the Ginyu Force is genuinely a lot of fun, and what's way more interesting is that the battle after this has us playing as Frieza against Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan. This is an interesting method of reintroducing the idea of playing as the major villains like we saw in the first Tenkaichi game, and since it's only in one battle, it feels a lot better than the first game's implementation. And the remaining Frieza saga battles are showcasing Goku against Frieza. Great execution. There are obviously quite a few battles missing from this, but I'll be honest, with Budokai Tenkaichi 2 existing and covering every fathomable battle from the series short of Spopovich, I think this one can afford to try something more minimal and direct. And besides, the Android 19 fights are here, so I'm not about to complain. And even better, we get the Goku vs 19 fight along with Vegeta vs 19 fight, which, I'll just say it, the Goku 19 fight is one of the most underrated fights of the series. Yeah, it's short, but it's still pretty good. Starting the fight with Goku and finishing it with Vegeta is great. After that, we skip straight to Cell, where we get to play as him, similar to the Frieza situation. Again, just for a single mission, but one that takes us through his fights to achieve his perfect form. Also like the Frieza situation, playing as Cell for this mission is pretty fun. I liked it. The whole Android saga in general is very Cell-centered. Other than the 19 fight, it's pretty much all Cell. I like the Goku Cell fight, and the Gohan vs Cell fight is pulled out across multiple matches, so it's clear the devs were trying to do the iconic battle justice. We also get a battle dedicated to Trunks returning to his timeline and destroying Cell, which is always satisfying to see and makes for a great epilogue to the whole Android/Cell saga. The Buu saga is arguably the most limited of all of them. I can't quite explain what I mean, but like, a lot of battles are missing. We start off with Majin Vegeta vs Goku, which, I mean, of course, it's arguably the best fight of the whole series, and then we get Vegeta vs Fat Buu. If you don't do the R3 prompts, then you can actually play through to a little hidden part of the fight where Babidi flies out and Vegeta gets to fight him, which is actually pretty funny. I can't believe they gave Babidi a character model that's actually fightable in the game. He's even got his own special moves. We then skip all the way straight to Vegito vs Buuhan, which is fine, but that's quite a few battles left out there. No Super Saiyan 3 Goku vs Fat Buu, or Gotenks vs Super Buu, or any of it. Granted, the Vegito vs Buuhan fight does let us fight him as both Goku and Vegeta before they fuse into Vegito. Then it's straight to the final battle against Kid Buu, of which there are several. We do Super Saiyan 3 Goku vs Kid Buu in its own match, then another multi-character match where we swap between base form Goku, then Fat Buu, then Hercule, who was really hard to use in this battle and took me several retries, then Vegeta for a bit, and back to base form Goku again for the final Spirit Bomb. I was kind of feeling like they didn't give the Buu saga as much love as the Android saga personally, but the battles are all pretty long and in-depth, so I can't complain. The game doesn't end there because, of course, we've got all of the movie battles to talk about, the first of which is the fight against Dr. Wheelo. This marks a first so far, as I can't even think of a game that covered this movie before this one did. He's fun to fight too. After I brought up the lack of his character being in Tenkaichi 2, I really wasn't expecting to see him in this one, but here we are. Most of these movie sagas are limited to a single battle, but each battle is pretty lengthy and features tons of dialogue through the match to sort of tell the story of the film and offers multiple characters to swap between during that single match. Other than World's Strongest, the rest are all returning movies we've seen before. We've got Bardock, who gets his own full saga this time, Tree of Might, Lord Slug, both cooler movies, Android 13, the first 2 Broly movies, Fusion Reborn, and Wrath of the Dragon. It's all here, and it's all very, very similar to what it was like in Budokai Tenkaichi 2. The GT sagas are included again, but feature more content than before thanks to the inclusion of Nova Shenron, which is super cool, but it's too bad they didn't include Ice Shenron since he's the victim of the coolest depiction of Goku's Dragon Fist move that we've ever seen. I cannot believe this move isn't canon. Also, this is the first time we're seeing GT Kid Goku with all 3 forms seen in the series, from base form to Super Saiyan, then Super Saiyan 3, and of course, Super Saiyan 4, which is now directly accessible from Kid Goku mid-match, rather than being its own character independent of a base form like in Tenkaichi 2. Other than that, the other basics are covered here, like Baby's Saga with all of the relevant transformations, Super 17, which is always fun, and then of course both forms of Omega Shenron and the Shadow Dragon Saga. The only thing I can imagine that could have been added was, since Baby Vegeta is basically just GT Vegeta's character, it could have been cool to make base form GT Vegeta a character in his own right so he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, but that didn't happen. Of course, what ifs are back, but this time most of them are Dragon Ball related, which is good for fans of the OG series. We've got Goku vs Arale, Android 8 vs Android 16, and Devilman vs Mecha Frieza, King Cold, and their minions. The only totally non-Dragon Ball related scenario is a what if where Bardock, King Vegeta, and Vegeta all teamed up together to fight and destroy Frieza. This is the only time we actually see King Vegeta as a playable character in the game, so that's pretty cool. Speaking of the original Dragon Ball series, it's gotten a lot more love in this game than I think we've really seen in any Dragon Ball Z game prior. Now, I'm not much of an OG series Dragon Ball fan, so in order to do some actual justice to these additions in a meaningful way, I've asked fellow Dragon Ball content creator Hidden to come in and help me out by covering the various original Dragon Ball offerings available here.
One of the standout features of Tenkaichi 3 is how it represents the entire Dragon Ball franchise, for the time anyway. Remember, this was 2007 and Super was years away at this point. Tenkaichi 3 wasn't afraid to include more minor and often forgotten characters. A significant aspect that had been neglected in earlier Dragon Ball Z games was the inclusion of content from the original Dragon Ball arc. In some ways this makes sense, as Dragon Ball was way less action focused than Z, and lore-wise the characters are completely outmatched. But in my opinion, Dragon Ball has some of the best fights in the series, so it's fantastic how much Tenkaichi 3 goes out of its way to feature these characters faithfully, not only by the way they look, but also by the way they fight. One of the most interesting is Spike the Devilman, who Goku fought against in the Fortune Teller Barber Saga. His signature move is the Devil Might Beam, which turns an opponent's own negative thoughts into destructive beams that can annihilate anything in their path. Goku, being pure of heart, is immune to this attack. When using this attack in Tenkaichi 3, just like in the source material, characters with pure hearts are immune to the Devilman's ultimate attack, but for those who are evil, they take a massive amount of damage. Another cool inclusion is a character that we almost never get to play as, and that is Chi-Chi. The only other game that she made a significant appearance that I can think of is Super Dragon Ball Z, and also Dragon Ball Evolution the game, but that wasn't the real Chi-Chi. And also, nobody wants to be reminded of Dragon Ball Evolution. There's this really interesting interaction that you can trigger when GT Goku faces off against Kid Chi-Chi.
Ha! Chi-Chi, you got smaller too! You did something again, didn't you? You troublemaker!
Chi-Chi's dialogue suggests that she is not the Kid Chi-Chi from the Dragon Ball arc, but actually the adult Chi-Chi who has been turned back into a kid, like what happened to Goku in Dragon Ball GT, which lines up with how she is unlocked in the game, as you must wish for her from Black Star Shenron. And we can't forget the inclusion of the great Demon King Piccolo and his son Drum, who Piccolo gives birth to during his ultimate attack, and then Drum proceeds to punch you in the face. Even though most of the Dragon Ball characters are underpowered and would probably go near the bottom of any character tier list aside from you-know-who, they are a fun inclusion and a great homage to the series' origins.
Thanks so much for joining Hidden, and if you like Dragon Ball related content, make sure to head over and subscribe to Hidden's channel, which I've linked in the description. I think it's pretty clear that the Dragon History mode is one of, if not the most polished story mode of any of the Dragon Ball Z games I've covered so far. It's certainly not as big or comprehensive as its predecessor in Tenkaichi 2, but it does a much better job of making battles feel longer, more impactful, and less repetitive. Like I said earlier, this mode offers quality over quantity. That said, I don't know if I'd say it's better than the story mode in Tenkaichi 2. It's certainly not worse or anything, but they're kind of offering different things to the point where it's almost hard to compare them. It's possible I'd even recommend Tenkaichi 2's story mode over this one to someone depending on what they told me they were looking for. I personally found the focus on less matches overall in favor of making each match longer, more cinematic, with dialogue and multiple characters each match to be a lot less repetitive and more fulfilling to play. There is so much content in this game, and I can tell that the developers wanted to come up with a story mode for it that wasn't just a rehash of what past games had already done. I mean, there's only so many ways you can retell the same series of events while keeping it fresh and interesting. So with that in mind, I have to say, I think this was probably the way to go. Dragon History skips a lot of the fights from the show and manga, but chooses to cover the bigger fights in a bigger way than we've seen before up to this point. And because of that, I think it's still one of the best ways to play through the Dragon Ball story. Introducing Dragon World Tour, the new tournament mode to come with Budokai Tenkaichi 3, and it comes with the most modes and content of any tournament mode we've seen so far. It used to be called the World Martial Arts Tournament mode in previous games, but it's had some pretty ambitious changes made for this one, some for the better and others maybe for the worse. There's 5 separate selectable game types for this mode, 2 of which are brand new, making this the biggest tournament mode of the Tenkaichi series, not counting Sparking Zero since that hasn't been released as of writing this. So the first of these, of course, is the classic, the OG as it were. Can't have a Dragon Ball game without the standard World Martial Arts Tournament mode, and it's the same as it always is. Tried and true, out of bounds is an instant loss, beat your opponent by KO or ring out. You already know what it is, it's a must-have, it works well, and I'm glad it's here. The World Martial Arts Big Tournament is returning after its introduction in the previous game, and it's also pretty much the same as it was before. It's still tournament-based, but set across any of the randomly selected maps in the game without the out-of-bounds aspect, so basically, it's just a set of matches against randomly selected opponents and a tournament format, with the final opponent being the champ himself. The Cell games is a mainstay for DBZ games at this point, and although the mode itself hasn't changed at all, the sheer volume of maps and characters available in Tenkaichi 3 makes this the best instance of it by far. Same as always, the big unique factor of this one is that you carry your health over between matches until you finally face off against Cell himself. One of 2 brand new tournament type modes is the Otherworld Tournament, which, as far as I can tell, is the same thing as the World Martial Arts Big Tournament, just with a different announcer, and the final fight always being either Super Saiyan 3 Goku or Pikkon. I mean, sure, why not? It's a cool enough idea, and the new announcer can mix things up for people too familiar with the regular tournament modes. The final new addition to the tournament mode is the Yamcha game. This one is really the most interesting, I think, because when players hop into this mode, the character they will be playing as is selected for them at random, and even more, everything is selected at random. The character, which custom iteration, and even the costume itself is all selected for you at random. Other than that, it's just a series of battles against different characters and maps, but the final fight is always against Yamcha. If you complete the mode on its highest difficulty, you can even unlock the character Fasha from the first Bardock film and an extra map. Across all of these offerings, I think it's pretty clear that this is easily the biggest tournament mode we've seen yet, but maybe not the best. There's one really weird thing about this whole mode I need to talk about, and it's that you can't really decide what mode or difficulty to play whenever you want. Well, you can, but you can't. Let me explain. So, there's 2 versions of the World Tour. One is called, of course, World Tour. The other is simply called Free. The only difference is that the initial option locks the player to only being able to play one single mode on a certain pre-selected difficulty at a time. Even stranger, it seems to pick what mode is available randomly, and it's based on an in-game time mechanic. Certain tournaments are only open at certain times, and the difficulty you'll have access to is also time-locked. I think I can kind of understand what they were going for with this time mechanic, and if it was exciting for you, then I get it, but it just came across as annoying and unnecessarily restrictive to the player in my opinion. And also, maybe even a little bit pointless, since the free mode allows players to just select and run any of the tournaments they want on any difficulty they want. I think winning a tournament this way won't net you the same rewards as doing it the legitimate way, especially since you can play with friends in the free mode, and that would allow cheesing victory. I don't know, it's an odd inclusion, but I don't think it's awful. Maybe a lot of people thought it was really cool at one point. I just didn't like it personally. But don't worry, because we're not done talking about all of the interesting game modes available here. Budokai Tenkaichi 3 keeps up the tradition of having a unique bonus mode for people to play with, but in this case, we actually get multiple, and one of them is totally unique to this game. The Ultimate Battle Mode is back again, and is the home of this game's various bonus modes, of which there are 3. There is a 4th conditional mode, but we'll get to that. The first of these modes is the most interesting, and it's called Sim Dragon. I'll be honest, my thoughts are pretty conflicted about it, because it's really cool in concept, but doesn't quite pull it off in execution. The game refers to it as a battle simulator, and the player is given a menu where they have 10 turns to best optimize their character before a battle occurs. The game calls each turn a single day, and in those 10 days, you'll have to wisely choose how best to use each day. Your options are to train your attack, defense, or both at the same time. Doing this too much, or even at all really, can risk overtraining you and losing your attack, defense, and health points all at once. This happens seemingly at random, which is a stupid decision because it unfortunately removes a lot of potential strategy and replaces it with a dice roll. The other 3 actions to use your turn are to explore, rest, or take a Senzu Bean. The exploration mechanic is where most of this mode actually takes place. While utilizing one of your turns on this option, the outcome could be one of around a dozen different things based on RNG. These range from things like getting extra points to spend, to minigames to train your character, and even a way to unlock additional battles in the other Ultimate Battle Mode. I'll talk about that in a second. After the 10 days is up, you fight an opponent, and if you win, you move on to the next level. If you lose, however, it's game over and back to the start. The whole thing is a fun concept, but ends up being a lot more dull and unexciting than it may have sounded. I did like a lot of the potential here, but the RNG training factor was so frustrating a lot of the time, and after 1 or 2 rounds it got so repetitive that I just didn't even want to play it anymore. The fact that you can unlock additional fights for the Mission 100 mode makes it kind of a necessity to play, so you'll have to play through it if you want to play the next mode. Speaking of which, the next mode is the aforementioned Mission 100. We've seen something like this before. It's very much like the Ultimate Battle Z mode from Tenkaichi 2, where you play through a series of battles and each one is themed in some way, just like the ones in the last game. Now, I took the time to go over each of the themed battles in Tenkaichi 2, but I'm not doing that this time. It's just too big to break all of the battles down one by one, there's too many. But that could be worth exploring in its own video if there's any content creators watching looking for a DBZ video idea. Could be fun to go through each of the themes in this mode. It's a lot of fun and makes a great excuse to play with your favorite characters and utilize the character customization tool the game offers. Unfortunately, it suffers from the exact same issue as the previous game's story mode did, and that's just that there's too much of it. These battles start to feel very samey after a while, and it ends up becoming downright exhausting. Cute themes to package the same battles can only go on for so long, you know, and 100 battles is a lot. I will say though that if you love the way the game feels to play, then this mode is a great excuse to do so while also enjoying all of the creative themings the devs came up with for the battles. There is a third mode that has to be unlocked though if you're able to power through 30 of the 100 battles. It's called Survival, and it's what it sounds like. A set of enemies come at you and you have to see how long you can last. After you've cleared out the available enemies, they just reset from the start and keep coming until you either die or quit. Looking at the Bardock level, for example, we see it's multiple of Frieza's minions leading up to fighting Frieza himself, and it just keeps going from there. There's a few different survival levels you can play to really test out your skills, and it's another cool addition that really helps solidify this as the ultimate Dragon Ball Z simulator. Now, for Wii owners, that's where the game basically ends, but for PS2 players, there is a last bit of additional content to unlock, if you own the previous 2 Tenkaichi games. Tenkaichi 3 introduces a new mechanic called Disc Fusion, which feels like it was a lot of work to implement for such a small reward. Basically, if you use this, it will allow you to eject your Tenkaichi 3 disc and put in either your Tenkaichi 1 or 2 discs. The game will read the data and let you re-enter the third game's disc to several new battles for players to enjoy. The Tenkaichi 2 battles, for instance, are some of the highlights from its own Ultimate Battle mode, whereas the Tenkaichi 1 battles are a redo of the 100 battle list from that game as well. So essentially, it just brings over the 2 bonus modes from the past 2 games into this one, which, while a very interesting concept, ends up just being more of the same from Mission 100. Despite that, I do still think it's cool that it rewards players who own the previous games with a little something extra. So that's all the gameplay content for people to play, but how does playing it all feel? Well, I mean, it pretty much plays exactly the same as Tenkaichi 2, but with a few interesting additions to dial in the combat. Neat new moves like Sonic Sway, which is where if you can time 2 inputs correctly, your character will commence a series of fast dodges against your opponent's attacks, and hit them with a powerful counter. Or, speaking of counters, the Z counter move, which is where if you time your dodge correctly, you seemingly teleport behind your opponent and knock them back. I say seemingly because this is actually just hyper-fast movement, not real teleportation like instant transmission. Another neat inclusion is that of the day and night system. It's not quite what it sounds like. I don't think there's any real-time day and night system since the matches literally do not last long enough for that, but most maps do have multiple versions for daytime, sunset, and evening. Even this small addition adds an enormous amount of variety for a ton of maps. Playing the mountain stage at night feels totally different than playing it during the day, despite being the same map. And it overall makes the battle feel significantly less repetitive overall. And it can even affect gameplay and make applicable characters like Bardock or Gohan transform and become great apes, which is an integrated gameplay mechanic that requires a map where the moon is present to work. Pretty cool. One thing that confused me though is that we still have desolated versions of maps like Namek and Earth, but in all of my hours of playtime, I didn't directly cause a map transition to occur even once. This is strange because I can't imagine why they would remove a mechanic like that, but I didn't ever see it happen. Can someone in the comments confirm for me if map transitions via massive explosions are gone, or if they're just way harder to make happen? With the addition of the multiple light cycles, I can confidently say this is by far the most maps we've seen. Even outside of that, we still have some great new maps like fighting in space on top of Frieza's ship, or even HFIL, which is just hell but censored so the show could go on Toonami. One thing that hasn't been expanded, but rather reduced, is the Evolution Z mode. Yeah, it feels much smaller this time around, and a little less interactive and intuitive, at least to me. You now level up individual characters with points instead of buying a bunch of the same items repeatedly for different characters. So now when you get an item once, you don't have to get it again. But you do have to use quite a few points to level up whatever character you're hoping to use enough to max them out. I see what they were going for here, but what it ended up accomplishing with me is just getting the 2 or 3 items I needed to max out health and give me an edge, and then always just using that without bothering to look at most of the other items in the game. Also, item fusion is just straight up gone, so no more fusing items together for better ones or even to unlock new characters. That minigame has just been totally removed. Now you unlock characters in different ways, mostly through real gameplay. Of course, both the duel mode and the training mode are back, and on the Wii version of the game, you could even play online. A first for the Tenkaichi series, I believe, although it was criticized for having lag. And lastly, another very exciting new feature is that Tenkaichi 3 allows you to save your battles and replay them as videos so you can watch back your performance or even create anime-like fights between characters you'd be excited to see fight it out in the show. So if you run through a battle with a friend, now you can watch it back and cherish those memories remembering the epic battles between you. I love this, although these days it likely won't be used all that much. And that's all of the new gameplay features available for Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3. It's an incredibly dialed-in version of everything the previous 2 games were attempting to achieve, and it's so easy for me to see now why so many consider this to be the greatest Dragon Ball game ever made. I mean, if someone asked me what a love letter to Dragon Ball would look like, I imagine this is about what I would describe. I mean, what else can I say? All of the bonus modes here are bigger than ever, and are sure to satiate even the hungriest Dragon Ball fans. Since not only is there just so much content available here, but also because it has elements from all 3 of the major series from the time. I really do think one of Budokai Tenkaichi 3's biggest strengths is that it manages to have a little something for everyone. Wow, all of this time I've managed to go without playing this game feels shocking to me after having finally taken the time to really pour over it all and sink my teeth into it. That said, this all still feels pretty new to me since I really don't have the same experience with the game that a lot of other fans do. Budokai Tenkaichi 3 really is something else, and since I've never played it until doing so for this coverage, I thought maybe I should reach out to someone who might be able to really elaborate on what makes Budokai Tenkaichi 3 such a special game compared to other DBZ games. With that in mind, I've asked fellow frequent DBZ creator Neosai to come in and tell us in his own words what makes Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3 so special.
Tenkaichi 3 is the culmination of nearly everything that came before in the series, but with an even more expanded roster, making it one of the most impressively huge fighting rosters of the era, if not the biggest. One of the biggest highlights for me is this game's very unique and expansive production value compared to previous entries, with loads of in-battle dialogue that elevates a lot of the fights and makes them feel special and climactic every single time. This is even further enhanced in the fantastic what-if scenarios, where there's a wealth of dialogue and character interactions, and while these kinds of interactions are things that basically every modern Dragon Ball game does really well, Tenkaichi 3 really did set the bar for me. And speaking of setting the bar, what's crazy is that it felt like the developers genuinely wanted to make this the pinnacle of Tenkaichi games, and you can see it not only in the incredibly tight and responsive game feel, but also in the inclusion of stuff they didn't even have to do, like multiple times of day and stages, in-battle Great Ape transformations that are tied to the time of day stages, and even the disc fusion mechanic in Ultimate Battle that unlocks modes from the previous games to reward players who supported them. There's also the goofy stuff like the addition of even more World Tournament content. Yamcha game is wacky and dumb, but it's also really fun and it's a unique challenge, since it adds an element of randomness and unpredictability in a game where it's really easy to select your most overpowered characters every single time. This isn't to say that the game is perfect, of course. There are some things that its predecessors do better, like the single-player open map exploration from Tenkaichi 2, but the sum of 3's parts make what is, in my opinion, a much more fulfilling whole than the previous entries. There's just something really magical about Tenkaichi 3, and maybe it's nostalgia, but I don't think any Dragon Ball game has ever really felt the same since, despite most of them being in the same genre with the same gameplay style. Sure, newer Dragon Ball games have even more characters and stages and mechanics, but there was just this perfect balance of tightness and features and presentation, and the uniquely 2000s PS2 era charisma this game evokes every time I boot it up. I could never get tired of this game, and I can't say that about a lot of other games. And really, the Tenkaichi series in general is legendary overall, and I'm sad that it took nearly 2 decades for the series to make a legitimate comeback. But even despite that, there's still a really active community playing this game to this day, and I'd bet that that community will continue playing it even after Sparking Zero is out too. That just goes to show how impactful this game was, and really continues to be.
Thanks for joining me, Neosai. I really think that just about sums it all up, right? It's a great game, and in spite of the multitude of other games released since then, it still remains one of the best Dragon Ball experiences available, even now. But before we wrap this one up, there's a few more things we need to talk about. The first of which, of course, is my cover art critique, except I can't really do much of my normal cover art comparison since the differences between all iterations of said cover are so minimal. All 3 covers are pretty good overall. In fact, I'd say there's really nothing distinguishingly bad about any of them, but there are some issues here. Okay, so all of the covers feature pretty much the same artwork, with the only real difference being how zoomed in the image is, whether or not Gohan is present, and the placement of the logo itself. By this point, regional cover arts were really fading out of prominence, and so being able to really compare them starts to become a little pointless. But all the same, let's look at what we've got. The US cover art is the least zoomed in, showing more of the characters, and as you can see, totally emphasizing Goku. The big difference about this cover when compared to the EU cover is that the logo is on the top of the art. I actually prefer this. It centralizes Goku in his iconic Kamehameha wave pose, while allowing the logo to pop more by not having as many distractions around it. This isn't the best artwork we've seen, but it does work well. The JP cover, on the other hand, is more zoomed in, and because the logo is below Goku's hands, ends up feeling so much more cluttered that they had to put a massive white outer glow on it to make it even legible. Also, Gohan is here, making the art even busier and more cluttered than it already was. The EU cover art suffers from similar issues, although the fact that Goku has been pushed to the side does make it a bit more interesting, although again, the cover just feels like a mush of colorful noise from how busy it is. From that alone, I think most of you can pretty quickly guess that I prefer the US artwork to the EU and JP variations. The removal of Gohan makes the cover feel less busy, allowing other characters to breathe and pop more, and the placement of the logo is much better and stands out more without needing the additional white glow. At the end of the day, all of these covers are really similar to one another, but in my opinion, the US one stands out way more in a big way. On to the music, which was once again helmed by the very talented Takanori Arima, returning from the second game score. Now, I'd heard quite a few people say that the score for Tenkaichi 3 didn't quite measure up to the second game, and after spending some time with both games so recently, I'm inclined to agree. Despite having the same composer, the music overall feels less unique this time. It's hard for me to pin down exactly why, especially since multiple of the tracks here actually feel way more complicated and impressive than anything in Tenkaichi 2. I think maybe it's because it all just feels like an instrumental J-rock album. and ends up feeling like it doesn't have a lot of its own identity when compared to the second game's OST. Again, not one song I heard was anything even near what anyone would consider bad. It just feels a bit less unique compared to what came before. A lot of that has to do with the abandonment of breakbeat elements in favor of a more orchestral rock feeling, I think. Although I have to admit that in a lot of ways, this soundtrack feels more authentic to the music we've heard in the series than what the second game had to offer. So with all of the praise you've been hearing about the game, in addition to the incredible reputation it's earned over the years, surely you're all expecting that it was probably reviewed very well on release. Well, surprisingly enough, it somehow holds the exact same Metacritic aggregate as its predecessor. Now, plenty of individual reviewers gave differing scores between the games, but it just so happens that for whatever reason, both Tenkaichi 2 and 3 share the exact same Metacritic scores for both their respective Wii and PS2 iterations, that being a 73 on the PS2 and a 72 on the Wii. What a bizarre coincidence. From what I could gather, most of the criticism was centered around how much more limited the scope of the story mode was when compared to the second game, which, I mean, yeah, I can see that point of view. Personally, I don't really think that just because Tenkaichi 2 had so many more battles to fight that it was better, but I can still understand people feeling a bit disappointed by how much smaller overall the third game was in comparison. Instead of doubling down and refining the story mode, it seems like they simply retracted and altered the design. All in all, I personally think Tenkaichi 3 is just a bit better than 2, if only for the additional gameplay mechanics and expanded roster of both characters and maps to play with. It's kind of like if... Imagine being a 12-year-old kid again, in love with Dragon Ball Z, and someone said to you, "Hey, I've got a box of DBZ action figures here if you want them," and you asked which characters are in there, and they replied, all of them. Every major character, map, fight, and super attack you could reasonably want are all here. Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3 is a game made to fulfill that dream. You want to play Tien vs Kid Buu? Got it. What about Kid Piccolo vs Oob? Done. Kid Gohan against Pan? Of course. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta fighting Broly? Done. What about a multi-character scenario where Mecha Frieza, Metacooler, Perfect Cell, and Babidi all come together and only Goten and Trunks are there to fight them? Sure, why not? And while you could do some of that in past games, not only was the map selection smaller, but you couldn't play it all out and then watch the playback again as if you were making your own episode of DBZ. It's the ultimate Dragon Ball Z game. Budokai Tenkaichi 3 has more maps, more characters, and more possibilities than any other DBZ game I've ever played. Plenty of them reenact events from the series, more still give you more than enough characters to play with, but only this one really gives you the keys to totally unlock your imagination. And because of that, I really can see why of every Dragon Ball game I've ever heard talked about, the one always topping the list has been Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Infinite World is the final Dragon Ball game to be released for the Sony PlayStation 2, and is considered by many to be, for all intents and purposes, the true Budokai 4. And it's no wonder why either, seeing as how it was built on top of Budokai 3's engine and plays practically the exact same as its predecessors, save a few alterations and one major new mechanical addition with the mini-games. We'll get to that. Infinite World was developed by Demps alongside their next-generation Dragon Ball game called Burst Limit, which was developed to release on the PS3 and Xbox 360. It actually wasn't an unheard of practice for developers to work on and release two separate but similar titles near one another to offer something for owners of both previous and newer generation consoles alike. Although I wouldn't say it was common, and we certainly don't see it anymore. A few months after their 7th generation offering, Burst Limit, released in June of 2008, Infinite World dropped on December 4th and 5th worldwide for those who still owned a PS2 and were craving more Dragon Ball content. Now there's quite a few very interesting things this game is known for, like how it incorporates various elements from all three previous Budokai games in a far more conducive way, such as bringing back the 3D cutscenes of Budokai 1, or the board game mechanic from Budokai 2, among various other very unique things that really help make this game stand out among its peers. That being said, I'd wager the thing this game is most known for is the enemy AI. Oh yeah, if you've played this game before, then you're probably nodding your head in agreement, because for some reason, the AI in this game is insanely difficult. Like, way more difficult than anything we saw in the previous Budokai games. We're gonna get into that aspect shortly, don't worry. There's only ever been one version of Infinite World, and that's for the Sony PlayStation 2, so of course that's the version we'll be looking at here. In fact, I almost got the feeling while playing that this game may have been a little bit of an afterthought so far as development goes. Don't get me wrong, I've got mad respect for a developer who's willing to co-develop 2 games at once, and one of them be for a console that was rapidly aging out of relevance. That's a genuinely stand-up move. I mean, by December of 2008, the PS2 wasn't exactly seeing many releases made exclusively for it anymore. Even so, there's a few things about the game that suggest to me that it may have faced a bit of a rushed development just to give PS2 owners who hadn't gotten a PS3 or a 360 yet something to play. Scattered mechanics and elements, super unbalanced AI, inconsistent voice acting, and arguably a lack of content. Also, when I say inconsistent voice acting, I don't mean the performances. I mean, half the time Cell is on screen, his voice isn't accurate. We see perfect Cell with imperfect lines, semi-perfect Cell with perfect lines, and so on.
I will get 17 and 18. No one can stop me.
Why is it always Cell, by the way? His lines have admittedly always been a tad inconsistent in past games, but this time, even Goku suffers from this as a variety of his lines aren't accurate, with Kid Goku having adult Goku voice lines, and Super Saiyan 4 Goku having base form Goku lines. There's even more characters that I'm bringing up that have voice issues, but the point is, I can tell this was being rushed based on that alone, and it was bad enough for me to mention it here despite ignoring minor hiccups in the past. But I think I've talked enough about the development of the game. Let's get into everything Dragon Ball Z Infinite World has to offer its players, starting with its ambitious new story mode called Dragon Mission. DBZ Infinite World features one primary game mode with which it retells the highlights from the events of the anime, starting with the Saiyan Saga and going all the way to the end of the Shadow Dragon Saga from Dragon Ball GT. It also covers a few of the movies and TV specials, but we'll get to that. I say one primary mode because unlike most of the Dragon Ball games we've talked about so far, this game doesn't feature any World Martial Arts mode. It does have a hidden bonus mode, but it's not very substantive and is more of a retread than an extra mode. More on that later. Dragon Mission is a very interesting collection of multiple ideas introduced in past Budokai games in a more realized fashion. We see the return of high-quality cutscenes, as well as a very different iteration of the board game mechanic from Budokai 2, only this time it just uses the same concept as a way of letting players select what battle or minigame they want to play next. The map you're seeing on screen here is actually the menu for selecting battles and moving between sagas. It doesn't have any of the rules or turn-based ideas from Budokai 2, but I think it's pretty cool that they re-implemented something similar here for how players navigate the story mode using the pre-existing tech from that game. As you can see here, we have a little avatar of Goku that we control and move around the board between the various battles and minigames available, and look, we can even migrate to a separate menu for each available saga. We have separate boards for the Saiyan Saga, Namek Saga, Cell Saga, Buu Saga, GT Saga, and even the movie sagas. I love this. It might not have the same novelty of the Budokai 3 open world exploration, but I still think it's really cool how all of this has been implemented. When we finally decide on what battle we want to play, the menu then lets us select what skills and items we want to bring into said battle. This is where we can equip whatever items we acquired in the item shop to help us out and choose which super and ultimate attacks to bring with us into battle. This menu is also where we select what difficulty we want to battle whatever encounter we choose with, which... okay, I guess this is as good a time as any to address this issue. I have no idea why there's so many difficulties available here because they all feel nearly the same. Harder difficulties are a tiny bit harder, but mainly because the enemy spams aura burning and 100% for sure input reads. Other than that, all of these difficulty selections feel pretty much the exact same. And believe me, I tested it. Very easy and very hard are pretty much the same thing, but one lacks the cheap tactics, and also very easy in this game is the equivalent of very hard in other Budokai games, and I have no idea why this is. They even lock the very hard difficulty behind a Zenny barrier where you have to buy it from the in-game shop, which is a pretty useless purchase since it feels the same as the other difficulties. Seriously, there is no reason for this game's AI to be so brutal. I mean, I grinded my way through it, obviously, but also, why did the developers do this? I don't get it. Maybe they were aiming this game more towards hardcore audiences or something, but with the inclusion of so many silly minigames, I don't really see that being the case. Personally, I attribute this to some kind of oversight, like the devs didn't realize they'd ship the game with the difficulties all messed up like this. Either way, the mode does let us play through all of the highlights seen in the anime, from the Saiyan Saga all the way to the Buu Saga, and then, unlike the Budokai trilogy, Dragon Ball GT even receives its own dedicated saga to play through, complete with fights against Baby Vegeta, Super 17,
Nobody can beat me when I'm
Sen Shenron, and even Omega Shenron. After that, a few movies even get their own fights as well, like Bardock, Broly, both cooler movies, and Fusion Reborn. And just like how the first game had fully rendered cutscenes throughout its story, Infinite World does the same, and they're even higher quality than before. As a result, however, there are far less of them across the game's runtime, with most of them being in the Saiyan Saga and then reducing less and less as we go, with GT only getting 2, and the movie saga receiving no cutscenes at all. I was a little disappointed by this, but I get it. These were probably costly to produce, and for a PS2 game in 2008, realistically 2009 since it released in the last month of 08, I don't really blame them for only hitting the highlights. Still, it's cool that they brought that element back at all, and while we're talking about bringing back old ideas, another thing the developers brought back from the first Budokai game is the story progression. We play through all of the sagas as Goku first, then we see the credits, and then we get a second playthrough as other characters. Gohan is playable in the Buu saga a couple of times in Goku's playthrough for some reason, but they did that in Budokai 1 as well, so whatever I guess. I still don't really love this, actually, but it does feel a little less off-putting than it was in the first game for some reason. Of course, we have to talk about the biggest new inclusion in Infinite World, and yet another idea we saw introduced in Budokai 1, but now brought back in a significantly more realized way. The minigames. Going all the way back to 2002, it was clear that Dimps had this idea for a Dragon Ball game that let players experience the events of the anime across a series of fun minigames in between fights, and in Infinite World, that idea has finally been fulfilled. Whereas there was really only one minigame in Budokai 1, now there are dozens across its board game design, and pretty much all of them were pretty fun. I'd even go as far as saying that these minigames are the best part of this game. Realistically, there's only 4 types of minigames here, but they just change out the environments and character models of them to fit the scenario at hand, which is totally fine by me. The first of these minigames, and the most prominently featured one, is this Collectathon game where we control a character and run through a 3D environment to find a certain number of whatever item we need to beat the level before the time runs out. While doing this, we can also collect Zenny to spend in the in-game store. I'll talk about that later. These Collectathon levels are also how we find Dragon Balls, which I think was a great idea. It's pretty fun to see a Dragon Ball from the corner of your eye and then race over to grab it. This is a great way to incorporate finding these things in a way that feels natural in your gameplay. Of course, when we collect all 7 of them, we can summon Shenron, just like always, and make a wish from a few available items. There's 6 of these levels in total, so I'll just cover each of them briefly. The first level takes place before we fight Raditz and acts kind of like a tutorial to the idea of these levels. It's got a charming environment design and it's fun to run around. The second of these levels is easily the most iconic, allowing us to actually run Snake Way ourselves while collecting items along the way. This is pretty cool, and I like it a lot, even if it is very short overall. The third of these is the most unique and happens right after we finish Snake Way and get to King Kai's planet, where we get to chase Bubbles around his planet and try to catch him. This is the most unique of the 6 and is a lot of fun. After beating Frieza, we get to dash across an exploding Namek, which is easily the most visually stimulating one of these levels. I like this one a lot too. Then we have this one where we play as Cell and run around collecting things while Piccolo chases after us. I don't like this one very much. It's boring and honestly pretty annoying how Piccolo is always just hovering gently behind you, gaining ground. Then the last one has us running around a rocky area gathering the needed items to find a Dragon Ball. There's a Dragon Ball in every one of these maps, but it so happens that this one is centered around finding one of them. These Collectathon levels were way more fun than I was expecting, and because each of them is under 5 minutes, they didn't really overstay their welcome. The only criticism I have about these is that all of them are before the Buu saga. I would have really loved at least one of these in the GT saga. I mean, the first saga where Goku, Trunks, and Pan are looking for the Black Star Dragon Balls across the galaxy feels like an untapped gold mine of Collectathon minigame potential. I really loved these though, and I've talked before about how much potential a Dragon Ball Collectathon game has, so this was a much needed breath of fresh air for Dragon Ball games. I just think it would have been nice to see a few more of these levels set in the later sagas, or really just a few more of these in general. Worry not though, because there are a few other styles of minigames to play with, like this button pressing minigame, which is, I feel like what you're seeing on screen is self-explanatory. There's 6 missions in this style to play throughout the game, so let's take a look at those. We've got Gohan's training with Piccolo, Goku's training on the way to Namek, Vegeta's training before the World Martial Arts Tournament, Vegeta and Trunks training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Gohan and Goku training in the hyperbolic time chamber, and lastly, one of Videl trying to learn how to fly. I thought these were a fun way to break up the repetition of the normal fights, and were an interesting way to let players see other bits of the anime we normally don't see in the game, so I liked it. The third minigame style is a target shooter, which again is pretty self-explanatory. We only see 4 missions in this style: shooting bricks while training with King Kai, throwing Destructo Discs at Frieza, shooting Death Beams at Piccolo, and then spamming Tri-Beams at Semi-Perfect Cell, which is great. This part is living out a legend, honestly. Then there's one final style of minigame to talk about, and it's bringing the flight mechanic for Budokai 3's Dragon Universe back, but this time as a minigame where we collect items across a map. This was actually a brilliant way to reuse this mechanic in a way that gives players more content and is far better than just throwing it away. Too bad it's not really very fun to play because it doesn't control very well, which is probably why there's only 2 of these missions to talk about. The first of which sees us playing as Krillin on Namek, racing to get our needed objectives before Vegeta catches us, and the second one gives us control of adult Gohan on Earth as we race Goten to see who can grab the goals the fastest. And that's all of the minigames available in Infinite World. Some of these are obviously a lot better than others, and I feel like it's clear that once again the team didn't have enough time to implement these as well as they were probably hoping, because the vast majority of them take place between the Saiyan and Cell sagas. I mean, 3 of them are all set around Goku's training with King Kai, and not a single one of them takes place during the GT saga. Maybe it was that way by design because they couldn't think of any minigames to make for later sagas, but I seriously doubt it. I think the game was probably just being developed on a tight deadline, and producers probably weren't thrilled about throwing a ton of money to develop a PS2 game that would release in December of 2008. Either way, I think we should talk a bit more about the core gameplay of Infinite World. First, let me just address that yes, Dodoria, Zarbon, and Android 19 are once again missing, and again, this is frustrating because you're essentially stealing 3 of Vegeta's best known victories from him, and as a result, taking 3 of my favorite fights to play from me as a player. I know these characters aren't liked by many people, but they're all 3 core characters for the plot of the anime, and are all 3 best known for being obliterated by Vegeta. But hey, at least Great Saiyaman is here. Oh, and so is Great Saiyaman 2. What a relief, man. Glad to see the devs maintaining their priorities from previous games. Always gotta have Great Saiyaman. Oh, and Pycon's here too, because a filler character who barely mattered was necessary, but letting us play out the Goku vs. Android 19 fight, or the subsequent Vegeta vs. 19 fight, that's expendable content. Yet I keep having to play as Yamcha versus the Cybermen every single game over and over again, because that's more important than letting me kill Dodoria with Vegeta. Okay, I'm getting off topic. The point is that I don't agree with some of the fights the developers chose to prioritize including here is all. Let's get back to the game. The actual fighting gameplay here is pretty much exactly as it was in Budokai 3, but with a few mechanics removed and a few new ones added in. First off, yes, Dragon Rush is gone, and that is a good thing to Infinite World's credit. If the game's AI wasn't so insane, that alone might have made this a better game to play than the third Budokai, but because of some other changes, I'm not sure I'm sold on that idea. For example, beam struggles have been removed, and I mean, that kinda sucks. I really like beam struggles. They're super cool and make for some amazing visuals and gameplay. Maybe there were some technical reasons why they had to cut it, but its absence was felt during my time with the game. Replacing them, though, is this new inclusion of a secondary grab function. So, of course, we can still perform a grab move that throws our enemy across the map like in previous games, but now we can do an alternative grab where our character performs an animated attack as though it were a super move, but does less damage than a super move. The idea is a lot cooler than the execution, trust me. It's fun to use the first few times, but the problem is that this is what the AI likes to spam now instead of the Dragon Rush move, and it gets really annoying. Speaking of Dragon Rush, there's another new mechanic here that's more than frustrating enough to totally undo whatever goodwill the removal of Dragon Rush may have brought, and it's called the fatigue system. In previous Budokai games, when you ran through your energy, your character would run out of breath and be immobilized for a short time. This worked because it was mostly avoidable and added a potential consequence to missing a super or an ultimate attack. Not to mention, it could even de-incentivize using the hyper mode to attempt a Dragon Rush, since that would drain your energy. Well, now running out of energy does not run you out of breath, but maxing out your fatigue meter does. So every hit you take runs up this new little fatigue meter, and boy does it happen fast. You'll have to watch your character run out of breath and become immobilized by this mechanic several times per match, and it's insanely frustrating. This won't affect you if you're so good at the game that you can avoid taking any damage, of course, but 99% of you out there are not that good, especially not on this game. I know I'm not. This mechanic doesn't add balance, nor does it make the game more fun or even challenging. It's just a constant annoyance that shatters the pacing of the match. I'm not sure what the intended effect of this new mechanic was supposed to be, but the result is just an additional frustration with no benefit. And since there's certain enemies with like 10 bars worth of health, some of these battles can go on for quite a while, forcing you to deal with this stupid mechanic way more than anyone would ever want to. This inclusion 100% canceled out the removal of Dragon Rush for me. This is just as bad, if not worse, since it incentivizes one kind of hyper-defensive style of gameplay and punishes you for taking any real risks in combat. The only positive thing to come out of any of this was the immense catharsis I felt when I was finally able to beat one of these insane fights.
I beat you! Ha!
And you remember how I mentioned that some enemies have massive amounts of health? Well, the reason for that is to basically force players to use the in-game item shop. In Budokai 3, I think it was feasible that a few above-average players could play the whole thing and not really interact with the item shop in any way, and that was certainly true of the two games before it. Not this one. Unless you're in the top 1% of players, there's no way you're getting through this game without a heavy reliance on items and upgrades. I'm not necessarily saying that as a criticism, by the way. I think it's plenty fair for the game to increase its difficulty in a way that requires players to interact with the upgrade functions to proceed. That's fine game design as far as I'm concerned, although I do think they went way overboard with it. Although, to be fair, the game does get a lot easier when you're able to even the odds a bit by maxing your health stats out and taking advantage of in-game health restoration items like the fried rice or ramen noodles. Or do what I did and just cheese them with the viral heart disease and start the match by taking the cure for it. If you buy the most powerful versions of these two items, it makes every match a lot easier. Pretty much everything comes from the item shop in this game, now called the Warrior's Room. You don't unlock any attacks, characters, costumes, or stages just by playing. If you want something, you have to buy it from the Warrior's Room. Seriously, when I wanted to play as Broly, I had to drop huge amounts of Zenny to buy his super attacks, his ultimate attack, and 2 additional item slots, which then feeds you back into gameplay to keep racking up more Zenny so you can buy the things you need for another character, like Cooler, whom I also like playing as. By the time I was done, I had spent way more Zenny in this game's item shop than I ever did in any of the other Dragon Ball games, maybe even combined, so take that how you will. I will give it credit for creating a very rewarding cycle that sends you back and forth between the item shop and the Dragon Mission mode. Earning Zenny feels exciting in this game because it means I can actually get something I need or want. In a lot of these games, the Zenny we earn feels a little useless since we can get most of what we want just by playing the game. Not here. You better punch in and get to work if you want the privilege of using an ultimate attack in combat. The Dragon Mission mode here in Infinite World is easily one of the most unique story modes I've ever seen in a Dragon Ball game. It's brimming with creative minigames and rewarding concepts that make players feel like they really are fighting their way through the events of the anime. Unfortunately, a few poorly executed gameplay mechanics and an unbalanced enemy AI weighs the whole experience down immensely and made me dread every new fight I saw pop up. So despite the plethora of colorful and exciting new ideas available within Infinite World's Dragon Mission mode, I feel like most players probably walked away from it feeling more fatigued than fulfilled. So unlike all of the previous Budokai games, Infinite World does not offer a World Martial Arts Tournament mode. Once you've gotten everything you can out of the Dragon Mission mode, however, there is an additional hidden mode that becomes available for purchase in the Warrior's Room item shop called Fighter's Road. And it's one of the most phoned-in bonus modes I think I've seen in a DBZ game so far. It's literally the exact same thing as the Dragon Mission mode, but it just changes up the available fights to a bunch of different characters, seemingly without any kind of theming, and adds a lot more of them to see. We still have the same saga-based boards to look at, and the fights do seem to get harder and bring in more obscure characters the deeper into the chapters you go, but other than that, there's nothing more to really say about this mode. I was honestly a little disappointed by this. I feel like there could have been other ways to do this and make it more interesting. Like, if you're going to just reuse everything from the main story mode and just change up the fights, then you could at least add some interesting theming to it. Like, what if you just said it was a what-if mode where Garlic Jr. returned with the Blackwater Mist and spread it across the galaxy, turning people into demons, and we have to go and stop them? That way you can kinda theme around that, but we don't get anything here. I'd rather just replay the Dragon Mission mode at this point. This is just a random amalgamation of fights to give players something to do. That's it. It's not like we needed a bonus mode either. I mean, this game was clearly being made as a side focus since the PS2 was being phased out at the time, and the minigames were obviously the main selling point of this game. We didn't need another mode, and sometimes not including anything at all is a better decision than including something lackluster. The only real benefit of Fighter's Road is that you can play with any character you want and customize them however you want, but they could have just unlocked that as a feature for Dragon Mission after you beat it as intended, and it would have had the same effect. I guess content is content though, and maybe there were some people out there who lived for this mode, so maybe I shouldn't be too hard on it, but I wasn't crazy about it myself. On to the cover art critique. So from what I could gather, there were only 2 cover arts for Infinite World, a Western cover and a Japanese one. So let's take a look at these 2 cover arts and break them down. Okay, so right off the bat, I have to say that the US cover art for this game is a little bit iconic. For many years, the only thing I knew about this game was that Kid Buu was featured prominently in the background, and that gives it such an interesting look when compared to a lot of the other Dragon Ball covers. Unfortunately, I don't like anything else about this cover. All of the other characters just seem forced in there somewhere, and it's a jumble of colors and characters in weird places, and that all kind of bleeds together. But that Kid Buu art is something I can remember seeing on posters in a Walmart as a kid when this game was first releasing though, so I know it did its job. The Japanese cover, on the other hand, is much cleaner and features a host of our favorite characters all standing at the ready. It's neater and less chaotic than the US version, but it lacks that iconic thing that separates it from the other Dragon Ball cover arts we've looked at so far. So for the first time, I'm kinda stuck because I like them both about the same. If I had to pick one, I think I personally find the US cover to be more unique, but I don't love how there's so many characters plastered all over it. Either way, they're both pretty good, but still suffer from some flaws. As for the music, there's a lot of tracks here you've already heard before since a good amount of Infinite World's OST reuses tracks from the first 3 Budokai games, but there are a plethora of original songs written exclusively for this game by returning composer Kenji Yamamoto, and some contributing compositions by Canon Yamamoto. And there really are some great tracks here too. That kind of J-rock infused combat music is back in full, and they even tried to make the GT music sound kinda like a hybrid of the US Mensa score and the original Japanese music. The whole score definitely has some really good tracks, and I can see why people liked it so much. In fact, the music is one of the most highly praised aspects about the game because overall it was not received very well on release. Looking at Infinite World's Metacritic shows us a 48 out of 100, which makes it the lowest rated Dragon Ball Z game on the PS2. Yeah, SAGAS beat this one by 1 point, so critics really didn't like this game, with IGN even giving it an abysmal 3.5 out of 10. The main reasons being that it was too similar to Budokai 3 and that the AI difficulty was far too harsh for the average player to willfully endure through it. And I mean, yeah, if you're not reading through all of the items in the Warriors Room and concocting the right mixture of items to balance things out, then it's pretty terrible. Although I'm not sure I think the negative reviews are really fair. This game is not worse than SAGAS, I'll tell you that much. Dragon Ball Z Infinite World is a bizarre game filled with so many attempts at fulfilling a variety of previously unrealized concepts from past Budokai games that I think it forgot to be a good game in its own right. And you can really see that's a lot of what was going on here too. They brought back the cutscenes and storytelling structure from Budokai 1, where you play mostly as Goku first, and then go back and experience all of the other characters later. Then of course we all know how they wanted to incorporate minigames in Budokai 1 as well, and now we've seen kind of what that may have looked like here, and it's the best part of this game too. They brought back the board game mechanic from Budokai 2, but reworked it pretty heavily, and now they just use it for a menu. Then the whole base of the game's combat is from Budokai 3, and they even integrated GT in the films in a meaningful way this time, instead of them feeling kind of like an afterthought like they did before. Ultimately though, Infinite World struggles to shake off feeling like it was anything more than an excuse for the developers to play with a bunch of ideas they didn't have the chance to really flesh out in past games. You would think a Budokai game featuring a bunch of cool mini-games and extra characters like Paikon and Janemba would be cool, but the entire experience is so handicapped by the AI difficulty and the abysmal new fatigue system that it ends up being a slog to play. The mini-games are the genuine highlight, and I loved the collectathon levels even if they were very short-lived. Running Snake Way, sprinting across an exploding Namek, all of these levels were so much fun. If anything, the game needed more of that instead of the Dragon Fighter mode. But when it came time to play the actual fights, you know, the core of the game, it was always just exhausting to reckon with. I'd happily take Budokai 3 and its Dragon Rush mechanic back over this game's combat. Dragon Ball Z Infinite World is a very experimental Dragon Ball game loaded with ambitious ideas that help it stand out from the others by offering things that you simply can't find in other Dragon Ball games. But so many of its experimental ideas just fell flat on their face and ended up weighing the whole game down as a result. So instead of an excitingly unique take on the Dragon Ball story, we're left with more of a disjointed mess that only manages to offer up a handful of fun experiences across its 15 or so hours worth of gameplay. Unique or not, Infinite World pales in comparison both to the Tenkaichi series and its own predecessors from the Budokai trilogy. Despite everything it tried to do, a few key mistakes simply stripped away most of the fun from the combat, and since that's what you'll be doing for the majority of the game's playtime, even the fun minigames and high-quality cutscenes weren't enough to redeem the experience in the eyes of its own player base. Ah, you thought I wasn't going to talk about this one, didn't you? Well, I wasn't. I had actually already finished this video in totality before being informed that I had missed a PS2 Dragon Ball Z game. And when I say finished, I mean this video was edited, uploaded, and even scheduled for release. Then I found out there was a game I'd missed. Shout out to MO2018 for asking about it and informing me of its existence. Well, obviously I wasn't going to upload a video about every Dragon Ball Z game on the PS2 if I missed one, so I got straight to work on playing, writing, and editing a quick segment for this game and re-editing the bigger video to include it. My coverage on this one will be a bit short compared to the others as it's being done kind of last minute, but thankfully this game isn't very big at all, so there isn't a ton to talk about anyway. Super Dragon Ball Z is a 3D fighting game co-developed by two studios, Arika and Meister, a studio headed by Noritaka Funamizu, known for his hand in turning the Street Fighter series into a global phenomenon, which is probably why this game feels so much like Street Fighter does. This is easily the most fighting game like Dragon Ball game I've talked about in this video. It's hard to elaborate what I mean by that since, well, they're all fighting games, but this one feels like a proper one, with moves that require you to mash circular D-pad combinations to execute special attacks. You know, like a Hadouken in Street Fighter. This is often called the fireball motion. I hope you're okay with that comparison because it's going to be coming up a lot. With that said, being a competitive fighting game is the primary aim of Super Dragon Ball Z, and because of that, it is incredibly light on content offerings when compared to the other Dragon Ball games on the console. That's not a criticism, by the way. Having a bunch of content isn't really a prerequisite for being a good fighting game since that's not really what it's going for, but it does mean that there's a bit less for me to talk about. We've got two primary game modes to go over, both of which are very similar and act as little more than window dressing for a series of battles for the player. The first mode is called Original and is the primary game mode on offer. Since there isn't really a story mode to speak of here, this fills that space and is the exact kind of arcade mode you'd see in something like Street Fighter. It takes place across just 7 stages, which seems like it'd be easy to play through and finish relatively quickly, but about the time you get to stage 6 is when the game makes sure you know that it won't be so easy. The first 5 fights are all randomized across the game's available roster of playable characters, and most of them are pretty easy once you figure out the controls. Now look, I'm no fighting game expert. In fact, I'm not very good at fighting games at all, but I am good at adapting and overcoming things, so I hammered on this for several hours until I managed to beat it, and by it, I mean Frieza. Yeah, Frieza is a menace in this game. Seriously, beating both him and Cell will demand you spend some time in the game's character customizer, but I'll get to that in a minute. Although the first 5 fights are always randomized, the 6th fight will always be Frieza, and the 7th will always be Cell. Cell is a challenge in his own right, but in my experience, once you get over the learning curve that is Frieza, you'll have become good enough at the game to beat Cell a lot easier. Once you do beat Cell, however, we get a very short cutscene and then the credits roll. It's not bad at all, but unfortunately, due to the nature of this game's design, that's almost all there is to do here unless you've got a friend over to play matches against. The only other thing to do is play through the Z Survivor mode, which is actually pretty fun. You select whichever character you want to play as, and then you're put against a series of battles where your health does not replenish between fights, hence the word survival in the name. It's actually pretty fun and decently challenging at that. After each battle, you're given a little roulette wheel minigame wherein a series of options are present and you have to time your button press just right to get the prize you want. It's a quick way to get Dragon Balls since, as you see, that is one of the prizes. You can get a few boosts and even an HP recovery to keep you in the game if you took too much damage last round. It all plays as you'd expect, and I mean that in a positive way. They did great here, but like I've said a few times now, that's it. The only other things we can do here are customize our characters, unlock new characters to play, and refine our skills at the game. Which is fine. I mean, that is, after all this game was really going for. The real meat of Super Dragon Ball Z is in the fact that across its 18 playable characters, each of them has a unique moveset and feels special to play with, which is quite the achievement. Not to mention the destructible environments make every match feel very heavy and cinematic as you're constantly slamming your opponent through concrete walls and solid rock. It's really cool. Oh, and the map transitions are very cool as well. It always feels so satisfying to literally kick an enemy off of Kami's lookout and take the fight to the ground where we can see Korin's tower in the background. I actually can't believe this is the first DBZ game I've seen to have this idea. It's awesome. Once you've played a good bit, you'll have naturally found all 7 of the Dragon Balls where you can enter into a dedicated menu for summoning Shenron and wish for one of a variety of different mechanics, stat upgrades, unlockable characters, and more. Not only is this the most amount of available wishes I've seen in a Dragon Ball game, it's also the easiest it's ever been to find Dragon Balls as you get them just by winning matches in the main arcade mode. I think this is great, and the number of unlockable characters is more than satisfying. In fact, even the starting palette is great, with some seriously unique characters available from the get-go. For instance, this is also the first Dragon Ball fighting game on the console to feature Chi-Chi as a playable character, beating Tenkaichi 3 to the punch by roughly a year. Any and all of these characters can be customized pretty extensively in the game's customizer. You're able to make character cards, which you can select and run fights with. Doing so allows you to gain experience, which you can use to level up the character you're playing with. I actually found the whole system pretty compelling. You can unlock additional moves and capabilities by leveling up. This is where you can select alternative colors for your characters too, but you actually have to wish for those to unlock them. You only get one alternative color by default. Most of the special attacks are very satisfying to use too, and worth unlocking. I do mean most though, because one thing I don't like is how the Super Saiyan transformations work, since they last like 30 seconds, and although they definitely provide a power-up, the AI knows to just keep you at a distance until it runs out. This makes sense for a fighting game, but feels like such an unsatisfying implementation of transformations, which kind of brings me to my thoughts on the game. I like Super Dragon Ball Z, and I think it's a pretty good fighting game so far as I can tell, but I'm not super great at fighting games, so I couldn't tell you. It is heavy and pretty clunky, and I also get the feeling that it probably hasn't aged very well, especially when juxtaposed against other modern alternatives like Fighter Z. This is a game for fighting game fans more than it is for Dragon Ball fans, which makes it a bit niche in that regard. In my personal opinion, I don't think it holds up very well against the Budokai games unless you're a fan of the specific traditional fighting game mechanics popularized by Capcom's Street Fighter franchise. Let's talk about the cover arts. I found 2 cover arts for Super Dragon Ball Z, one for PAL regions and another for the US release. I really like both of these cover arts a lot actually. It's pretty hard to choose which one I like the most. The US cover art is intense, simple, and feels dynamic. I really like how it emphasizes the rivalry between Goku and Vegeta while fighting around the logo. It adds dimension to it. The PAL cover is cool too, feels a lot more like what I'd expect to see from the other Dragon Ball games, with Goku front and center again, surrounded by a plethora of the other characters from the game. The PAL one feels more in line with some of the other covers we've seen, but I think I actually prefer the US one due to the aforementioned uniqueness and intensity. The music is what you'd expect from an arcade fighting game. It's very upbeat electronica drum and bass composed by a variety of different musicians who all work to give the game a unique sound that really accentuated its identity as a fighting game. Overall, I like it, but it only serves to reinforce this lingering idea I had that I was playing Street Fighter with a Dragon Ball skin. which all served to at least some credit because Super Dragon Ball Z holds a reasonable Metacritic score of 72, which is on the higher end of the ratings we've seen actually. All in all, Super Dragon Ball Z actually used to be a pretty popular title. From its Japanese arcade cabinets to the PS2 home console port, a lot of people really liked it. Yet I can't help feeling like the majority of this was due to the novelty of it being a Dragon Ball themed traditional fighting game. Super Dragon Ball Z is a niche little title. I did enjoy my time with it, although brief, and I do think it's a neat relic of the time period in which it was developed. However, I'm not so sure it's aged very well despite how well made it was due to a total lack of content. Fighting game fans who would like the game are unlikely to stay with this one for very long because there are other games that do this same thing better and have maintained strong cult fan bases. Dragon Ball fans are equally unlikely to remain with it due to the lack of content, characters, stages, etc. So, despite the game's very clear high quality, I think time has told us that it was made for a very niche audience who have since moved on to different things. Wow, that was a lot of Dragon Ball games. I don't think I've played that much consecutive Dragon Ball Z content in a single year for as long as I've been alive. But man, it was still such a blast to go through. Before we wrap up, I thought it might be cool to give my thoughts on which games you should consider playing of these if you haven't yet but want to dive into some of the older DBZ offerings. So I've come up with a kind of tier list of sorts with 3 categories. Games you absolutely should play, games that are unique enough to consider playing if you're a Dragon Ball fan and are willing to overlook some issues, and games you're best off just skipping because you're not going to be missing much by not playing them. Now, before you get frustrated, please understand that I'm not assigning these games based sheerly on their quality. There will be great games I think you can skip and bad games I think are worth looking into. I'm basing this list both on how good the game is and how unique and interesting it is. So with that said, let's take a look at the categories. The 3 games I think you'll find just outright skipping are Super Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Z Budokai, and Budokai Tenkaichi, the first 2 of their respective trilogies. Both of those 2 games are actually better than some of the others on the list, but they're inferior to their own successors in nearly every way, and in Tenkaichi's case have nothing worth seeing that the later games don't outright do better. Super Dragon Ball Z is a really unique game in terms of what it is and how it plays, but fails to offer anything unique or exciting enough to justify putting any real time into it unless you love the heavier fighting game mechanics, which it's totally fair if you do. I wanted to conditionally recommend this one because of its high quality, but the truth is that there's so little available content to offer a unique experience, and there's so many other games in the style of what it was trying to emulate that do what it was trying to do better than it did that I don't really know if it'd be worth your time. It's a great game, but unless you're a die-hard traditional fighting game fan pining specifically for one with a Dragon Ball skin and you have people that you could probably get to play it with you, then you can probably skip this one. Budokai 1's combat is the same as 2 and 3, only worse, and while the cutscenes are compelling and interesting, Infinite World has better cutscenes, and a lot of the cutscenes in Tenkaichi 2 and 3, although not as well done, are plenty passable enough to compete. Besides, if you're playing a game for cutscenes that just emulate the anime, just watch the anime instead. I like Budokai and Budokai Tenkaichi, but I'd happily put them at the bottom of the list of PS2 Dragon Ball games worth trying out. So what about games that you should consider trying if you're willing to overlook some flaws in order to experience something unique? Well, then I'd have to suggest Dragon Ball Z Sagas, Budokai 2, and Infinite World. Sagas is a mess of a game that's riddled with issues at its worst and still feels incomplete at its best. It's probably the worst game we talked about, so why the hell am I recommending it as being potentially worth trying? Well, because it's so loaded with unique ideas and gameplay elements that you rarely ever see in a Dragon Ball game. 2-player co-op gameplay, collectathon mechanics, multiple missions devoted to the future Trunks timeline, and even a level set on Yardrat as Goku trains against one of their warriors. There's just a lot of cool stuff to see here if you can power through all of the problems it has. As for Budokai 2, well, I just genuinely think it's a good game. The board game mechanic is a lot of fun, and we don't see anything turn-based like this ever again. Not to mention the various unique fusions available to play with, and all of the potential branching narrative outcomes depending on your actions during the board game campaign. It's just a lot of fun, and I've never played a Dragon Ball game with a mode like this before in my life. That said, the reason it's not among the games I'd recommend as a must-play are because I can already tell you that the board game mechanic I like so much did not resonate with everyone on release. A lot of people outright hate it, so that means depending on how appealing something like that sounds to you, this one will either be a blast to play or just a waste of your time. The third and final game I want to conditionally recommend is Infinite World. Just like we talked about earlier, this game has a lot of ups and downs. The cutscenes are cool, the minigames are incredibly unique and fun, and the item shop has never felt as rewarding to me as it did in this game. So the game does have a lot of pretty fun upsides to it, but also there's that insane difficulty curve to conquer near the start of the game, the fatigue mechanic which repeatedly stalls the flow of combat, and no real bonus mode to speak of besides the phoned-in Fighter's Road mode, which offers almost nothing that the main Dragon Mission mode doesn't, besides the ability to play as whatever character you want. Still, there's a lot of things unique about Infinite World that might appeal to certain people. And I've even seen a lot of people say they prefer the intensive fighting mechanics here, so if you've never played it before and the minigames look interesting to you, or the intense difficulty sounds like a challenge, then this could be worth your time. As for the PS2 Dragon Ball games that I think are an absolute must for any DBZ fan to play, I think my picks will come as no shock to any of you. Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3, Budokai Tenkaichi 2, and Budokai Tenkaichi 3. These three games encapsulate the very best of everything Dragon Ball games of the 6th generation had to offer. Budokai 3's Dragon universe is filled with interesting character dialogues found by exploring its world in a 3D free-roam design, and its traditional fighting game mechanics are easily the most satisfying of the whole series. Although it is plagued by the gratuitous nature of the Dragon Rush mechanic, everything else about the game is a blast to play through, from its character level up progression to finding hidden sequences scattered across its world. It's the best of the fighting game style Dragon Ball titles in my opinion. As for Tenkaichi 2, I almost chose to call this one a conditional playthrough, but the sheer amount of content available here just wouldn't allow me to do that in good conscience. The 3D exploration of Budokai 3 is back, although in a far more shallow execution. The fights feel great, and this is the closest any of the Dragon Ball games ever come to a truly comprehensive story mode that covers all of the available Dragon Ball stories in some form or fashion. Really, the only downside here is how repetitive getting through all of that content becomes at times. I mean, it really skirts the line between being content dense and just outright bloated. But still, it's the only game on the list that lets you play nearly every single fight you could imagine from the series. There's a few missing, but for the most part, if a fight happened in the series, you can play it here. Then, of course, to no one's surprise, I would call Budokai Tenkaichi 3 the #1 absolute must-play Dragon Ball Z game on the PS2. It's a blend of the best of every other game all in one, and although its story mode has been significantly trimmed down from its predecessor in Tenkaichi 2, I think that was for the best in a lot of ways. Not to mention that the game has the single biggest character roster of nearly any other Dragon Ball game to ever exist, which makes playing through its World Martial Arts Tournament mode a total blast, since you don't know if you'll be paired against Broly or Master Roshi or even a pool. If you want to pick one Tenkaichi game to familiarize yourself with the Sparking series before Zero comes out, make it this one. And that's it! I played every Dragon Ball Z game on the Sony PlayStation 2. And having been a fan of the series since I was a small child, I'll tell you, it was really something special. Although I have to admit, it was a little bit of a bigger undertaking than I had initially expected. From the time I decided to do this idea starting with Budokai to the time I will have finished with this video, it will have taken me over 10 months to do. Granted, I was working on a lot of other stuff in between the Dragon Ball games, but still, playing through and making full breakdowns on 8 different Dragon Ball games and 2 trilogies was quite the ask. I really just want to thank you for watching this far and supporting my work to talk about these kinds of games and give them the spotlight they deserve. I'd also like to thank fellow content creators Neosai and Hidden for working with me on my coverage of Budokai Tenkaichi 3. They're both great people and also make great content, so please check them out for more Dragon Ball related videos, since I'm going to have to take a break from Dragon Ball for a little bit so I can give some other franchises some much needed spotlight and love. Also, most importantly, thank you to all of the members of my channel who sign up to support what I do and get special access to exclusive content. A lot of you guys were tuning into some of my live streams, and our talks with you in chat while I was getting footage actually did influence some of my scripting process for this. So, again, thank you to all of you who signed up to be a member of the channel. I hope you've had a great time hanging out and talking about Dragon Ball Z games with me this whole time, and if you did, then I also hope that you'll leave a comment, press that like button, and subscribe to the channel so I can see you again in future videos. Again, thank you so much to everyone for watching, and I really can't wait to see you in the next video. But until then, that's all I've got for you.
For many a years, the Dragon Balls have always been there. And now the righteous, the innocent, and just must now depend on themselves to defend Mother Earth from the rebirth of the ultimate end. Now the tournament is over, the closer the greed creeps. For every good that's done, further the evil seeps inside the very spirit that makes good compete to get the just to prevail. Just keep sail! The Grand Tour, Grand Tour, Grand Tour. Step into the Grand Tour, Dragon Ball GT.
Heroes struggle.
Take the Grand Tour, Grand Tour
to save Earth.
Take the Grand Tour, Grand Tour.
Who will prevail?
Take the Grand Tour, Grand Tour.
Time is running out.
GT.